Hello and welcome to day 2 of the Dragonlands mid-set finale. I'm your host Casanova and I'm joined to kick off the day with Bryce, Blum, and Frodan. Bryce, Frodan, how y'all doing today?
Doing great. I got a great night of sleep. I'm excited to get into day 2 for some more TFT action.
Oh yeah, I mean this is one of the most fun times of the year, which is high stakes TFT. We don't get super often, but when they do ramp up to this point, it's very exciting. $6,000 on the line for whoever gets first, also a world spot, and we're already going to cut down half the field yet again. I mean, sign me up. It's going to be a really good time for at least half the field today. I think the other half's going to be pretty devastating.
Oh yeah, I mean it is some of the highest stakes, we ever get in a tournament is this mid-set finale. So let's go ahead and talk about that a little bit more. Let's jump over to the format. If you missed the first day, we had 32 players. We were able to cut that down to 16 coming into day 2 here. They're going to play 6 games, and the lobbies are going to be reseeded every 2 games. A couple of the players are going to be coming in with some bonus points from yesterday as well, so that's going to help them try and qualify into day 3 because only half the field is going to be able to make it to day 3. The top 8 will be advancing. They'll get some bonus points as well. But then when we get to that day 3, it is just those final 8. They'll play 6 additional games, and the top half will qualify to the regional finals. But the winner, that first place, is going to lock in a spot at the World Championship. Now, it's not just these qualifiers, even though those are, I think, the big ticket items here. There is also $20,000 on the line. So let's take a look at that prize pool breakdown and see where that's all going. Because everyone who has made it to day 2 will get a little bit of money. But of course, you really are looking for those top 4 spots. Those are the big ticket money items, but also getting those invites to try and win some even more money at the big regional finals and the championship. Speaking of, we had a day 1, right? So let's take a look at some of the meta from that day 1. And Bryce, can you help me break down this graphic a little bit?
Yeah, I think we saw pretty much what we would have expected to see coming in. A lot of playing around Deja. It's just such a stable comp. It can be played from ahead or from behind. The Jade board, also very popular. I will say the Jade board sticks out with an incredible 67% top 4 rate. Meanwhile, we also saw that same top 4 rate on the Corki version of the Revel board, which is a little bit unusual. Actually, I think a lot of people coming into this tournament thought that the Mage's iteration would be better, which is why you see it considerably more popular. So I don't know exactly what's going on in those games, but absolutely, this is pretty much what you would expect at the end of this. At the end of the set, the meta gets pretty well established.
Yeah, and Frodan, could you actually help explain why that Corki Rebels has such a high win percentage as well? Because I know the popularity is a little bit low, but 42% win rate is quite high for any composition to have.
Totally. I think that with Corki in particular, you have to, one, make sure that you're playing it responsibly. I think Corki is a difficult comp to play from behind, so make sure that you have the correct spot for instead of hard forcing it just because you open with like a trainer or a cannoneer. The second is making sure that the lobby is good and conducive for Corki to not get destroyed by backline access like Deja, for example. How many times have you played Corki and then all of a sudden the Deja casts her Wind Blast, wipes Corki in the back, and all of a sudden you've lost in your entire DPS. So, this makes sense to me. When Corki is playable, it's not the most popular comp because of the availability of it, but when he's effective, he is super effective. That win percentage is outrageous. Not to mention, we also had some really good Corki experts in the field. We're talking about Rainplosion and Nasa. I'm sure that they also piloted Corki to perfection when the spots had it, or at least close to it. Even if they didn't join us for today, we did see some good Corki play yesterday.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, both of them very close to making it in, not quite making it through. But let's go ahead and take a look at who did make it through. Let's look at these lobbies. Let's start with Lobby B. I mean, who were some of the top performers from Lobby B that you were able to see yesterday, Bryce?
I mean, Dish Soap came into the tournament in really good form and absolutely delivered on that. Robin had a really strong performance yesterday as well, though he did say that he high rolled. And then you have to highlight Bertosaurus, with the tournament favorite coming in #1 in the power rankings the last 2 iterations, actually. And he was skin of his teeth. He was right on that bubble and had a really hype 6th Dragon Mancer Ao Shin game to cross that point threshold and get into today. And then last but certainly not least, the god of TFT himself, Solus. You never know which version of Solus is going to show up, but we see 3 bonus points next to his name, and
yeah.
You love to see it. Solus always such a fun player to watch in these tourneys.
Yeah, and moving over towards a Lobby A, Frodan, I know, Chalky was a big, an old friend of yours. You guys go way back, and he popped off yesterday, but were there a bunch of other performers in Lobby A that you were really excited to see kind of do well on day 1?
Pocky Gum is a player that I deeply respect. I love his creativity. I love the way he approaches the game, both from holistic perspective and even in micro situations. He does a lot of really clever things, and those clever things really latch onto my brain. So, I think Pakigam is the player to watch going into it. And surprisingly enough, this is no disrespect from the other top players, but they weren't really putting Pocky on their radar. Bryce and I got a chance to sit down and talk with some of them before the tournament started, and they were just saying like, yeah, Pocky's like, okay, he's all right. I don't think he's like in the top though. And some players were just like, oh, I don't even think Pocky's like that good. To which Bryce and I were like, what are you talking about? Where have you been? And it makes sense because some of these players are new to competing, right? They only started competing in less than 6. But still, it was very surprising. And I feel like time and time again, we keep having to revisit the same well. Is Pokygam an elite player? Yes. Yes, he is. Next question.
If you at home think Pokygam is also an elite player, you can maybe pick them up in Fantasy TFT. We're here partnered with Ball Street over at fantasytft.com, and you can go and compete in their little fantasy stock market to try and buy and sell players that you think are likely to win. A good strategy might be to spread out your investments early and to lessen diversity as the market progresses and you make decisions on who is unlikely to win and who you think are going to win. So make sure to check it out over on fantasytft.com. But before we jump on in, right, there's a lot of other players on this list. This is a really stacked lobby that we're excited to watch. And I want to bring up Soju, Bryce, because yesterday we were not sure what Soju's form was going to look like. Game 1 starts and we're like, uh-oh, Soju might be playing real bad today. And he completely turned it around. So I just wanted to pick your brain on, Soju's performance yesterday.
Yeah, games 1 and 2 were rough, if my memory serves.
Yes, yeah.
Look, no one knew what form he was going to be in this tournament, including Soju. He was in our chats during some of these fantasy drafts, laughing at the people who drafted him, being like, "Oh, that's not it." I don't know. We know that if this were a Valorant tournament, Soju would be up there in the rankings, but coming in, he had not been playing a lot of TFT lately, and so it felt like maybe it was a day 1 exit for him. But not only did he not day 1 exit, he actually scored himself a couple of bonus points. He popped off so hard, took to social media afterwards to let the whole field know this tournament was over. They might as well walk away. He was winning the thing. Their only hope was to day 1 him because he learned infinite yesterday. And you know what? I believe him. Soju is a very intuitive player, and if he spends 6 games playing with a whole bunch of top players and seeing how they're approaching the patch, then he can go to school on that. And man, that's a bunch of extra knowledge coming in for Soju today, so it'll be interesting to see how he fares yet again.
Yeah, it's always really cool when we see these top players returning and doing so well, like, Pokigam and Soju, Kurum, Milk, right, all in this lobby. But another player that we kind of briefly touched on yesterday, as Gangly shouted them out, was Omde. None of us kind of really had them on our radar as a top player, and they started the day really rough, but they turned it around. And Frodan, I just wanted to pick your brain on some of the games we saw from Omde, and were there things that stood out, or do you just think that overall he seems to be a solid player on the set?
It's hard to say. I didn't get a chance to watch too much of his POV closely, but it seems like Amda is just a player that knows what to do and can execute it at a reasonably high level, and that's sometimes good enough in order to get you there. So I can't really add too much more color as to like what is the key to success, but clearly he's done well on ladder. He's had pretty reasonable tournament performances, as Gangly has reminded Bryce and myself several times over the past 24 hours. And so it only makes sense that he's capable. And look, the reality is, even if you don't recognize every name in TFT, they're here for a reason, because they've shown consistency over 3 months. They're not here by accident. We didn't just randomly pick people on the leaderboards. Amda clearly belongs and can hang. Can he go even further against some of these established names that we see below?
Yeah, and I mean, so we talked earlier about Chalky's kind of high rolling on day one a lot, but he's playing very solid TFT. He rated himself, he could be a top 10 player in peak form. He could be top 3. But based on what you saw from Chalky yesterday, Bryce, do you think that Chalky can replicate that success even without the level of high rolling? Or do you think that he kind of needs a little help from Mortdog to continue the level that he's been putting up?
I mean, 39 points in a 6-game tournament where it's all 1 through 8 is a crazy number. It is actually impossible to get to that number without Mortdog having your back in a big way. But do I think he can continue to perform at the level he did yesterday? Can he play that solidly? Can he maximize the value from his positions and advance to tomorrow and compete for the title? I absolutely think that he can.
For sure. I mean, it's always exciting to see players come in from other games and then just kind of power through. He's a specialist from strategy games, of course, so always awesome to see him come through. DQA, another player I want us to touch on a little bit, just because he's consistently been able to make it through on the bubble. He barely squeezed in on those 28 points this time around, and DQA is someone that's always kind of impressed me on the day ones, but I'm wondering if DQA is someone who's going to be able to punch it through. Frodan, have you been seeing a lot of DQA's level at this point? Do you think he's performing well in the field?
He's performing all right. Getting in on tiebreakers seems to be the way DQA. Like, he's narrowly squeezing his way through a lot of tournaments. And what amount of talent this kid has. He's been very public about how he's focusing more on school and other life because, he's 19. He's had 2 world championships under his belt. Honestly, he's one of the most decorated North American players in TFT's short history. He doesn't have much left to prove. And so even when DQA is juggling real life responsibilities alongside Sox and a few other players who are doing it, it's really impressive to see him put on that performance compared to some other people who are going full time. So the potential is immense. Is he also improving, right? Because I think just like Soju's learning, people like DQA are also learning, and that's going to be scary.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if he can continue to scale out throughout the tournament. I mean, he did have a good start, kind of fell off in the middle. In the last couple of games, he really pulled it together to get into that tiebreaker slot, but he's always consistently been an impressive player to me, and I hope to see DQA continue to do well. Of course, biasly, I picked him for my fantasy team, so I got to see how he does for the rest of the day. The rest of this lobby is still looking incredibly strong. Stellarman, he was really impressive yesterday, putting up quite a few points. Milk kind of came out swinging as well. So we should be getting into this game very, very shortly. Bryce, do you have any quick predictions on the day on players you expect to highly perform?
I think Milk is going to perform really, really well today. If I had to pick my top 3 for today, it's probably some combination of Milk, Dish Soap, and Birdosaurus, but I want Pocky in there as well, so give me 4. I'll take those 4 as my top 4 after today.
Sure, Frodan, let's get your top 4 as well, just as a fun thought exercise to start the day.
I gotta pull up the actual score sheet and cross-reference. Bryce and I we do a lot of fantasy drafting in TFT. We're starting to collect data where we have points of how much they've accumulated, and then we can do our own tactics.tools for players. You can pick them based off their average points that they acquire per tournament. I'm just gonna go with my gut. I think Milk's a good pick. I think Pokygom. I picked Dish Soap. Yesterday, I think Bert had moments where it looked a little bit shaky. So I'm going to go a little bit out of left field here and pick Kuramex. I think his consistency is going to do well today.
Awesome. Well, let's go ahead and jump into game 1 of day 2. Thanks for walking on that journey with me, Bryce and Frodan. Go ahead and take the game away.
All right, so thank you very much. Welcome, everybody, to Game 1, Lobby A of Day 2 of the mid-set finale. We are hopping on board with the point leader currently and yesterday. It is Chalky, who you may have seen him in previous games when he was competing in Hearthstone or as a current Hearthstone game developer. But that's right, in his spare time, he loves competing, and here he is on the biggest stage, crushing it against North America's finest. Take a look at his opening. He has an early vest and a Nunu. When we look at Chalky a little bit in depth, Bryce, is there anything that particularly impressed you yesterday when you were watching his games?
It felt very, I mean, look, yesterday he impressed me with his high rolling, right? Like yesterday was a day that everything was coming up Chalky. He was hitting the units he needed to. He was hitting early dragons a lot. He was playing very well, though. He was very solid. All of his decision making made sense. Oftentimes when you study TFT, you see quite a few mistakes, even from some of the top players. And Chalky didn't feel like he was particularly error prone. He felt like he was completely in control of his game plan from start to finish of the day, and the points absolutely reflected that.
Yes, one thing that Bryce and I has caught our attention, when you watch Chalky play, there's just a lot of logic and strong reasoning behind his decision making. Now, here comes a decision, 2-1 augment. Starts off with Cavalier Crest, which really caught my eye. Mirage is Warlord's Honor, so a very viable Mirage that you can play around. So he ended up going for anything else differently. I think if he had another guild unit, he could consider whether or not he wanted to play Loot Master. I do think that is an underrated augment. But Cavalier Crest is just so good, very flexible, and you don't even necessarily have to commit fully to the Mirage if the stars aren't aligning for it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised he did not instantly pick that. Personally, I would have taken that to the bank and ran with it. He has the early Nunu out of the box, so powerful because he's already got a couple of fight wins under its belt, so it's got a couple of Warlord stacks already. He's got the ability to slam a static Shiv, which in addition to being an outstanding tempo item, is really solid on Deja, and then he can play around that armor, potentially going for Sunfire Cape onto the Nunu, and if he gets those conditions met, then there's a really high chance he's able to win streak throughout Stage 3, or Stage 2. Going up against Pokkygom, who has an incredibly powerful board of his own, though. An upgraded set, a Sunfire Cape already slammed, plus he's got that portable Forge item giving him the Black Cleaver, which is, a lot of early value shredding these resistances.
Yeah, that's right. It's just the idea that he has a lot of tempo on his side. Chalky has good pieces, just not a lot of upgrades, and so unit quality. Sometimes your attack and health is just bigger, something that Chalky knows a lot about. As we take a look at another person of interest in this lobby, it's K3 Soju. With a Titanic Strength and a Bruiser setup, and that very early Titan's Resolve slam. Now switching it over to Ezreal. What do you make of his position here, Bryce?
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, Titanic Strength basically means we go one of two ways, right? We'll play around Siphon carry or we'll play around Olaf carry. No early Olaf would mean that I would probably lean towards Siphon from this spot. But it's a little bit hard to say. Oftentimes you do want to go to a more vertical Bruiser setup because Titanic Strength is buffing your AD based on your Bruiser's HP, which means more Bruisers, more HP, therefore more AD. So I probably lean towards Siphon from this spot, but I think you can play either, especially if he hits an early Olaf.
We'll see. I mean, there's a lot of versatility with how you used to be able to build those old Bruiser boards. We've seen people even utilize this kind of augment into Assassin Siphon. And I feel like with Soju, one of the things that differentiates him from players in other tournaments is Soju is willing to take those risks in events. Almost to a fault at times where it can blow up in his face. Ooh, another Silas here. But yeah, it feels like it can blow up in his face gloriously and lead to many memes in chat. That's what makes him such an interesting and cool player to watch, even in these competitive environments. And he tweaks with that playstyle. Sometimes he dials up his risk taking to 11 and says, you know what, I'm just going to go for that fast 9 and just play 1-star legendaries, hope I stabilize. And sometimes he's just going to be really aggressive. And that unpredictability, I mean, just look at the way he's shifting his board round after round. He went from 2-star Karma to 2-star Ezreal to now playing around this trainer instead. He's just so flexible with how he approaches every stage of the game, which is what really defines his playstyle.
Yeah, it is, and it oftentimes makes sense. He does wind up making some mistakes, right? He can be error-prone because he does play a little bit kind of by the seat of his pants. He's such an intuitive player that sometimes he makes decisions and you you cover your eyes and you go, oh no, Soju, not like this. But I like the way he's played this early game so far. It seems like we are, no early Olaf with the Titanic Strength, with the Titan Slammed. It feels very clear what our direction is going to be, which is Siphon. He gets the early Trainer in, plus he has a Tristana pair, so there's a lot of potential power on Soju's board. He's also very comfortable playing from Lost Streak.
Speaking of loss streak, that is a loss streak for Milk, by the way, only losing by a couple of units, or 1 unit rather, in a couple of fights. As we take a look at the augments, 3 portable forges, true 2s from Milk, a Dragonmancer emblem from Stellar Minhee. All right,
Whoops.
Looking forward to see what that's going to happen. And then Ascension. Ascension's actually, data-wise, one of the worst performing augments this tournament right now. Shout out to Mindful One, who in collaboration is with the tournament organizers is putting out some great data sheets. Ascension averaged a 4.93 over 15 picks yesterday, Bryce. That is atrocious. Its top 4 rate was 28%. Now, that might be a lot of numbers that's throwing out there, but the thing that I focus on is it just doesn't seem like that good of a generic pick. What it's telling me is Ascension is pickable in certain situations, but not as ubiquitous as it used to be.
Yeah, and it's been struggling a little bit on ladder. Certainly the data hasn't been that bad, but I think that's indicative of the tournament quality of lobbies. When you're in tournaments, there's just that much more pressure. People aren't making mistakes. It's just a lot of consistently correct decision making, and so it's harder to get away with because fights are not lasting as long. You don't play as many weaker boards as you would otherwise would have. People are really maximizing their value, so I'm not surprised to see Ascension struggling, although that data is, truly awful.
It's terrible. But does that mean that you can't pick it? Absolutely not. I mean, heck, in certain comps that we see developing here in this game, you might even see an Ascension pick. So don't judge a book, or an augment rather, by its cover. We'll see whether or not anybody will be leaning that way. And also, talking about the augment, we've mentioned Stellar Minhee, a player that's going under the radar, had a pretty reasonable performance yesterday. And also starting off on the Dragonmancer emblem, just a trait in general that I think people have really written out of their minds unless they're going to hard force one of the legend compositions. We'll see if Stellar ends up going for that legend, or perhaps even something up their sleeves. There's a couple of Dragonmancer builds out there that people still aren't playing very much.
Yeah, we saw one of them yesterday, right? We were talking about Bertosaurus's board. He was lost streaking. He didn't have the optimal items to play around the Volibear or Nivea legend board, and so he went for a 6 Dragonmancer Ao Shin line instead and did really well, piloted to a 2nd place. So a couple of options there for Stellar Minhee. It'll be very fun to kind of check in on his game as he goes. We joined Pokygom, our only 100 HP win streaker. We saw his board on 2-1, and we knew that it had the bones of a very strong stage 2, and this is Pocky doing what Pocky does. He's really good at playing creatively and getting win streak going up against DQA's board. There's some damage left for DQA here. This Skarner 2 could do a little bit of work. The Heimer 2, not as scary without the Mage trait. Just not going to be very effective as a unit on DQA's board. So it looks like Pokygom is going to be able to take care of business here and maintain his 100 HP streak.
Man, is it me, or when Set doesn't have a Ginsu's Rage Blade, it makes it visually feel like he's hitting harder because it's so slow.
Yeah.
He's doing this very slow motion uppercut into the stomach of Skarner. It's like, great board here in start for Pokygom, as he has a 2-star Leona and Tarek. Just a really strong front line. And again, good board building 101. Understanding what is the unit that's the most powerful, which is set 2. How do you anchor it, give him the items, and surround him with guardians that will give him that extra shield whenever they drop past that HP threshold. Only person streaking. The only thing is, I don't know what direction he's going to go in. I think Pokygom could play literally anything in the game. What comp doesn't want anti-heal? What comp doesn't want shred and a little bit of extra boost through Hand of Justice? I think Pokygom's probably not even sure where he's going to land this game.
Yeah, he's not sure, and that's part of what makes Pocky fun, right, is that he's one of the players that is going to be the least linear in his paths to getting wherever he wants to go. Speaking of linear paths, we know exactly where Kurum X is going. We did not see how long he has had this Olaf, but he was sacrificing it onto the Krugs, which means he intends to play around it for the entire game. He's got the early 4 scale scoring in. Would love to know how much AD he has on that Olaf, but it's a solid position for Kurum to play around the scale scoring board, which has come back into the meta. We didn't see it a ton yesterday, but we did see a meaningful amount of success in a lot of different games when it was played.
Yeah, it's fascinating, and he does have this Randuin's Omen as well to give that the extra magic and armor resistance. It's good for a comp that wants to engage quickly because you have so much resistances, and you should be able to withstand a lot of damage early on. Funny enough, this Olaf might be one of the last units to die. But yeah, I think Kurum is in a pretty decent spot. I do worry about what his next few augments are, because I do feel like Olaf and Scale Scorns do require some augments. I don't think that you can just play it generically in any kind of augment lobby setup. And then on top of that, you need some good matchups. If there's a lot of Jade in the lobby, you're going to be hurting.
Yeah, that's for sure the case. We take a look at these augments. None of them are particularly good here. CB1 feels pretty weak to me overall as an augment. Exiles 1 is fantastic, but it synergizes horribly with his Randuins. Weak Spot is also fantastic, but he has a Sunfire Send already. I probably would pick Weak Spot instead of re-rolling a Silver Augment, just because I'm always worried about getting augment screwed in my final augment of the game. But I could see a re-roll here being viable because none of these are optimal for his board spot.
Yeah, I like the weak spot a lot, and I actually think it's quite strong. Yes, you do lose a little bit of that value because of that Sunfire cape, but if you actually kind of think about the way his dynamic's going to work out, he's actually going to be burning the back line more than the front line, and the weak spot will be engaging quickly in the front line. So it actually might work out okay, and I think that this is something that people have to understand. You can't always in TFT get max value, right? And this applies to Sunfire Cape, this applies to things like Locket or even Zeke's when you're playing like best friends. Just give it up a little bit sometimes and try to make sure that you're picking strong options throughout the game. I think Kerm has made an excellent choice here.
Yeah, I definitely agree with this choice overall. Going up against another board that looks like they rolled a little bit.
Wow.
So we saw Kurum roll, and we saw this board, Soju's board, is got the Silas too. Maybe he didn't roll, maybe he just hit all the different things. He's got Tristana 2, he's got a Silas 2 as well. It's a very expensive board for Soju and another tough loss for Kurum.
It's tough, but his big roll, when Kerm's not rolling at 6, that means he's going to roll at 7. Scale Scorn has a couple of intervals. 6 is mainly for the Braum and Lilia. 7 is more for Olaf and Diana, which he's clearly angling for, on top of the Siphon that he might inevitably pick up. We'll see. Amda is the player that we're looking at right now, has a 2-star Karma trying to carry and a reasonable board, but it's kind of surprising to see how little HP he has. I know he still has a lot of gold, implying he hasn't rolled very much, but I still feel like his board should be killing off more units. It could be the fact that he just hit it. So Let's see how he goes against Kerm's board. Kerm is not really the DPS to get through the front line very quickly. In fact, his Yone 2 is doing a great job just sustaining, even with minimal amount of synergies. And so this is a really good turnaround for Amda. He's won 2 in a row, took a massive beating in Stage 2 through lose streak. And if he can streak and then continue to streak all the way through the end of Stage 3 after Carousel by leveling, he'll be in a pretty good spot going into Stage 4.
Yeah, it is a pretty good spot. You know, a relatively close fight win and a great time to play Kerm's board. You can see at the top of your screen all of those pairs for Kerm. He has a pair of basically his entire board at this point, so it's a tough spot for Kerm. And if Amda can get a couple more wins and a Deja on his 4-1 roll down, then he is bing chilling. Great spot for Amda overall. Taking a look at the augments here, silver all the way around. Anything jump behind you? Pocky took featherweights.
Yeah.
What is happening there?
Interesting. Very interesting choice from Pockygom to choose featherweights. It's a silver augment. Maybe he's just trying to make set really strong. I do know some people who take featherweights so that they can effectively not roll until level 8 or even level 9. And then just ditch the featherweights later stage in the game and maybe have it only on 1 unit. The other person of interest is Stellar Minhee, who took Axiom Arc 1. And just for reference about Axiom Arc 1, it is one of the worst performing silver augments you could possibly take. And yet, Stellar Minhee says it complements my Dragonmancer board because if I'm going to be playing Dragonmancer is, by definition, a hyper carry composition, which means 1 unit will be getting those kills, getting those resets, getting that mana. Or at least that's the hope. We'll check back in again with Stellar Minhee, but what an exciting development over there.
Yeah, normally silver augments are not particularly exciting. We did see a really fun recombobulator spot into a Talon 3 yesterday, and I would love checking on both Pocky and Stellar Minhee's boards because those are not picks that you see every day, and it'd be cool to see if they're able to make them work. Speaking of making it work, Amde levels to 7 here, trying desperately to protect this 3 streak, and gets that 4 Mirage trait online, which means that if he gets another win, it's extra Warlord stacks for those units. Pretty close, but he's able to get a fight win here against Soju.
Huge.
Likely a level diff, so very clean from Amda.
Huge for Amda. Amda needs to win one more, and his game will basically be flawless at this point, which is huge. A very stage 2 and stage 3 lays the foundation of what placements you can even compete for in the later stages of the game. Checking in with DQA, a play that we've highlighted before, does have good pieces in place. Looks like he's angling for this 3 trainer whispers mage setup. Just needs to win out, but 2 other streakers, Amda and Pakigam, in his pool. Who's he going to go up against? It's Amda. So the winner gets to keep their streak for stage 3. A Leona top right to try to bait a little bit of aggression in the front end of things. Can this Karma get enough damage done? But those are some really powerful D-skills items onto the Siphon to amplify the damage. I just don't think Amda has enough to take things down quickly. Ascension kicks in. As you can see, the Karma's Flare not able to get it done. And DQA will be the one holding on to the streak. The last thing I want to say is Pakigam also still perfect thus far. But the way Pocky's fights are going, I'm noticing that his fights are ending quickly, Bryce. That means his board is commandingly strong. He's winning fights before people even can get things like Ascension online.
Yeah, and I highly doubt that he's playing around 1 cost or 2 cost reroll with that featherweight, so he's purely using it for tempo, really just kind of flexing his TFT muscles. He is such a strong player. It's an augment that not a lot of people are interested in picking when they're not playing reroll, and Pocky understands, hey, it's silver, so I can afford to sack it later. It's not like being down a silver augment at the end of the game is a disaster, because the overall power level is pretty low. And he's got the streak, so he's already paid for itself and then some with the damage he's done to the lobby and the extra economy he's been able to get. Stellar's board, meanwhile, getting ready for a big transition, does have the Ornn, so has the ability to play the Legend board. Ornn is the unit that really unlocks it, the 4 cost, harder to find. There's the Anivia as well, so he's got all of the Legend units. Actually, no Volibear yet, I speak too soon, so he's going to roll an Aushin, so he can theoretically play the board that Burt played yesterday if he wanted to. A Bard as well. Kind of crazy, some of these legendaries he's hitting. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. I think, given the circumstances, we don't even have Volibear. If you're talking about what's better, 1-star Aushin with Dragonmancer versus 1-star Anivia, I think the answer is clear.
Swain.
Looking for 6 Dragonmancer, finds it! Gets it in at the last second, just in time. Can play Jewel Gauntlet. Takes this Morello. Probably Ash is the best applier of Morello in the back. Because of her volley spreading very wide radius.
Get it in. Wow. Just leaving the Morello on the bench for this turn. Clearly a little bit of dizziness and focused purely on getting the board in. This Aushin is going to cast, but not enough frontline to hold up here. And that's a big loss for Stellar Min. We saw Burt stabilize this board yesterday, but he stabilized it on level 8, not level 7. He had a lot of gold to work with in doing that, so I am certainly fearful of Stellar Min's ability to get this done. Wow, instantly rerolls.
Instantly reroll. We already have Jewel Gauntlet, so Jewel Lotus is a lot weaker. Second Wind is what's really interesting to me, as well as Big Friend. Oh, we're going back towards the Legend line. Okay, so this was not what I was necessarily expecting, and it makes sense of why he didn't commit to his items. But if he knew that he was going to be going for this, then I would probably have slammed the Morello on the Aushin just to have that temporary HP plus extra ability power. Hits a 2-star Ornn.
Oh,
and now we're in business. I think this board now has some serious chops.
Yeah, these shops are crazy, by the way. It feels like he's getting a legendary like every single time. He desperately needs to find this Anivia 2. Big spike there at the end, hitting that Anivia 2, this frontline Anivia. If you have not seen it before with the legend, look out. We are in for a fun ride. Watch this Anivia DPS. He gets completely surrounded on the board. This unit casts once, it does big damage, casts a second time, and basically kills the entire enemy board. And this is just such a fun composition. You have a range unit in the front line, taking advantage of the high base damage along with the Jeweled Gauntlet because there's so much ability power from the 6 Dragonmancer.
Yeah, the only issue is that a lot of times you want healing because you deal so much damage, and the Anivia drops, your entire team loses, so you have to try to protect her. You often see that being the case. And Stellar Minhee is doing okay for now, but we'll check back in with them later. So we also want to take a look around what's happening in this lobby. Milk has Deja 2, and he's fairly wealthy. This is a really powerful spot. The only thing is his augment setup isn't particularly super strong. Stand United to get a lot of value, so Hallucinate's pretty much his main combat augment. And it only lasts for 5 seconds, which means that you're going to be good against front-loaded damage boards, like those that had Devastating Charge, for example. We'll see how good his position can be as he goes up against a very tanky Silas 2 with Eternal Winter. This is the natural counter to Deja. If they don't have Quicksilver, look! Can't even get ready to cast, and it's almost 15 seconds in the fight.
Yeah, so tough, and this matchup can be really rough because you just leave this Deja on an island in the backline, so it's always going to eat that backline CC, but the healing comes out. There's so much. Is it able to heal and sustain through? No, not quite enough. DQA taking a fight win. Milk's still in a pretty good spot, I would assume. If he can hit some upgrades, if he can hit a Yasuo, then he should be solid for top 4. I mean, just hitting the Deja 2 in the beginning half of stage 4 with that much money left over, pretty good spot overall. Taking a look at these augments, we see a devastating charge from Chalky. 2 hallucinates, actually. Omde went that way as well. Soju grabbing the gadget expert. That's what's jumping out at me. It feels like we're going to have a lot of Deja contest here. I'll be curious to see if Chalky was able to actually hit that Deja 1 to stabilize. Same thing with Omda.
Take a look at the separate board here of what Soju's being able to put together, and it looks like a Soju board. It's not entirely the conventional way you approach things. Bruiser Mage, as he does have that extra +1 from the hard. Finds Deja. How can he utilize this Bruiser and the Titanic strength if he's going to go into Deja? It feels like it's pretty much just Siphon or bust here. He doesn't have Tiny to Siphon. That's really big. Can get it in on time, and also just, take it slowly. You don't have to full pivot into like the 6 Bruiser and keep rolling. Like, he obviously, if he had more time, be able to get it down. I like this controlled, laddered approach from Soju as he goes up against Pakam, who has a 2-star talent with Frozen Heart and Obsidian Cleaver. Shatter Assault should be applying all of that magic shred, and I don't know if Soju's Siphon can match up against a Siphon 2 here from Pocky. Pocky dealing some big damage, and as we were predicting, has that featherweight pretty much sagged just to get him to this stage. Let's take a look at Milk, who did manage to get that win. RFC, the last 3rd item of choice to give him some initial front-loaded damage to complement the Warlord stats.
Yeah, Soju definitely not out of the woods. That first Siphon pickup is massive. He's going to get to position his board properly now. He also got another upgrade onto his Nomsy, so his board state feels pretty good overall. He would love to have that Siphon 2 that Pocky has, and if so, then his board would probably be more than sufficient to be stable to stage, but not a lot of HP to work with, only 31. We're starting to see some clear separation at the bottom. We've got Omda and Stellar way down at the bottom. We've got Chalky and Soju at right around 30, and then everyone else is 45 or above.
Up against DQA, who still is streaking, doing a fantastic job, and is so scary because his Nomsy is about to hit level 4 after the fight. So you would think that this is a good time to play DQA, but it really still is not, because he just has so much CC and sustain with that Zoe in the back. And no combat augments, no problem. DQA wins so convincingly, dealing critical damage to Soju, who's racing Stellar Minhee for 8th place. And that is just such bad news because so many players in this lobby want Siphon currently.
Yeah, we've got 3 Deja players and 3 Siphon players in this lobby, so if you're off of one of those lines and you're able to hit, it should be in very solid position. We know Kurum is off of that line because he's got the scale scorns rolling, but that's the only player. Oh, and we've also obviously got the Dragon Mitzer player, but that has not been going very well. So, yeah, the meta of this lobby at least feels very well established, and we've got the haves and the have-nots. You've got, Milk and Pocky that have already upgraded their Dragon, are playing around, and then it feels like everyone else is kind of in search of those upgrades.
Soju trying to figure out how he can utilize this combination of items. I wonder if GiantSlayer is going to go on Corky and instead put a defensive item onto this Siphon, because he's playing now Cannoneer with a Bruiser frontline. And while the stats on SA it's pretty good, he has a bunch of 1-star units. Okay, Lulu 2 certainly helps, but have to get rid of his Sona in order to do it.
He doesn't have mages in either, right? He wants this Corky wants to become a Zoe so badly.
Mm-hmm.
Just
That's
a tough,
entirely it, isn't it?
yeah, it's a tough spot for Soju. I promise he does not want to be playing around this Corki. I know we saw the stats at the top of the show about how well Corki was performing overall, but that's different conditions, right? I assure you. Dan was talking about the importance of playing it from ahead. Soju's behind. I promise you those Corkis had a lot better itemization than Soju's been able to put together, and he's just missing the key units here. He hasn't gotten the mages to tie together his front line, so his Silas is instantly dying. His Corki doesn't really do anything. Corki won with just that Shiv, and he has the Siphon one as well. And really bad news for Soju is that he goes up against Stellar, who he wanted someone else to kill, but Soju is too weak to get the job done himself. So he takes that L and might be going for 8th place here. And we see a really close fight between Omda and DQA. Where is this win slash going to go? Okay, there we go. Is this Sona game able to cast? Not in time. The full crit damage build from Omda, so powerful when you're on the Warlord because you get so much base AP and the critical strike can amplify off of that.
Current max is hit Diana 3. The lobby is starting to heat up. As you see Stellar Minhee on your screen just now, level to 8. To play a Soraka with a Tactician's Crown. So this is effectively a level 9 board. And Stellar Minhee has reasonable amount of power. The orange at 2-star. And the Nivea's at 2-star, but I can't help but notice that a lot of the other Dragonmancers are 1-star, and that just adds up over time. Each star level of your collected Dragonmancers makes that Nivea that much stronger. Chalky with the Devastating Charge is going to be able to take out most of the supporting cast, and it really just comes down to whether or not this Nivea can get it done. And this Yasuo with the Cavalier Emblems is doing a lot of work, and it can get down to an execute. This would be game over for Stellar Minhee then.
Oh!
Yasuo ends up dying. And I think that might do it. I don't think Volibear 1 can get it done despite the low HP on both sides, unless...
Is this cast? Oh! So close, but Soju has Stellar. Soju goes out in 8th place, Stellar out in 7th. Such a crazy close fight, and Chalky is duct taping this game together with the Devastating Charge, being able to hit that Yasuo so big, but no Dejas for Chalky. I promise that was part of his game plan.
At least ideally so. The way his itemizations has panned out has actually been quite good, even for Lilia, which is part of the reason why she's such a good setup into it. She's a Cavalier that can bridge into the Nunu and the Cavalier starts, but also can hold exactly this, the Deja type item. Going up against Omda, eats a Shroud down the middle, but not onto his most important units. He's going to try and see if he can get past his front line. Does have a couple units working onto the Deja in the back line. The Wind Blast is aiming away from them, but not eliminating them fast enough. Lilia trying to see if he can continue to crack through, and now here comes a Devastating Charge and a big convincing victory. Omda dies out of nowhere, and just like that, the cavalry has arrived. And that is the power of Devastating Charge. Sometimes you win the fight in a blink of an eye. Is Kurum going to be okay as well? Looks like at worst he's going to still stay alive just barely, even if he loses, as he does end up getting the dub. So we have our top 5 secured. Omda not able to repeat the magic of momentum that was happening yesterday.
Yeah, that's okay, though. Actually, in some ways, you could say he is replicating it because he struggled in games 1 and 2 yesterday and then popped off games 3 through 6. So totally fine here. Nothing to panic about for any of the players who have already been eliminated. Taking a look at our lobby complexion, we know Kurum is on the scale scoring board. It feels like it's not the strongest iteration. You were talking about the importance of augments, and none of these augments are screaming scale scores to me, so it's just not a great spot for Kurum. Trying to keep it together. Chalky, if he can find his way into a top 4 from here, would be very impressive. Meanwhile, we saw Milk now streaking with that Deja board. DQA likely gotten to level 9 and trying to cap out around that heavy 3 trainer board that he's been investing in so much from the beginning. Kurum 1, Olaf. Mortdog, not like this.
I mean, I don't know if Kurum's board is even weak, though, without this Olaf 3. It still has a Diana 3, and he has a Randuin. It's going up against the Ghost of what looks like to be Milk's board, because he moved that RFC onto the Leona.
Leona 1. Whoa.
Just temporary placeholder. I'd be hard-pressed to imagine that's where it stays long-term.
Yeah, that wants to be Yasuo, I would assume. But, you know, Leona getting the job done with that Hallucinate, is able to sit there and auto-attack with that RFC for a while. The Deja in the backline is DPSing away, but here comes the Olaf. The Wind Blast comes out, but it's not enough damage. Kurum is able to get a fight win here. Fortunate getting to play the Ghost, because that fight was pretty close. I'm not sure he beats Milk's actual board. Can he find this Olaf 3? It would be such a big deal.
did, and that is the brutal nature of being contested. Even if Chalky isn't trying to take all the Olafs for Olaf 3, the fact that he has any Olafs makes it that much more difficult to maintain. I do like this off-center A1 positioning from Braum just to kind of pull units away and set up for his positioning as a possible move. Kurum does switch sides at the last second, going against Chalky, who has essentially all but backline. It's a devastating charge. The fight of Scale Scorns. Whose Scale Scorn will reign supreme? The X Factor being the Yasuo, trying to go for a big cast. Diana able to at least stand with the shield. The Olaf now directly onto that Yasuo. I don't know if Chalky has enough DPS, but he's able to get it done. It was so close. Came down to the final bit of autos, and the resets for Chalky was just too good. He's on a streak. Kurum is now at just 5 HP and likely to bot 4 unless he can leapfrog Pocky.
Yeah, if he can somehow hit this Olaf 3, it would be such a big deal, because that fight was definitely an Olaf 3 diff. Chalky's devastating charge board just puts together enough damage across all of the different units. That's the fun thing about these devastating charge boards, is like he's still carrying a Lilia 2 with 3 items, but it's actually putting in a meaningful amount of work because of the devastating charge augment. So Chalky is the only player actually win streaking on that board. Very, very well played game from him. Kurum is just trying to find any way he can into the top 4, and I think absent the Olaf 3, I just cannot imagine him being able to do it.
I mean, we'll see. Maybe a duplicator just drops straight up. Silver orbs. That's still a chance that it happens in stage 5. Does not get it. 18 gold. A few rolls in a dream.
Oh,
wait, we switched away.
Oh no, that's okay. It's a level 9 transition for DQA. We talked about that he was going to be the person in a position to get to level 9 and cap out his board. We're transitioning to an Aoshin trainer board, sticking with the 3 trainer. Okay, he's going to drop it down. He's got that Nomzi in the back, doesn't want to invest the extra unit at level 9. This is a very, very strong iteration of an Aoshin board if he's able to stall long enough for this Aoshin, which he ought to be able to do because he has this Nomzi 4-star in addition to these heavily itemized bruisers going up against Kurum's Ghost. The Aoshin is not where he wants to be.
No, so maybe the hope that the Ghost board is weaker in some capacity.
Oh, the Sona!
Oh, and the Zoe end up casting Kale's invulnerability, so looks like everything is A-okay. And even if Aoshin died, I think that some of the parts are still really strong, right? The Silas was still far from dying, and it's still Nomzi at 4-star. Kurum X bites the dust, unable to get that Olaf 3, but hey, a 5th place, considering the circumstances where he was contested and could have easily gone off the rails. I think that's okay for Kurum. If he goes 5th, 4th all day and then has one really solid placement, that should get him into enough for day 3.
Yeah, he is totally fine. Chalky still win streaking, surprisingly. I'd be curious to see how he fares against DQA's board, because it feels like DQA has become the strongest in the lobby. Milk, if he's able to hit some Yasuos, could get to that peak power potential. Also, somewhere Asa is screaming, get this Nomzi in the front line, DQA. Nomzi 4 has a crazy amount of tank stats, so it is really wild that he's keeping it so far in the back line. And wow, Chalky finds a Yasuo 2. His board got a lot scarier since the last time we were there.
Absolutely. And again, the Cavalier Emblem allows him for a ton of resets. And the Aoshin Lightning Ring is coming in. But it's just barely tickling the Yasuo. And now here comes Sweeping Blades. Tries if he can end the fight. Zoe trying to keep it in. And Yasuo's not even targeting the right thing with the Sweeping Blades.
The next cast. The rain. He's got it.
All right. Well, Chalky's streak has been snapped. Pocky does take a loss to Milk. Milk board looks fearsome indeed, and one glimpse of Pocky shows you what he eventually landed upon, and also explains why he has such a good matchup versus players like Kurum. That Jade is really powerful to withstand it. Xiaoyu is very good into melee compositions in general because of the damage reduction and the true damage right back. Not to mention the Mystics reducing that scale scoring percentage damage. Let's see if that's enough against Chalky's board with Devastating Charge. Hopes that enough tankiness is onto this Nico. Chalky does have that Yasuo too, and that board looks very fearsome. All hands on deck. Can Xiaoyu and Nico get it done? A big blossom from Nico to try and stun the units for just half a second. But I worry about the DPS remaining here for Pakigama as well. Xiaoyu's Jade form going toe-to-toe with Yasuo versus the Sweeping Blades. It seems like more skill scoring units are living, and I don't think Pocky has enough oomph, especially after this last cast. An admirable job to get to this top 4. Pokygon will take it. And Chalky with the top 3 with his pivot into this devastating charge off the Deja and just playing a standard 4-scale scoring with no 3 stars.
Yeah, definitely not his original game plan, but been very impressive from Chalky. Yes, he hits the Yasuo 2 at level 8, which is what's putting him in contention to potentially win this lobby, but he put himself into top 4 from just playing great team fight tactics. So really nice game from him so far. Will he be able to potentially position differently and deal with DQA's board? DQA hits the Aoshin 2. That is very scary. We're seeing Milk's board for the first time in a little while. Still no Yasuo. He has a Leona 1 with an RFC and a Runin's Hurricane. Definitely not what he is hoping for. He has to give up. He can't find his Yasuos. Here's Milk at level 9. No Yasuos. There's Chalky at level 8. 3 Yasuos. Sometimes Mortdog is just cruel.
Yeah, Mortdog giveth and taketh away. I like his positioning. Third away from... Oh, but the Zephyr Cheese from DQA to land it onto the Deja, not to mention the Shroud. And the CC Chain, plus the Orange Stampede. Can this Deja play the game just naturally accrued mana simply because of how many hits she was taking? But here comes another double crescendo. And Deja, you tried, but you are not allowed to play, says DQA. Now we have the 1v1. Chalky has snuck up into the top 2. Arguably the best played game from his spot relative to the kind of position that he was in. I don't think most people would look at this board and say this is a board that can beat the Aoshin. But we've been seeing Chalky surprises time after time. I wonder if he's got anything up his sleeve here.
Yeah, I wonder if he's got anything up his sleeve as well. It's really hard because of the Cavalier emblem on the Yasuo. It's going to dash towards nearest unit, which will always be some of these frontline units. So DQA keeping his entire backline away and saying, hey, Yasuo, have fun dealing with this frozen, the Eternal Winter in the front line and the Namzi, and I'll just keep the rest of my units away. Plus the double Zeeks on the Thieves' Gloves roll for this Aoshin. It is auto-attacking so much faster than normal. It is going to get its cast off much faster in this fight. And here comes the rain. So much damage pouring out from DQA. The Yasuo is dead. Chalky is dead as well. Beautifully played game from DQA to take game number 1 of day 2.
That was insane to see. DQA coming in hot, picking up a first to kick off day number 2. And one of the big things that I noticed from this game was first augment choice. We had 3 Portable Forge selections. And it felt like that one specifically for DQA was super integral. And Dan, I wanted to pick your brain a little bit about Eternal Winter, because it felt like getting this, there were so many fights where the damage dealers of the other teams could not get through DQA, and it helped accent that win streak for so long. So can you talk to me a little bit about Eternal Winter and what spots it's really strong and where you kind of rank it within the Portable Forge picks?
Yeah, so to answer your first question, where is Eternal Winter strong? Any composition that auto attacks, Eternal Winter is good against. So turns out it's good against everything in the game. When it's not good is Quicksilver, and nobody's really playing Quicksilver because there isn't a lot of CC in the game inherently. Quicksilver used to be a really common build when Xayah was meta, because Xayah, with her guild and her Tempest surrounding, was trying to stun everything to the game with Ornn and Hecarim and the Tempest Lightning Strike. So a lot of people were building Quicksilver in that meta, but now with mages kind of fluctuating, some people, even when they play mage, they're not really committing hard to the mages. There's just not a lot of Quicksilver left in the meta. So when you do play these compositions that are going to be attacking a solo frontliner like Sylas, I highly recommend exploring the concept of playing Quicksilver, because if you do get stunned, you saw what happened.
Yeah.
Milk's Deja, multiple fights that game, didn't even get a chance to play because you just kept getting stunned or frozen or CC.
Yeah, it seemed like such a powerful item pickup, and I think it really made a huge difference for DQA just being able to econ up and win that game with that Aoshin. So, DQA gets the first on this one. Let's check out the scores, see what happened in the other lobby as well, see where everybody is kind of after game 1. It looks like Robin, Solus, and Emily kind of topping that side, where Casper, Wu, and Darth Nub kind of falling towards the bottom of lobby B. I'm curious what compositions were being played by Robin, at least in that game as well. So I'd love to check out the lobby winners graphic here, see what comp that Robin was on. And it looks like Namzi mages this time around, Bryce. A lot of mages winning in game number 1.
Yeah, a lot of mages winning in game number 1. I'd be curious when Robin got his Nomsy online. It feels like such an important win condition for these lines, whether you wind up playing around the mages or the Corki line. Getting that Nomsy 3 all the way ramped up with the 4-star version is just so much. It's like playing an extra dragon on your board, basically. There's just so much stats, and it also pumps out a bunch of complementary damage, say nothing of the anti-heal. So yeah, if you get early trainer, play around it, and these guys seem to be doing it to perfection.
Yeah, it seemed really solid. I mean, we obviously saw a lot of Nomsy in the game we just watched as well, so it's kind of been everywhere. It's been everywhere throughout the entire tournament, and it's been getting some really good placements. I'm going to take some time here to shout out our partners over at Ball Street. You can go ahead and play Fantasy TFT. They have a great how to play section on the app with an in-depth strategy guide that our friend Gangly went and recorded for them. So go ahead and check that out on the app. Check them out over on fantasytft.com. I'm going to bring Bryce and Frodan back later on for some more games, but we're going to take a quick break right now. Game 2 coming up soon. Don't go anywhere. Dragonlands mid-set finale returns right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Dragonlands mid-set finale, day 2. I'm your host, Casanova, and I'm joined now by Admirable and mean Mr. Kien. Admirable, how are you feeling today? Day number 2, top 16.
Goodness, I just always love seeing the competition point at this one. Pretty harsh cutoffs as well, as we're cutting half the field from day number 1 here into day number 2, and so the top 8 here really mattering. And looking at these bonus points and how they're going to add up to this one, this is a fairly new addition to set number 7 on the tournament scene here. Just excited to see how these strategies are panning out today.
Yeah, and Kien, how are you liking those bonus points as a new addition to the format as well? Has it been something you've been really enjoying seeing, rewarding these players?
I love the bonus point addition. I think because it not entirely, but it like a little bit extends the big sample size of games. Because a lot of times people will be like, "Oh, 6 games, it's hard to glean too much from that." But the bonus points kind of helps add a little bit of padding to make the games from before a little more impactful. I actually got 3 points on the first day of the Jade Cup qualifier, and then didn't qualify anyway. So, getting the 3 does not matter sometimes. So, but obviously it's nice to have, and you're seeing players like Chalky, get a strong game, also coming out with 3 points there. It's going to be a great spot for him to be. Everybody else is going to play a little bit of catch up. And I think it also makes it so people are a little more aggressive and less likely to be like, okay, I'm just going to go for top 4s. I'm just going to go for top 4s because, these guys have these extra points. And then there's also the incentive of getting the points for the next day.
Yeah, of course. I mean, speaking of Chalky, he had such a strong performance on day 1, 39 points. It feels nice to be able to take 3 of them from that day and kind of continue on when you have such a dominant performance. But were there any other players in our upcoming lobby, since we're going over to lobby B for this one, Admirable, that really stood out to you on day 1 that you wanted to highlight before we jump in?
A big one was Solus, kind of coming out from nowhere. A lot of players are taking him as like their last pick in the fantasy draft aspect. He's always been in this set for seemingly some reason. He's been sitting pretty low on the power ranking list as well. Like I know he's been playing a lot of Lost Ark, but he still plays a lot of TFT as well. Like, guy's still a monster when it comes to the game. And then Emily Wang standing out, I think, with some of the most consistent performances in this set, actually, like having very strong performances on ladder, and then showing that over into the tournament aspect as well. She finished very high in the standings yesterday, and she finished 3rd in the first lobby today. And we're gonna be watching her in this lobby alongside with Solus. Robin taking first place here as well. It feels like our lobby B here is very much like the old guard crew kind of shining through here, as well as players kind of stepping up to now be in that old guard style crew.
Yeah, I feel like Emily has had actually kind of limited screen time on the main broadcast. Just kind of her lobbies have ended up dodged a little bit, but she's just been playing fantastic. Like, she's just been in the top half of everybody. She did get some bonus points coming in, so that's going to be awesome to see. We finally get her on the broadcast here, and we get to see kind of some of what she's been doing. But Kien, for you as well, kind of looking at this upcoming lobby, are there any players for you that you were kind of impressed with their gameplay going into today?
I just want to continue echoing the Emily sentiment. I was actually talking to Admirable about this before the broadcast, and I think that she might be, honestly, I don't know if this is a hot take, but the most underrated player in this tournament, if not in the entire NA scene. I think one of the problems is because she streams so much and she's friends with a lot of the top players, a lot of them kind of meme her and be like, oh no, I got wanged, or I can't believe that. And I think that perception has kind of crept into fans who are just not as good as she is, and I hope we'll see that today.
Yeah, the memes kind of undermine the understanding of how she actually is such a phenomenal player. It happens to a lot of people, and Emily is here to prove that it's just memes, and she is here to absolutely slay. So we're going to jump into game number 2. Admirable, Kien, go ahead and take it away.
Game 2, day 2 of the Dragonlands mid-set finale. There's one more day left to come in this one. We're kicking things off on Robin's board, who did pick up a win in the first lobby, and I will have to say that the memes oftentimes override the reality. It certainly feels like, as it really affects my gameplay a lot here, Kien. I just feel like every single time I'm offered that meme opportunity, I'm like, well, I could take the busted augment, but I could also take this ridiculous one too.
I think Sox was, I don't know if Sox is the one that said this, or coined this rather, but I did hear him say it once, and he said that when Soju is good, NA is good, and when Soju is bad, NA is bad. And it's because so many of us watch his stream and kind of follow what he does, that sometimes when he does these meme plays and goes for some of these first or eighth plays, I know it happens to me, so it probably happens to a lot of people as well. You're sitting there, you're thinking of augment, and then you hear Soju's voice in your head saying something that is maybe a little dumb, and then you end up doing it, and then you go eighth. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I definitely feel it's an eighth quite a bit. It seems like trainer kicked off for Robin here as well. It feels like this is honestly like the opening for when the trainer has been just absolutely highlighted as one of these super powerful aspects, is when you're able to connect it, I'd say quite literally on the 1-4 spot.
Yeah, getting it early, and then also he's staring at a Sedge 2 to have some frontline at the beginning of the game as well. Is a pretty good spot to be. We did see Robin navigate this comp at least once yesterday.
Pretty awkward on the item count. Tough, I'd say, to like really construct something here that is ideal. So the augment here, I think, a big deal. We're kicking things off silver, so silver stuff, I definitely feel like that this has been rolled a little bit aggressively on the stage 1 here, but Robin having some pretty strong options. I feel like that the rolling on the augments early on is something that is so identifiable to the way that a player plays the game. Like, are they aggressive? Are they flexible? Do they try to force things through? That always ends up feeling like how they end up rolling the augment, not necessarily whether it's gold, silver, or prismatic.
Yeah, I think that you never roll a silver. I feel like there are, and I say never in the sense that I've done it. Like, I think it's like a 5% type thing, right? Where it does every now and then you get a silver augments that are literally unplayable for your spot and you have to re-roll it. But in general, if you have something that looks playable, like Thieves Glove is always going to be, or sorry, Band of Thieves is always going to be playable. You just take it here. Because it goes in line with what you were saying about how the items weren't looking particularly slammable. Getting Thieves Glove lets you shore that up a little bit. You got a couple more items coming in, and seeing him slam the Locket here is always a strong pick for a comp that's going to rely on a lot of backline positioning like Namzi.
Oh yeah, the Cavaliers free frontline too. They get to charge forward holding that shield. Already splash the damage, and kind of easy to connect. Very much in the Robin style. Play for tempo, pick up a big win streak. Let that be your economy on this one. Forget this paying life total for gold aspect.
Yeah, and Lilia is just a great unit early. Lilia is one of those units I think is phenomenal at holding items. She's great at holding those AP items that lets you transition into the Dejas, that lets you transition into Aoshin or Aurelian Soul. And so I think in terms of AP scaling, this is one of the better ones. You can even go Nivea, and I'm a big fan of the Deer coming in early there, so his board's looking quite solid. Clear got the early Nunu, not a bad early unit either.
Yeah, we also got to see Clear shore up the day yesterday with a Varus roll, where you had mentioned at the start of the day it's like having press the attack or having double trouble. Like, that was a way to highlight Varus. Clear had both of those in the final game of yesterday with the press the attack and the double trouble with the Varus build.
Yeah, certainly not a bad place to be. I believe Clear's also the one that had the Recombobulator, where his Varus got bumped up to a Talon 3. Certainly one of the more fun things that can happen in TFTs when you get Recombobulator on 4-2. And I believe that's one of my favorite augments. Always mixed results, of course, but certainly a fun one to take.
We had a quote from Clear during the Jade Cup when we asked the players about their play style. And his quote was, if the Soju special is going 9 with 10 HP and then dying, then the Clear special is going 7 with 20 HP on 3-5 and then dying before the third augment. To give you sometimes a demonstration of his play style. It's very much like a forceful aspect, but he's going to be tending to force, I think, what he thinks is the most powerful build, or just the most powerful available at that time. Very much often will lean into the loose streaking strategy. But when he's offered strategies like this, I have noticed that he tends to play for tempo pretty well, and it's a lot of little changes that happen to his board seemingly throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious which item he got, whether he slammed the Shiv or if he slammed the Redemption, and which one came from the Augment. I think both are slammable, but I'm assuming he got Redemption off of the Augment, so that's certainly a good one to get. I don't know if you're just going to get a random item. Goes well with most boards.
I would assume it's the Sliv Sham as well, or the Shiv Slam as well. When you have that belt hanging out, it's like Sunfire's almost always going to be one of the items that's on your mind.
Yeah,
that first carousel
definitely feels bad to be killing a belt early for a Redemption, even though Redemption's a pretty good item,
It's a true story.
I do miss old Redemption. I remember the big circle that would come up. You pair Redemption with GA. It was maybe the most toxic interaction in the game, and then but it was one of my favorites. And of course, more has to take away everything that I love, and so
you're grounded. That's what created the mean Mr. Kien aspect.
Yeah, I used to be very kind to Mr. Kien.
This soap kind of beelining for the spatula here.
It's an interesting take, especially on a silver lobby. What is his augment here? Just Soap on the left has Electro Charge as his first augment. Could be indicating an early spat usually means you're looking for a Cavalier, perhaps a Mirage, or on rare situations you're looking to make a Dragonmancer spat and leaning towards the Anivia that we just saw. Stellarman, he tried to pilot last game and unfortunately couldn't quite get the board online.
I've seen Dish Soap go for quite a number of Legends builds lately. I feel like when I watch their stream, And kind of looking at Emily Wang's board here. With
This
the Shimmer Scale start.
this is an insane start. So you got a Shimmer Scale into a Draven's Axe with a Yone 2 at 100 health, and now she can also slam the Bloodthirster if she wants. She can also greed a little bit. You could slam Zeke's here as well and get some attack speed. I would have to imagine.
It's not even bad here in this spot. All your item slams
Yeah,
are good.
the Bloodthirster has to be the item. You get the 3 items on this Yone. I'm surprised to see that she had slammed the Shimmer Scale spat onto the Yone itself, though. Feels like you're losing a slot there.
Might have just been your first instinct on it. Give some extra health to this unit that's going to be dealing the damage. It has the Draven's Axe, so why not give it some extra health?
Yeah,
Extra health is extra attacks.
Extra 150s could be the difference, even in this fight here.
Wow. And honestly, that's pretty low down to the bottom.
That's a Shimmer Scale spat gap.
That's wait, Shimmer Scale, is it provide damage actually or health? That is a very good question. I think that Shimmer Scale emblem might provide damage.
Oh, it might be damage because it's sword with the spatula. A lot of these augments are 150 health, but you're right. It might actually just be 10 damage.
Yeah, it is actually 10 attack damage on the Shimmer Scale.
That is my bad. 10 extra damage. Perhaps was still the gap there, though. But in either case, Emily's spot is quite good here. 62 stacks already on the Draven's Axe. A couple upgraded units.
I like the Draven's Axe thing. I mean, this is just really the highlight of the board. And then in addition to that, it's like, oh, by the way, the board is really strong. Like this is like an actual first place setup here that Emily has in place.
Yeah, in terms of being able to get first, this is one of the premier openings for being able to reach that situation. One of the questions I do have, though, is Shimmer Scale is one of those comps that has a lot of expression in terms of how you can play it as you go on. There's a lot of questions. Do you go up to 7? If you go, that seems to be the preferred spot for most players. Sometimes you go 9, play the Crown, and sometimes you cut down to 5. It just kind of varies depending on which items are being dropped, which spots you want to be, and what kind of carries you have. So it'll be interesting to see how she decides to pilot the Shimmer Skill.
Robin got the win streak snapped as well as Clear picked up a 4 win streak. Yeah, that's a pretty huge difference from the top to the bottom here. This feels like one of those Canyon differential games where Darthnub and Dishsup sitting at 66 and 68 respectively. That's one of those you have to dedicate to the loss streak to make the economy stable, and then this is invariably going to speed up your inflection point, which tends to have a cascading effect on the rest of the lobby. If you end up hitting, it means that other players are going to have to hit. So this is a pretty volatile position I feel like this lobby's in.
This is one of the games where if I'm in Darthnub spots or Dish Soap spot and I look up at Emily's board and I see that she's streaking and she has Draven's Axe, this is where I start pulling like a YouTube video on the side, and I'm like, all right, this game's over. I'm just going to make sure I'm having fun. Let's keep my mental going, and I'll just watch like some K-pop videos on the right monitor as my left monitor's, we'll just ride out the game and see if we can get a 6.
Now let's say that you're in day 2 of the Dragonlands mid-set finale, and you're in game number 2 in Darthnub or Dish Sub spot where you had a bottom 4 from either of those players' perspectives. Are you still pulling up a K-pop video, or are you going to be sweating super hard?
Okay, if this was actually me, I would have already had the K-pop video up just as a mental thing,
Oh,
but in terms of in terms of what they should be doing here, I think it's a situation, you look at Emily's board and you say, okay, I have to trust that she's good enough to pilot this to a top 1, top 2, and so I need to adjust expectations at this point. And so any play that you're making where it's like, this is going to increase my top 1 rate but lower my top 4 rate, you don't make that play. It's very unlikely you're getting a first in this lobby, and so you should always be making plays that are increasing your top 4 rate from this spot. So stuff like rolling on 3-2 is always going to be something that increases your top 4 rate but lowers your top 1 rate. Rolling more on 4-1, same type of situation, and so I do expect to see players towards the bottom of the standings here kind of lean more towards those angles. Though if we get a big prismatic augment, for example, here, that might change some of that.
Well, here's the augment angle. It's gold.
And the gold probably is not enough. So I would definitely be looking for like what is going to get me a top 4, a top 6 even from this spot. Just because Emily is going to be so strong, she's going to be slamming the lobby, and so you really gotta like Solus spot, for example. Sitting at 88 health, not too bad. I think his board's strong. You could roll for the Anivia, but I think Anivia 1 with these items is going to be able to deal enough damage, especially with 4 Guardians in, for you to be able to stabilize a little bit, especially with the weak spot already, so don't even need the anti-healing necessarily right now.
Yeah. weak spot in Axiom Arc, no less. So this Anivia starts piecing together some picks from the Jade Gauntlet. I'm sorry, the Jeweled Gauntlet here. I don't know, I guess Jade Gauntlet's kind of an accurate description of this. I digress. If you start picking up some kills here with this, the Axiom Arc is really going to accelerate that damage process as well. So when you're defeating players, it's kind of a punish.
Axiom Arc's a really interesting take. So if you watch the intro video, something Sola said is that he is somebody, or even, I don't know if it was the intro, but I heard him say that he is a type of player who will pick augments based more on instinct than necessarily on numbers. You'll see a lot of players pull up websites where they'll what is the average placement of this one? Oh, it's a 4.1 or whatever. Solus has said that he kind of picks more based on instinct, things that he's comfortable with. Axiom Arc's one of those augments that has a fairly low average placement, and so this is highlighting exactly what Solus was talking about when he says, okay, I'm going to pick what I'm comfortable with necessarily. And this is a close fight here, and I mean, that might be an Axiom Arc gap right there.
That was really close. This is honestly a very clever positioning here, I think, from Dish Soap as well, to have this Cavalier on the front line under a Deja perspective. At this point, it's like a mana battery aspect, where it's just you want this to cast and wipe out as much of the board as you can. You're not necessarily expecting a win. You're expecting to take less damage from this. I think this is a really clever take on Dish Soap's side.
Yeah, this shop also apparently received this Deja from a Krugstrap, is what I'm told, which is a very fortunate spot to be. And so putting it in front with the Cav spat usually indicates that he is not intention. I don't think he intends on staying with this board. You see him holding on bench there a Volibear, a couple of Niveas. This could very well be a legend angle.
I definitely think it's a legend angle from this spot. Your items are not necessarily leaning that direction, I feel like, at the moment. But a lot of things can adapt to this one. You know, Legends doesn't have, I'd say, like a defined item build to it. It's more just like the effectiveness of the spots that are getting there. In this spot, the Deja, not quite enough. That's a big hit that Dish Soap's taking. So 3-5, I feel like, is the ship it here spot for Dish Soap.
Yeah, you know that when you're playing a tank Deja, that your spot is not ideal. So sitting at 44 health, you're going to see him level up and roll pretty quickly here, and it's kind of an Ornn raiding room. If you can hit the early Ornn, hit a Volley 2 and an Anivia 2, maybe he's able to stabilize. Either case, his item spot is quite awkward, though, so I'm taking the ride here, I think, with a couple swords on this bench, might lean towards an Anivia carry angle, but we'll see what he decides to go.
Certainly think it can add up. You know, Cavalier, Nivea with Legends and Hextech Gunblade can be a lot of damage overall. When I'm looking at the rest of the augments on the left side here, 2 players with Ascension as well. You know, if you're not killing lineups very quickly with your build, the Ascensions can really take over in these builds that are mostly based around attrition. I feel like you can really take over those spots and apply some pressure.
Yeah, Ascension is also one of those augments that if you see an Anivia playing in your lobby, Ascension can be quite good into that. Just because Anivia players, I think, will struggle with ending fights quickly. You're almost always guaranteed to hit that 15 second. Imagine a 15-minute fight. A 15-second threshold.
15 minutes into the game, your
for
damage is
Ascension.
50% more.
Yeah, I mean, it's like those old. If you remember the set 2 where it'd be Zed versus Zed fights, where they would just flood the board with Zed clones. Imagine that for 15 minutes.
Please bring it back.
Wow, I'm actually a little surprised he chose not to roll here. I guess he thought he was strong enough, and he seems to be right. Especially with now the Gunblade coming on this Deja, it's a very strong pseudo tank. So I talked a lot of crap about tank Deja, but here he is, proving me wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the Cavalier frontline caster thing, I feel like, was definitely introduced into this set, and I think it was quite a strong introduction. It really kind of opens your mind on, like, well, what's a unit supposed to do? What's it actually supposed to do? The answer is you're supposed to make the most of it. So, what the most of it is, that's a whole other story at that point. But this was, I think, a great recognition of Dish Soap's side. It might have had a lot to do with the opponents he was expecting to face. And just trying to keep some of that economy up as he's rolling, like slowly piece it together. You don't have to have a giant jump. You just have to jump enough. So that's really, I think, a hard thing to identify.
Does he actually... I don't think you ever make this Deja, right? So he's sitting here. The reason he's rolling here is because he just won that round. He would like to carry a 2-streak into neutrals. I think if he had lost that previous round, he probably would have just taken the lost streak and then send it on 4-1.
Lots of Cavs coming in.
It's a lot of Cavs. Get the 4 Mirage in. And if he can win here, he can still make 30, which...
That's a big one. Jade aspect got
quite a nice threshold to hit.
Dumped on this one, but I feel like a lot of this Jade aspect getting dumped is related specifically to the fact that it was Guardians, and you're just about to get away from that. It's not enough here, but again, I think not taking a big hit is one of the big objectives here. You're just trying to wean away as much of the damage as you can.
Yeah, that's just a tough matchup. If you're playing Electric Overload, you have frontline Deja, and they're just getting pounded on by Corki. Obviously, Electric Overload's not getting any value there. It's just a big comp with a lot of range. And Deja, obviously, unlike melee units, is not going to walk up. That's with Electric Overload, you're usually playing around Leona, usually playing around Yone, stuff that can just walk up and apply it. But Deja is obviously just going to be stuck there, even if it's on the front line. So if it's a unit comp that doesn't have a lot of melee, it's going to just counter that board. So you saw him get kind of slammed there.
Wow, Darthnub undergoing some major operations on this board right now where they have clearly shifted into the legend aspect. The items, I think, are pretty set up for it as well. You have a lot of gold for it, thanks to Draven's Axe that was cranking out some stuff. You have a few items set up in place for this. Don't necessarily get anything for that final piece onto this Volibear, though. So Darthnub, oh, he already has the QSS on the Skarner. I didn't even see that.
Yeah, so he's gonna be able to roll quite a bit here. His spot's certainly better, looking quite good, especially compared to Dish Soap, who was looking like he might also pivot into this angle. But I think it's going to be a lot more unappealing now that Darthnub has full committed to this, and he should have been able to scout that earlier and notice. So I would be curious to see what Dish Soap ended up going with. You saw the Navy 2 being made down there, so that might be a double Volibear contest in this lobby, which is very strange.
Ooh.
Like a single Volibear already feels bad sometimes, so let alone it being contested.
Archangel's put in on the Anivia here as well. Darthnub, I cannot believe how much this board changed in just a 2-round spot here. And this is just speaking, I think, of the strong experience that Darthnub has and the strong understanding that they have. Like, even if you don't win this round, I think this is just an impressive movement of this gold around.
Yeah, I'm not sure if it's enough here. It's going to be a pretty
Siphons.
tight fight.
Lulu has a big hit.
Another charge, another bite.
Now there's the shield.
That did no damage, so... Yeah, I mean, it's with the Bloodthirster, Celestial Blessing, there's no anti-healing left at that point. That Volibear is too big.
And then the 4-2 augment is now in place, and wow. Another gold augment, and I feel like this is about to be some big stuff.
Love Ascension if you're playing Volibear.
Yeah. Your whole goal is to have Volibear live the entire round, and that takes a long time for the damage to come through.
Maybe you're looking at Eye of the Storm. It's kind of a fun little combo. You stick it right in the middle.
Wow.
Wow, he did take Eye of the Storm.
Wow.
Yeah, so you stick the Volibear, and I don't know if this is the right play, to be honest with you, but sticking the bear right in the middle, yeah, I mean, it is guaranteed to go off. It's going to be an extra 135 AP onto this Volibear. I'll be excited to see how much these slaps do. This is a very strong Lightning Bear.
I'm curious how much of this also relates to the idea of just preserving gold so that you can find the rest of this. Like, if you go with Ascension here, you need to start 2-starring some stuff, and you need to pick this up. If you have the additional AP on the Volibear, perhaps you can kind of, via the Bryce explanation of game number 1, duct tape some stuff together here. Duct tape is still an effective tool if you can figure out how to use it.
I would love to see the damage difference here, because Ascension's going to apply the 50% extra damage after 15 seconds. The Tempest augment goes off after 10 seconds and gives you 130 AP. I don't quite know which one is more. I assume this is stronger, but that's just for one unit. So everything is all in on the Volibear now.
It makes a lot of sense to me. It's like all of your damage is coming from Volibear, and the tremendous amount of AP that you get from that the center of the Eye of the Storm there is like all of it is outscaling the Ascension from that one particular unit. It makes sense kind of if you think about it. It just isolates your position is all.
We're got an interesting word here. You'll see the frontline Heimer with the frontline Namzi. So a lot of people are playing backline Namzi these days, but I think people do forget that one of the perks about Namzi is beyond the new damage buff. She can also be a very strong tank. So if you feel like you're lacking in frontline, just put the Namzi in the front line and let it eat some damage. It's still going to get a cast off. Might get 2 off.
What about the Lulu in the front line as well? These are some actual trainers here. They're like follow this direction here. Lulu's going to be sheeping some of the front line here.
Yeah, Lulu frontline's always been a little bit of a thing. If you always need frontline, she's just been one of the units that's going to cast a few times and just stall for your backline. Unfortunately, Emily Wang has circumvented the frontline with the assassin. We saw the little bug pop up telling us that she got a tome that gave her an assassin spat. She's also sitting on Nico's help on the bench there with double siphon. She has a lot of options for what she can do from this spot. It's continuing that early game strength.
Emily Wang had a win streak through stage 3 as well, so all of the damage has been suffered here in stage 4. as she continues to build up gold on level 8. This is looking like a level 9 aspect from Emily's side. And again, kind of a pretty harsh cascade down all the way to Dished up at 22, Casper at 23, and Solus at 34. So I feel like this Treasure Dragon is going to be a major aspect of this because everyone's starting to piece together boards here. And a lot of players overlapping in direction, sharing direction as well. I think that they're sharing that aspect that you mentioned in Stage 3, which is, look, I am not going to win this lobby here. How do I make top 4? And that typically means fighting pretty aggressively, I'd say, in Stage 4 here.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see a lot of people roll. You see Casper actually pushed for 8 here. Was probably able to find an early Shioyu, early Nico. That you usually need 1 star of each to be able to push for 8. Hitting the Nivea is going to be big. A Nico hit is quite a big deal. Yep, you just have to sell and make.
It's just, you could lock. Just feels like...
I don't like this positioning on the Shioyu. I guess this spot ends up being quite good, or just okay, but I generally like it on the far left or the far right for the wrap. Putting it in the middle, you just kind of walk onto the front line tank. In this case, it was Itis. Worked out, though.
Well, these assassins getting punished by this backline. I feel
Just
like
a
that
hard-
maybe could have been a big aspect of it.
Yeah, Assassin's just a hard matchup for... Or Assassins have a very difficult matchup into Jade. There's just so much going against it. Anivia is extremely good into Sins. Nico, extremely good into Sins. Basically, any of these AoE clumps. And of course, Siphon, or Shioyu, one of the premier units against Assassins as well. It's just always a losing matchup. Definitely a rock, paper, scissors type situation there.
Dish Soap falling to 15. Darth Nub on a win streak. Only highlighted player from that one. And then again, this Casper Wu spot, this feels pretty straightforward from here. I've been a big fan of Jade, and when you can put together 9 Jade, it feels like that is massive. And this feels like a pretty solid 9 Jader here.
Yeah, that's the other thing. We talked about this a bit yesterday, where 9 Jade being the premier. Like, if you're going to play Shioyu, the difference between 9 Jade and 6 Jade, the numbers tell the whole story. 9 Jade Shioyu has a much higher average placement. The 9 is just a huge spike. You get the extra Jade statue in, it lets you split your board a little bit. Like what he does is pretty standard split, full left, full right. And you're seeing quite a few Siphon players here. Emily's still sitting on the Nico's help on the bench. I'm curious what she is going to use it on. I think a lot of people would have slammed it already on the Siphon, but she is kind of reading it out. Let's see where she decides to go with.
I am kind of curious about this one, because this is a Shimmer Scale being placed onto this Siphon as well, so this tells me this is a placeholder. But you have a lot of Assassin spatulas going on right now. Like this feels like it's not a bad commitment from this perspective either. There's a lot going on here. I feel dizzy, and I'm just looking at the board.
I'm also very dizzy looking at her board. I think she's looking for a Pike. I don't know if it was already in. Yeah, it looks like Pike is the missing puzzle piece here. I would assume Pike comes in over.
Ooh. Those are some pretty solid items.
Oh, wow. Wait. So she sold?
Sold a Siphon to free up items, which tells me that the Shimmer Scale was not supposed to be there.
But if that was the case, you could have just re-rolled.
There's a lot going on here. This is not an easy spot.
Maybe that was on for a while. Didn't she just slam it? I don't know. I would love to watch this game from start to finish to see what happened. I am a bit paralyzed, as you will, in terms of trying to figure out what happened to get to this spot. And looks like she's kind of rolling through a few things here as well. Definitely a Pike waiting room, though. Pike really finishes this board off nicely. Gives you the extra 6 Whisper. And she's in a spot where she's now rolling for a Siphon 2. She had a pair. But did she... Okay, so she re-rolled that. I believe she slammed...
A pretty solid spatula hit there.
Yeah, that's definitely a nice one. I believe she slammed the Shimmer Scale spat onto the Siphon last turn, so maybe there was a misclick or something. I'm not quite sure what happened there that forced her to remake. But that is undesirable. She's still sitting on Nico's help. She's still sitting at 47 health, and the board's certainly not bad. I would not be terribly worried about her having an awful finish to this game, but I'm definitely a little puzzled as to how it got to this point.
I feel like that the Shimmer Scale thing...
Oh my god, that
Oh my goodness.
just... Hello?
Whoa. This is like the Solus special here. You were talking about how he just tends to play a lot via instinct, and that's exactly what this Lee Sin is looking like right now. My gosh.
That's a
That thing
Lee
just
Sin
melted the
2.
board.
That's a straight out Taco Bell Wi-Fi's book there. A well-known Lee Sin player on the ladder. Repping his boy.
So going out in 8th.
I mean, we called it earlier. This soap spot looked quite bad, even on stage 3, and he was unable to salvage it. It looked like one of his outs was Volley Bear, but you're seeing here there's 3 Volley Bears here. You saw Darth Nub really is still streaking and had stabilized with the full pivot into the Legend board. So it might have been a situation where the comp he wanted to transition to was 1, not very good to begin with, and 2 was then contested, and there's not many options once that happens.
Yeah, it's one of those spots where it's going to be tough to deal with. Darthnub has been able to put together a pretty strong outlook on this one, though. Wow, this is some pretty strong Thieves' Gloves that got pieced together here as well. This Volley Bear's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
And that's really going to hurt that Lee Sin at that point.
If you're looking for the counter, a single Quicksilver Sash is going to prevent Lee Sin from having any sort of fun. It is the big anti-fun item, and that Volley Bear just went to town.
Indeed. And so I'm looking at the rest of this lobby right now. Clear and Casper having a very long fight taking place on that one. Clear going to be taking the hit. And again, it just feels like everyone's board here was pieced together in such a different manner where it felt like everyone was rushed to get to this kind of point. And so the cap on this one feels a lot softer, I'd say, than some of the other boards that we've seen so far. Looking at Bertosaurus's board here. Not a bad looking siphon on the front, but still a quirky one with no items in the back. And just how does this board get better? It feels like everything's reliant on this front line, like bootleg tank aspect that's taking place.
Yeah, but I mean, that's an extra 700 in shielding from the Heimerdinger. Just having a couple of those lockets there. 700 across 5 units is going to be 3,500 health. That is nothing to scoff at.
Dude, is not. It's like so much of it is in this Siphon's hands right now. Like, where do they charge and where do they hit? Not bad. Solus did not have the damage to handle this one properly. And this is a big hit that Solus is taking. I think that this is out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason Lee Sin carry is not particularly meta at the moment. And unfortunately for Solus, the creativity is not enough to make it good.
And like you said, a lot of Siphon players in this lobby as well. It feels like everyone's got a pair of them.
Yeah, there's been a lot of Siphon overall in this tournament. People have been really favoring that Dragon. He's had a very good resurgence in this patch.
Sora's taking ZZ route here, says, you know what, I just want to keep the frontline aspect going. Let's give this Soda as much time as we can while the Siphon's charging around.
An extra, I mean, Bert's sitting on 5 health there. Next closest person is 23. He's win streaking. It's going to be difficult. He needs 2 wins and maybe Clear loses 2 in a row. But he does have some more frontline now. He's got the Siphon too, so you're just looking for a couple of good charges.
You're also looking for Silas there as well. Just get that extra Whisper in play, plus to have the Bruiser aspect.
This is an interesting spot for sure.
So much of this feels like it's related to what your matchup is.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was talking about, Namzi. Sometimes you hit stuff and it just feels like you still lose. The Namzi comp can be quite inconsistent. It just depends on the rest of the lobby. He is against Clear, who's stuck on 1-star Siphon, and that might be the difference here.
And that back line crushes the Namzi.
I will say, Clear has better items on Siphon, though. Clear also has the Zoe in, and it's not going to be enough. That Siphon 1, Siphon 2. This is exactly what he needed to happen. He needed to beat Clear and needs Clear to lose a couple in a row. And Emily's starting to lose some fights now as well. But Clear is now probably one, if he's fortunate, 2 lives away. And so Bert might be able to sneak up into a 5th here. Thanks to that one. But you do see Clear hit the critical Siphon 2 at the last second.
That is a very important hit. This lobby just completely flipped over. The only difference is that Robin was stayed on top pretty much this whole time.
Yeah, man, Robin keeping tempo. Any of these lobbies that feel kind of like dog eat dog, kind of all scrapping for parts. Or as Bryce was talking about last game, this duct tape kind of, if not duct tape board, duct tape kind of lobbies. Robin is a scrappy guy. He's able to climb out on top.
It's definitely one of the strengths I think that Robin has is if you just have to piece something together and watch it work. He knows that one. And then Darthnub still with the win streak here. This Eye of the Storm has proved to be very effective so far from the Volibear aspect. Darthnub sitting at 50 gold on level 8 with the big win streak. Very little has been changed to this board since he picked up that Eye of the Storm. But this Siphon 2 looking like it might be enough to clear this up. That Namzi still alive and pressing the damage as well. Oh,
Yeah.
but the Volley Bears piecing together some hits here.
This volley is going to get it. Oh, it's so close. That volley was just a couple autos away from being able to snap that fight back the other direction.
Continued with the Siphon, just steamrolling the board.
You're going to see
Pretty
this
useless item
Namzi
here.
level up to 4-star Namzi for clear after this. You can see Bert went out, unfortunately, in 6. Emily is now struggling. We were talking earlier about Emily perhaps being in a position where she could win it all. Something went deeply wrong on stage 4. We saw the Nico's help. We saw a couple Siphons. Whatever happened there, maybe got a little too confusing, and she was unable to navigate it to have a strong stage 5, but hope has not gone yet. Maybe she's able to snap back.
Much this is items are on the board for clear here. I think this is a reforge, unless you're just really valuing the attack speed, which I will take. I will take the Zephyr much more.
You will definitely take the Zephyr. Certainly one of the best items you can get on this stage. Now where your matchup becomes a lot more defined. You see that on the right side, you can only draw Clear or Casper. Or she can only draw Clear or Casper. So you do need to be watching for that Zephyr at this point. Yeah, Emily stuck on Siphon 1 is going to be... she has Nico's help here, though. I'm curious. At this point, yeah, you just have to Nico the Pike. Unfortunately, it doesn't have too many items on it. I think she would have liked to see another Siphon, perhaps Reforge Pike 2, move items over. This is one of those situations. She had the pair of Siphons earlier, had the Nico's help, and was unable to hit the Siphon 2.
I feel like this Siphon getting Zephyred is such a big liability here as well. Let's charge into the other Siphon.
The Pike is doing some work.
This could be a big deal here. This Siphon's going to get another charge off. But, there's just too much board left.
Oh, but it hit the other Siphon. Oh, that targeting. It is up against Ascension, but I don't know if there's enough. Oh, the Namzi. Oh, there goes Namzi 4 with the finish. This is what I'm talking about. Namzi is a secondary carrier for Siphon. That is going to knock Emily out in 5th, despite such a strong start. I would assume she would love to have that game back. I think some things were navigated incorrectly or perhaps misfortunately on stage 4, stage 5. But 5th, not an awful place to go out on.
Emily started out with a 3rd place finish, now 5th place finish, so averaging still pretty reasonably on the points. But for Robin here, Robin kicked off a win in game number 1, sitting in the top 4 at the number 1 spot here in lobby number 2. Darthnub started out with an 8th place finish, so a big turnaround so far for them. Casper Wu started out with 7th place, big turnaround.
This is really smart. The front line Zephyr makes your whole front line go up in front. Unfortunately, one thing that's rough about that is once he drops back, the Siphon ends up charging back to the Silas here, which you don't want to see. Let's see where the second charge goes, right into the corner, but it gets interrupted, so it does not quite hit the Corki. The Corki's still up and hitting. Corki is...
Bad Siphon charge from Liquid Robin's side.
It's only a 1-star Corki, though, but it's staying alive, just barely. And it's unfortunately eventually going to go down. This is going to be a Siphon 2 gap. Yeah, the whole lobby, everybody playing Siphon.
Lear goes
that was
out.
Robin Siphon, yeah. So Robin Siphon was able to get the upper hand. And you see Darthnub sitting on 7 Volley Bears. That's going to be 8. It's 1 away.
And this get done. These last couple rolls.
He just rolled over Yasuo as well. Oh, this feels bad. Well, fortunately, he still has 28 health. So at this point, looking fairly stable still. But I do have to assume a Volley Bear 3 could be enough to win this lobby. You saw the strength of the boards elsewhere. You're not seeing any Ocean 2s. You're not seeing Shyvana 2s or Aurelion Soul 2s. Everybody's kind of stuck on these level 8 boards, just kind of rolling every turn.
It's like the strength of the Volley Bears in that aspect, where everyone's kind of stuck and rolling.
Yeah, we got a Morello roll. This Ornn is not casting. Oh, he got it off. Does he get the chart? Nope. Unfortunately, Ornn's not able to get the knock-up up, which is going to be pretty difficult. Ascension goes off for Casper as well. And like I said, Ascension is very good into Volley Bear. You're almost always guaranteed to get it off. And this Shioyu is going to be the difference.
Stuns onto that Volley Bear really wrap things up if you're not able to clear up the board. That's a lot of Mystic on Casper's side as well. Casper and Darthnub tied now.
You just need that Volley Bear. Oh, there's a Volley Bear. You basically have to deny it, right? Yeah, so Casper has to deny it. So Casper denies the Volley Bear smartly. There's a I mean, that's some guaranteed anti-healing. You see Casper with a thumbs up. It's a little bit of gamesmanship there to let him know that he was paying attention.
Sometimes it's better to just deny the aspect, and Robin has been saving up the gold here.
You see Robin also holding a couple volley bears on the bench. I believe this is what you would call rat.
I love the dedrafting aspect. I think this is one of the most difficult to measure aspects of the game, but just when it measures, it feels so vitally important to winning.
I always will deny I am also a bit of a rat, and I do think I know chat spamming rat right now. We all know it when we see it. We all know we do it.
See how this board can shape up. Robin has been saving the gold to try to capture a guaranteed first place aspect.
You know, Darthnub's watching this and rooting for Robin here. This is a very difficult matchup for Casper. I think Corki is very strong into Jade, and of course the Siphon is also going to do some work on the back line. You're going to see Corki go on to the Shioyu here.
Shioyu's not dying, though.
But he's not dying. The Ascension's up. It's just not enough.
Boy.
You need the Shioyu to come back, or the Siphon to come back and kind of protect your Corki a little bit. But just unfortunately, the Ascension is going to be the big difference here. Just not quite enough for Robin. Casper stays alive for another turn.
Darthnub stays alive. The healing from Casper. Soraka, is that going to be a difference?
Darthnub hits it. That's volley 3. You see it on the side there. So volley 3, this could be the difference. It's hard to say. But you see, he's eating this Nunu here. And just one of the things you do want to be seeing, this is one of the other variants of how to play Legend, is you play just 3 Dragonmancer, but you run a bunch of Cavs with it. Cavs have a lot of built-in armor and magic resist that Volibear and friends can kind of eat up. And then you stack aura items on it, and that's a lot of stats that this 3-star Volibear is about to eat. It's about to get a huge injection of AP from the Tempest augment. See how much damage 3-star Volibear actually can do.
And Nivea also soaking up the Dragon's Claw there too. It's just such a, I think it's such a just a cool design that's happening there. But this Volibear, oh my gosh, this thing is such a difference right now.
Yeah, you see
and how much damage it's dealing.
Oh,
this
the
thing
lightning
is
charges
like a
is blowing apart this back line. You see, there's a full focus on this Volibear now, and it looks like it will not be enough. Yeah, that bite was not able to do enough. You see this bear just starting to ramp up.
Wow.
And there's just not enough damage on Robin's board, even though he's level 9. He's praying for Casper Wu to be able to take out Darthnub here.
Casper going up to 12, winning that fight as well. Rage Blade introduced, not a big deal for Darthnub's side. I'd say that this is a fairly useless item at this point, given the way that this front line is built out right now.
Yeah, this is. I mean, I guess you give it to Ash and just here, Ash. It's like giving. It's like when you're playing games as a kid and you have to give an unplugged controller to your little sibling. This is the win series for Ash, and like Ash in the corner over there is like, oh yeah, I'm playing this game with my buddies.
You have such beautiful analogies, Kien.
Hey, I do believe the way the matchups shake out, Darthnub and Casper will be fighting each other here, and this will be a fight to determine who goes third and who has a chance for first.
2-star Soraka. Every little piece can matter in this spot. When is this Zoe the potential viabilities? This is the denial sort of aspect here. You have the pair of bards,
yeah,
so nothing can really change here in terms of just your gold count. This is all positioning for Casper's spot.
Yep. Zoe's never coming in. Just holding the Zoe so Robin doesn't hit it. And yeah, we'll see what happens. He's going to position to see how he can deal with this Volibear. So the way this is positioning, it seems like he wants Shioyu to just walk onto the Volibear as soon as possible. It's unfortunately going to be on the Ornn first. Perhaps they can deny the Ornn cast, though. Last time the Ornn was not able to get the Ram off.
A kick onto the Nico
and you're going to see the Ram goes off this time, though. And so, Ornn able to complete this cast before dying. Unfortunately, this Volibear is still sitting on full health. QSS no longer in effect, though, so you could be looking at a full CC chain from Shioyu, especially with the Ascension up.
Well, the Volibear, the Ash, though, is starting to like really kick in for like a permanent reduction on the attack speed.
Yeah, the bear is just a little too much here, and Casper is going to go out with this Volibear. We saw that transition on 4-1, and Darthnub's been able to carry it all the way into stage 7. It's him versus Robin now, and let's see if Robin's able to cobble up together a board that's actually strong enough to beat this Volibear. I do think you need Yasuo, and Yasuo is one of the units that can be the great equalizer against a big unit like this.
Yeah, you get isolated down to the Volibear aspect, and then the Yasuo picks it off regardless of how much health is left. It is like the natural counter in the game to this one. I've been talking about it since the start, where Darthnub, I feel like, is such a well researched player, has knowledgeable, is very organized. And when you saw that transition from the end of stage 3 into the start of stage 4, it was such a big change to get to this Legends aspect. I feel like it's been executed perfectly now. And against Robin, I will say that Zoe shield onto the Siphon is very scary.
Was very big. That shield lets a Siphon charge away. Again, get a second. If Siphon's able to get one more bite here onto this volley bear, that could be the difference. But they are stuck on Ornn right now. That backline is unable. Oh, did he waste that bite there? Oh no, he wasted a bite onto that 1 health Ornn. That is not what you want to see.
Oh.
This volley bear is going to mop up the rest of Robin's team here. Oh, and we are down to the last fight. This bear is doing some work.
Eye of the Storm proving why it's so valuable here too. It was just a bigger impact to damage. All of your damage is sourced from this volley bear right now, so why not take the one that deals more damage? Forget the positioning aspect. You just need the volley bear to be attacking. It doesn't matter what it's attacking.
Bear is gonna bear. And Robin's sitting here just scratching his head. What can he even do? He's got Namzi in the spot where it looks like it'll cast across the line, across that whole front, and it might be bear by Lee Sin this time though.
I'll change the position here a little bit. That's gonna kick away the Siphon if it has enough time.
And Siphon is able to charge over and instantly get on this Nivea. Getting the Nivea off the board early is actually pretty helpful as well. Siphon's going to stay alive and charge away. Oh, the bear just follows him. The bear's at a half health already, though. But Siphon is dead. That is not what you want to see. There is no anti-healing left on Robin's board. This bear is just going to go to town. You got Ash still applying and eating some stuff in the back. This is going down. The bear is just going to clean up, though. There is just not enough damage, not enough anti-healing left, and you're going to see Volley Bear clean it up.
Darth Nub, a big change at the end of stage 3 on a low health count. A different style of augment take at the end. Just centers the bear and takes first place.
So this is kind of crazy because I feel like we keep seeing the legend composition either go first or 8th, and I'm not sure that it's supposed to be so much of a first or 8th composition. Kien, I was curious, what are some of the bare necessities to get the legend composition online and kind of run with it to get into these spots?
Well, sometimes you barely are able to squeeze by it with the comp, just depending on how quickly you're able to hit things, you know. I do actually think it's a bit of a first or 8th comp. I've actually been in a lot of games with Milk or watched games with Milk where he's been playing a bit of it on ladder, and anytime I see the bear in my lobby, it's just one of these situations. If you hit that 3-star volley bear, if you're able to stabilize, if you're able to hit the Ornn early, those are kind of the big indicators. A lot of times, I think Bryce was maybe talking about this yesterday, maybe Admirable was talking about this yesterday. If you're not able to find the Ornn, you can really just bleed out too much, and by the time you hit, all it takes is one bad RNG fight to cost you the game. Fortunately, Darknum you saw was able to hit both Ornn 2, Volley 2, and Anivia 2 pretty quickly on 4-1, which lets him stabilize, get his decon back up, go up to 8, and then start slow rolling from level 50 gold at level 8. You hit the Volley Bear 3. That's how you're going to win the game. But for a lot of times in Volley Bear, you're just going to be stuck on a Volley Bear 1. You're going to not find Ornn, or you hit it with too little health left. Your augments are bad. Your items are bad. There's just a lot of situations. It's one of those comps that needs the perfect storm, and fortunately for Darthnub, he had the perfect storm with the Tempest augment to round it out there.
Yeah, Frodan was the one talking about how unbearable it is when you don't hit that Ornn on stage 7. I watched him yesterday play a game where he had such a great setup for it. He rolled away what must have been 80 gold with no Ornn showing up in that one, and I was like, ooh. I knew it was important, but my gosh, when you watch it just absolutely tank the health all the way down, it's something else. And so hitting that Ornn is a very valuable asset to that one, and Kien pretty much described it perfectly after that.
Yeah, Admirable wasn't going to let us get through that without ramming in one last bear pun, but I think we should head over to the scores here. Take a look what happened in the other lobby as well. And Admirable just taking a look at lobby A as well, since we just saw Darth Nub win. Amde coming out on top, and Chalky falling a little bit here. What are you thinking of immediately looking at these lobby scores?
Well, it's pretty much just a complete reversal of what happened in game number 1. You do DQA finished in first, finishes at bot 4. Chalky finishes in second, finishes at 7th place. Stellar Minhee, that's really the only one that really stuck with this one. Two bottom 2 finishes in a row. Soju finishing in 8th and then 5th. Milk, swapping, just one place down in this one. It just really, you just turned the lobby over. That's what happened in game number 1.
Yeah, let's take a look at the compositions as well, because we saw the Volibear win in Lobby B, but Lobby A is going to be Namzi Mages again. So we're seeing just a ton more of the Mages version coming through. Bryce was saying that this is kind of about finding that perfect storm, just like the Volibear situation was as well. And Kien, I mean, Siphon has just been kind of dominant on day 2 so far. It had a high win rate on day 1 as well. Are we just maybe hitting not enough Dejas yet, or not enough of the counter matchups for Siphon?
I'd be kind of curious to see people start rolling in Jade a bit more. So Jade is one of those comps that can deal with the Siphon. One of the things that has flipped a little bit is Namzi actually ends up being quite good against Jade players, just because Jade players tend to clump, which makes it very easy for Namzi to get a big fireball across the entire team. And so that's been one way Siphon's been able to really deal better with Jade. You can also tech Corki into a Siphon comp, and Corki is, of course, very good into the Jade matchup as well. And so it's a lot of counter, and then counters to those counters. And so I'll be curious to see as the day goes on if we're able to see more Jade boards pop up to deal with these, or if people are going to look for tech with other things. We could have easily had a double Siphon Mage win there if the Volibear 3 didn't come online just in the nick of time, right? It was literally the last possible turn. He hit it, he ended up hitting it, and was able to win out from there. If he had not hit that Volibear 3, you would have seen a double Siphon Mage win. It's just a very strong board right now. It's very simple to play. There's a lot of flexibility with how it is. There's AD damage, there's AP damage, there's CC, there's everything you really want from a comp. I don't expect it to always be dominant, though. The cap on that board just isn't as high as, say, an Ocean board. It isn't as high as some Deja boards, depending on the Mirage variants. And so I think we'll see games being shaped a little differently as we get different Mirage variants and different augments, especially if we get a few prismatic augments coming in as the day goes on.
Yeah, I could push and pull, especially seeing yesterday we saw some like very high tempo games, and then some games that just slowed way down. I guess those slower games would end up kind of pushing out these Siphon Mages a little bit more. So with that, we have a ton more TFT to play. We're going to head to a quick break after just a quick word from our friends over at Ball Street. So stay tuned. Dragonlands mid-set finale will return right after this. Welcome back, everybody, to the Dragonlands mid-set finale, day number 2. I'm your host, Casanova, and inviting back to the desk, it's Bryce and Frodan to get through this game number 3. Bryce, you know, we had some interesting composition. We had a Volibear come back out. We saw some scales scoring in game 1, not quite be able to make it the distance, but doing quite well. Have you seen anything that has been surprising today, or has it mostly been kind of the same stuff that we saw day 1, the same stuff we expected to see?
Yeah, not a lot surprising for me. I think that there's some fun, interesting dynamics. You know, Kien was talking about at the end of the half of the segment after last game, that there's some interesting rock, paper, scissors and some tech and counter matchups, understanding your conditions. I think there's a lot of interesting things happening in those aspects of the game, but not a lot of interesting creativity in general right now. The kind of off meta lines we're seeing aren't really that off meta, right? Scale, Scorn, Volibear, these are, you know, the 3-cost reroll comps that we expected to see coming in. Where, you know, there was some other stuff that we thought we might see more of, like Varus, which has not been performing very well in general, and we have not seen very much of.
Yeah, and Frodan, I mean, we've just reshuffled the lobbies. We've kind of looked at the scores a little bit before we came to break. Robin doing exceptionally well. Chalky still holding on to a solid lead. Out of the first 2 games, has anyone looked kind of exceptionally on form to kick things off? I mean, Darth Nub did just come off of a really great piloting of the Volibear.
It's not necessarily like who's on form, but how many players just feel like they're avoiding the mistakes that are pretty easy, and can they recognize what they need to be doing? You know, as much as Kurum did a really good job to get top 2 that game, I feel like he kind of missed a lot of like Zephyrs and Shrouds. And it's difficult, right? He has 2 Zephyrs and he has a Shroud, but he had a remover. He had ways to cycle them. It's like those kinds of things that don't cost him, but it could later on. And the same thing with like Robin, right? Could he figure out the best positioning nuance to try to fight? I think that game was winnable. In fact, a lot of players who play Volibear would say that that's an unfavorable matchup. Robin should have had a way to be able to close it out. So I think these players are on the verge, and we'll see if they can fix things up to get that first one needed.
Yeah, it seems like maybe just a lot of the pressure kind of getting to people, so there's small mistakes, and it's a matter of will those compound and cause a problem or not. We're jumping here into game 3. Bryce, Frodan, take it away.
All right, thank you very much. Let's go to game number 3 of Lobby B. We have since reshuffled things up. Go ahead and type in exclamation point scores. If you're watching this live with us on Twitch, you pull up that public Google spreadsheet to show you the point standings, the format, as well as the current state of the lobbies. We got Darth Noob alongside Chalky, Pocky, Gum, Dish Soap, Milk, DQA, Soju, and Clear. Lobby at this stage of the game, Bryce, is always going to feel kind of stacked. I do think that this lobby has some of the most interesting players in the field, though.
Yeah. When we were asked which lobby we wanted to zero in on for this game, and I took a look at this one, I was like, wow, that lobby B has a lot of fun players. Some players performing really well. Some people are doing less well. Dish Soap, for example, has really been struggling today. One of our pre-tournament favorites kind of was in cruise control mode. It felt like a lot of yesterday, and that's not his mode today. He is much more back against the wall. Darth Nub, after a rougher opening, takes that W on Volibear, and so hopefully he can keep that momentum up. Duelist Dexterity, the first time we've seen this so far today, I believe. Definitely one of the stronger Mirages. I expect people to be angling for Deja in this game.
Darth Noob, a player you may have seen a lot in chat. You may have even seen him on the subreddit because he is a moderator on r/competitive TFT, often posting threads, and also kind of a math wizard when it comes to TFT. He does a lot of comparisons, like when Rapid Fire Cannon and Ginsu's Rage Blade have breakpoints and what's higher value depending on bonus attack speed. He's that kind of nerd in TFT. And it's very appreciated because someone's got to get into those nitty-gritty details to share with us so that way we can sound smart and don't have to do any work. So Darth Noob, I appreciate you. I hope you're doing well. Your time to pop off is now. Picks up 2 interesting defensive options in Rage Wing Heart. I know Electro Charge is a favorite amongst a lot of players because it's generic. Gives you a lot of damage and lets you prioritize a stronger front line, and doesn't commit you to anything. When you play something like Exiles, while it is generic, it does make you feel like you can't play aura items, which are very powerful, especially late stages of the game. So I think Electrocharge makes sense here, Bryce. What do you think?
Well, it makes sense in a vacuum, though I will say that he has solid backline. He already has the Ezreal upgraded, and he's struggling for frontline, and so it's not synergizing very well with his board, right? His front line will die early in fights a lot of the time against actually, a board that has the type of damage that he has, for example, and so you're going to lack a lot of your electro charge value, whereas the exile value in the early stages of this game would be really high. I'm not saying I disagree with the decision. If he's able to hit an upgrade to this Sejuani or an upgrade to this Tahm Kench, electro charge is going to feel very good, and I think it's the generically slightly stronger augment, though both of them make my kind of top 10 or 15 in the silver tier. So he gets a win here, very well needed. He's got a couple of important hits he could get in his next shop, so a lot of potential power for Darth Noob. Joining Soju for the first time, we've got an RFC slammed. When I see RFC, I basically exclusively think Deja, duelist dexterity, that ramping attack speed, so much value onto having a bunch of attack speed onto the Deja. She's also just the best holder of RFC in the game right now. Is there anything else you think Soju is thinking about, or are we essentially committed to our line from 2-1 here?
RFC is good on Deja in particular. It's also not bad just straight up on Yone if you end up choosing to play duelist reroll Yone. That's a possibility. RFC is also, if you were to believe what China says, is one of the best items on Olaf. So these are the possibilities that immediately come to mind. RFC also, in the worst case scenario, is just a very strong attack spam to generate mana. Or like some other niche picks like Talon could utilize it fairly well so that he can always stay engaged. So that with that breakdown in mind, I'm pretty sure you're spot on, Bryce. Like, having walked through all the immediate possibilities in my mind, it just feels like it's likely going to be a Mirage game. And that's consistent with Soju's game plan. It seems like him alongside a handful of other players who are in the field want to try their best to set up an angle to go into Mirage if possible. And if you're forced to go into something else because your opener is really solid, like say this Jade or Trainer transition, for example, Soju may entertain it, but I ultimately think that he should stay the course here, given that he has a Leona 2 already this early.
Yeah, the Leona 2, the early Yone definitely helps. He also has the ability to play around, to like push tempo because he's win streaking, right? So he's got the strong board early. This is a board that is very capable of winning. Thrill is a strong augment in this situation because with the Yone ramping up its attack speed over the course of the fight, a lot of the time it's going to be able to kind of go infinite against multiple units if that's what happens at the end. Going up against one of the other players with a strong board, Milk has only lost one fight by 1 unit. Soju leveling to 5. A Bebe level out here. Soju taking care of business against his friend Milk. This should be an easy fight win for him.
Yep, that's right. Expect a new TikTok coming out at Milk TFT on TikTok. Say one leveling to 5 is good. Featuring K3 Soju. It'd be really fun. Make sure to check it out. Don't quote me on that, though. Taking a look at the augments. This show taking AFK. Chalky taking a build different one. And Pokygum taking what looks like to be a Tempest Heart. If my eyes are not deceiving me. Is that correct, Bryce?
I think it's Tempest as well. It might be Shimmer Scale and just be like a little bit blurry on our side, but I'm pretty sure it is Tempest Heart, which is very interesting. Tempest Heart is not something that we see very often at all, so Pocky is one of those players. We talked about it time and time again. He has a 4 Tempest board early, so he's getting that extra boost of attack speed for his units. Pocky at 100 HP, doing what Pocky does. So far, 2 top 4s. He's played excellent teamfight tactics throughout the course of this tournament.
Yeah, Tempest is a trait that I think people just write off of playing beyond 4, and that the only time you play 4 is because of Aushin. But if you actually look a lot deeper, Vertical Tempest is not actually that bad of a trait. It's just hard to hit there reliably. And if there's a player that can trust to get there reliably because of the way he evaluates early and mid-game boards, that's Pokygum. I'm not saying that I think he's going to go 8 Tempest, but I'm also saying that I wouldn't be surprised if Pocky whipped it out, because it just gives you a boatload of attack speed, and the damage from the lightning bolt is actually surprisingly high. And obviously, if you get to 8 Tempest or even just 6, that heavily implies you've hit Aushin and have a board that you can build around him. So the conditions could line up for some miraculous Pokygum special. We'll just have to see if he can even maintain a streak. Oh my god. The Leona able to take the damage just enough so that the Aatrox couldn't finish it off and focus on the Yone. Yone got to ramp up, and now Milk has destroyed that win streak.
And just like that, we've gone from 3 win streakers to 1 win streaker. Soju, the only one left standing with the all-important 2-6 fight. You look at his pool, he's got the other 3 highest HP players, so this is not a walk in the park for Soju by any means. I wish we could see the scouting to see what board he's prioritizing, focusing on. You see some last-second repositioning. He wants to leave that Leona on an island and give his Yone as much space in the fight as possibly can. Going against Pocky, who did lose that fight but is still very strong, has swapped back to a 4 Tempest board.
Yeah, it seems like now that he doesn't have the ability to preserve a streak, maybe he focuses a little bit more on economy. It's hard to say. It does seem like Soju is dealing with all the non-2-star units pretty easily. I think in Pockygom's mind, he's okay with losing this since he's already snapped his streak. But he would obviously like to kill as many units as possible, and it seems like he's going to lose by 2. So, not bad at all for Soju. He's actually able to finish off his Stage 2 campaign with a streak. Pockygom finishes with a nice miniature 2 loss, so you can lean a little bit into that direction. Outside of that, I am very curious about what's happening in Dish Soap and Clear's camp, specifically with Dish Soap. A big trademark of Dish Soap's play, if you're unfamiliar, is he is a Stage 2 god. This guy understands how to play early game, probably better than almost anybody on the server, except for maybe Bertosaurus. And Dish Soap being at 68 is usually for a good reason. And more importantly, it's a position that he doesn't find himself often. He's very good at win streaking in particular. So I want to see what Dish Soap can do come Stage 3.
Yeah, definitely want to check out Dish Soap's spot and see what he is playing around. Soju gets a full Bloodthirster drop here. I wonder if he would consider slamming it. So we see Dish Soap. He's been investing into this Namzi. It looks like he's had Namzi for the entirety of Stage 1, or Stage 2, the majority of it at the very least, with the 9 stacks into it already. Some good itemization options for him here. A lot of very AP focused. All backline items, though, not a lot in the way of frontline items. He does have a ton of gold because of that AFK augment, so he got a boost of 20 gold coming off of the first carousel. I expect to see him either roll meaningfully on 3-2 or 3-5. It's essentially a personal preference on what units he wants to play around for the remainder of this game.
Yeah, that's right, and spraying the components as well in case he gets Cybernetic Uplink. That probably could be the best augment that he would hit, given that he has spread those items. But we'll see. Going up against Soju, who has continued to keep his momentum. Kind of an unfortunate matchmaking setup here for Dish Soap. He played against a player who is hell-bent on keeping his streak together. I love that he also didn't spend his gold just in case level up the Prismatic Augment came his way.
Wow.
And you can see he's picking Tiny Titans to rebound his health back into the mid-80s and can continue to greed. If anything, this has kind of hinted at me that Dish Soap might be angling for a fast 8.
Yes.
I think he might be trying to lose all the way to Stage 4 too, and will all in with what feels like infinity amount of gold.
Yeah, this is such a big hit for Dish Soap because without this 30 HP, there is no world in which he could seriously get to 4-2. He'd be basically dead at that point in time. But with the Tiny Titans, it's 2 extra lives functionally, as I would think about them kind of heading towards the later stages of the game. And that's the difference between being able to confidently play around your 4-2 fast 8 as opposed to rolling on 4-1. And that's a really big deal with his itemization because this Jeweled Gauntlet Archangels is really strong on all 3 of the 10-cost dragons. He's got a Namzi stacking up that he would love to continue to play around and keep on his board, and so he has a lot more flexibility in this game because of his Tiny Titans. It's not often that a silver augment feels game transformative, but this is one of those times. This completely changes his approach to the game. It is such a high roll moment for him and significantly increases his average placement this game as a result.
Well, time will tell. So for now, we can take a break from Dish Soap and check out another board. Let's look at DQA. Don't worry, we'll get back to Dish Soap in time for his 4-2, I think. Unless he's going to surprise us completely and go at 3-5, which I think would be ill-advised and uncharacteristically poor decision from Dish Soap. So put a pin on that. A player who rolled all the way down. I see 1 gold in his reserve right now. He's still at level 6. EQA did not hit Tristana 2 or Lulu 2, but did hit the Heimerdinger. A lot of times in this position, when you're playing the 3 trainer, you want to try a roll as level 6. You can hit maximum odds on Tristana and maybe Lulu. Get that trainer ramping because it might not feel like a big deal. Like, oh, it's just 1 snack. Like, yeah, like how much is it going to be? But it's 1 snack across the entire stage, which might cheer up your Namzi, which allows you to have a better front line. You don't have to roll as much on your streaking. It all kind of adds up. He does get a pretty commanding win over Clear, who is at 30 HP. Wow. Clear was down bad before with his health total and deficit, but now it's even bigger gap between him and 7th place.
Yeah, it's a really, really rough spot for Clear. We obviously got to see his board. It's not looking pretty. He's going to have to all in and pray that he's able to hit a Siphon in order to stabilize. He's got a QSS. He's got a BT slammed already. He also takes a Corki off this carousel, which is really big. No augments really jumping out at me. You know, we talked about Soju having the Mirage line. Mirage Heart, very, very good for that line. Here with the Cannoneer Heart. It's like a bunch of generic silver augments. A double silver lobby so far, so the overall value of the augments relative to board state is going to be much lower than we're seeing in a lot of lobbies, especially since this set has normalized around gold augments as opposed to silver. So it's going to be a lobby where your board itself is going to be doing the talking more than your augments.
42 being hit. It's a pretty impactful snag here for Clear. But that's exactly where I was going next. His front line is so fragile. It's just Ornn 1 and Tom Kench 2 hanging out naked. There's just no items, no extra ways to make them stronger. We have Electro Charge, which is a damage augment. We have damage in spades. We don't have tankiness, and our utility is okay, but not fantastic because we don't have even mages online. It does seem like Dish Soap natural to Deja, by the way. Dish Soap takes another loss. And the fact that he already has Deja to work off of is better. It actually gives Dish Soap even more outs. Doesn't feel like he has to hit the like a 10 cost dragon in order to stabilize his board. He can now play around that Deja a lot more cleanly.
Yeah, he absolutely can. It's also very interesting to me that Clear is choosing to keep all of this itemization onto this Senna. He has a Jinx on the bench he could easily put in. He could think about moving items onto Corki. It seems like he really, really wants to find his way into a Siphon and get those items onto Siphon at all costs. It does make sense, but given his board state, it is a uphill battle. He doesn't have a lot of gold to work with. He could easily not wind up hitting Siphon here.
Interesting positioning from Soju on the other side, by the way, kind of backline clumping everything. I wonder if there's some assassins in the lobby that we haven't caught up with yet. And as a result, Soju doesn't really engage quickly. It took like 5 seconds for most of his melee units to get into the fray. Awesome, valuable time. Soju taking a pretty heavy loss, and now from 100 HP at the start of the stage at 68. Chalky has a streak snapped by Dish Soap or by Darth Noob? It was one of the Ds.
Yeah.
Okay, so Darth Noob's still streaking. Darth Noob with that momentum behind him. Bola Bear 3 win. Now going into stage 4. Milk rolling at Wolves. This is a move that might look confusing at first, but part of the reason why is because he knows he's contested in the Mirage trait. So instead of saying, hey, greeting for 5 extra gold, forget that. I'll go for like 2 gold or 3 gold interest instead and roll before my opponent so I can have a look at Deja, especially with a duplicator on his bench. 2 spatulas. That's a tactician's crown.
Yeah, that is definitely a tactician's crown for Milk. He loves those spatulas for these high roll moments, and he gets it. I really agree with his decision. And there it is, the Deja 1, such a big moment for him. It's a massive stabilization point. He can play around this Deja and get stable Deja 1. The big distinction between Deja and the other 4 cost or 8 cost dragons right now is how strong Deja 1 feels, and it's just such a big hit for him. He can now theoretically at least look at level 8 and capping out his board.
Yeah, he gets out rolling here, right? You just want to roll to make sure you have the Deja in your competitor. Going up against DQA, who has a Shimmer, rather just an Itis with a Zaya. So DQA playing very open right now. I'm pretty sure he doesn't want to commit to either of these champions, but he does have a pair of them, a pair of Itis and a pair of Zaya. Zaya just feels like there's too many things that need to go right for her to be good. It's not that Zaya is incapable of doing well or winning lobbies. It's just that hard, that much harder compared to some of the other AD carries. We're coming up on 4-2.
Here we go.
See what's going to happen. We're back on Dish Soap's POV. Instantly picks Ascension. And here we go. The fast 8 with 50 gold instantly hits Deja 2. Now just has to make sure that his front line is stable.
Yeah, this is so big that he's hit this Deja too, because I think he would have potentially played around a 10-cost Dragon, but because he hit all these Dejas, he's going to play around the Deja. It just makes sense. It's a strong Mirage. This is a big deal for the other Mirage players. We've seen Soju on that line. We've seen Milk on that line, potentially some other folks as well. So Dish Soap stealing 3 of those Dejas from the pool on this fast 8. Hits an early Zoe as well. So he's kind of playing instead of a very unusual version of the Deja board, right? He doesn't have a game plan built around playing Deja in the Mirage line like some of the other players do. He wants to play around the Mage Tree. He wants to play around this Nomsy investment that he's had. But hey, you hit Deja 2, you play Deja 2. That's just correct teamfight tactics.
Yeah, the rest of his board is 1-star basically, except for this Heimer. And surprisingly enough, that Nomsy at 2-star is one of his tankiest units, so he's just going to have to use that to the best of his ability. The items are fantastic. Head-to-head, though, Soju's getting the attack speed, and his Deja's aiming the wrong way. Another loss for Dish Soap. He's not done rolling. He knows that. He's holding pairs for pretty much everything on his board. The Hecarim, the Lulu, Silas. Taking a look at what's happening in another board as well. Seems like Chalky did end up taking another loss there. An additional roll down here for Dish Soap. Finds Lulu 2. Nico 2 as well. He could, but in order to play this Nico 2, he has to deconstruct the Mage's aspect of his board, which I think he's ready to do at this point. And he can play Gnar for the Shapeshifter. So there's a lot of modularity to his board. Dish Soap kind of showing you what you can do to have flexible elements of your gameplay. Using 3 different compositions, trying to take the best of everything to maximize the effectiveness of this Deja. But this matchup could be pretty tough, especially since a lot of his frontline runs towards the back. Where does the Siphon charge? Away from the Deja, which is really nice, but it waltzes all the way down and bites the Lulu. And I don't know if there's enough frontline for Dish Soap to be able to withstand this second wave and second cast here. Oh no, Dish Soap takes another loss. He might be going 8th here unless DQA beats him there.
Yeah, it does feel like DQA is going to beat him there because DQA's spot looks like an utter disaster. But Dish Soap with 2 kind of unfortunate fights there. Some bad RNG. His Soju's Deja 1 winds up getting aggro onto his Deja 2, and he loses that fight that way. And then he plays Pokkygom, a player who is all in 0 gold on level 7 with that Siphon 2. So really, really tough spot for Dish Soap. I felt like he was in an excellent position when he was going for that fast 8, but that's the nature of the beast. Sometimes the fast 8 works out, and sometimes you just don't hit enough of the units you're looking for. Taking a look at these augments, anything sticking out at you. Darth Noob with a Axiom arc, not something we see every day.
Yeah, very unusual indeed. When I'm back on board. Part of the reason why Chalky's board was looking a little unusual is because that build different that he's leaning into. Playing around build different 1 the entire game is actually quite a divisive opinion. There's a lot of players and streamers who believe that playing around build different 1 the stages of the game is actually quite a big mistake because it doesn't feel like high enough impact and you would rather focus on your synergies. And then there's players who go against the grain. I know Asa, for example, believes that build different 1 is totally fine to play around the entire game, as well as other prestigious players from China, for example, like 62nd, who is one of the best ladder players in that region. So it depends. Where do you fall on the spectrum, Bryce? Do you like playing around build different the entire game?
I just don't know that I've been offered build different 1 enough times this set to have an actually informed opinion. I will say that when deferring to the opinions of others, 62nd marks the very top of the ladder for me, and my recollection of his opinion on that is he thinks it's not even close. He had some people criticizing him, like, why are you playing out on a build different 1? And he basically called them an idiot, right? He was like, why would you not play around build different 1? Are you trolling? So if 62nd feels that way, then I feel that way too, which means that Chalky is making the right decision in this game. I say that with at least 51% certainty.
Wow, rare appeal to authority. You don't really hear that often from Bryce. Cherish it while it lasts as we take a look at what Chalky can do. Hit Itis 2. DQA dying has released more Itises into the wild. We kind of knew DK was going 8 though, playing Itis 1, Xayah 1, and then just loose streaking all of stage 4. Soju does have 3 items onto his Deja, and what Soju's been able to do very well has been pocketing his Deja to be avoiding the CC, which is such a big deal. It can just see that his Deja just needs a little bit of breathing room, and that attack speed ramps up so quickly, not to mention that Soju has additional damage through Stand United, and that Thrill of the Hunt to get those resets. And funny enough, you know, you see players who hit Deja 2, hit a reasonable board. And yes, Soju with
Whoa.
1-star Deja is doing better.
That is an insta-pick for Soju. He has his Yasuo itemization taken care of. So good for him. Does lack for frontline, literally no frontline items, but this is one of those old-fashioned, my defense is my offense. He is killing the enemy board so fast with his 8 Mirage RFC version of the Deja 1 that he does not feel like he needs frontline. He's just trying to do, it's like almost like the old school Yone boards, right? The boards where you would just say the challenge will just roll over the opponent in the first 5 seconds of fight, and the fight's are either won or lost in that time. Soju's approach to this game is very similar.
Like they say old school, like 6 months ago, we were considered old school in TFT, but you're not wrong. What Bryce is referencing is the Gizmos and Gadgets set 6 challenger board that Yone would try to go for a quick reset alongside Fiora. Oh, I missed set 6 Fiora. That was so good.
Such a good unit.
Excuse me. All right, taking a look at Dish Soap. Dish Soap down to 4 HP. No more life to give. His next loss will be his last, except I do see a Soraka, so there is a single condition to that. He could theoretically heal up with Starcaller, seeing as how he's going up against Chalky's Quirky-itis board. This Quirky board is actually quite susceptible to Deja, so Chalky does pick a composition that is quite vulnerable to the rest of the lobby, but it depends on the quality of Dish Soap's board. As you can see, that Deja not able to cut through the front line very quickly. Chalky has a lot of tankiness.
Oh, no.
All of his tanks have 3 items. And the Corky doesn't end up dying, but can Itis finish it off with the autos?
Oh my
Whoa.
god. He lives to fight another day. Feels great, man. His board is actually quite strong overall at this stage. He has some okay front line. The ZZ Rod buying extra time. Nico, such a good user of the Gargoyle. This board is fine. If he had this board for a full amount of the game, he would be in a better spot. I will say that it does feel like this Ascension pickup is coming back to hurt him. We talked during our first game about how bad the data was on Ascension, and I was surprised to see Dish Soap not re-roll that augment. It felt like he could have gotten a lot of better augments on that 3rd augment. His fights are just happening too quickly. He's basically getting no value out of that gold augment time and time again.
Yeah, I think I can agree with that, although it did come in clutch in the end stages of that last fight. As you can see, the fight is almost feel like it's been determined, and we're still not even at Ascension. Now Ascension kicks in when the fight is basically over, so you can kind of understand exactly what we're pointing at. Again, it's not something that I feel like is going to make or break Dish Soap's game. I think Dish Soap's game is actually kind of out of his hands at this point. It's down to the matchmaking and the way his health total can line up with barely surviving if the Soraka can get there. But it is worth noting that Ascension has been very low value here indeed.
Yeah, the positioning matters a little bit as well, though with Deja, it's not exactly the most positioning-dependent composition. Soju picks up a pair of Aoshins. He does have, I was going to say, I feel like he's committed to this line. You know, he has 8 Mirage on line. He's gotten this Yasuo. There is the second Deja, such a big deal. Can he find the Deja 2? He's not. He's lost a couple fights in a row going up against Darth Nub. He's on the right side away from this Siphon, but he does eat a big Shroud here.
Yeah, it kind of depends on how the units are clumping as well for both the Wind Blast as well as Siphon. Siphon charges back immediately. The Axiom Mark actually kind of came up a little bit here. The Axiom Mark restored Siphon's mana enough to cast again, which is not exactly the application that I thought, getting double Rampage, almost like a Mage Siphon, if you will. It works.
Yeah, actually, Spicy Appies has believed for the entire set that Axiom Arc Siphon in particular is good. He has talked about it multiple times on his stream for exactly what we just saw in that fight. Siphon is a unit that gets a lot of kills, right? Because of the execute damage, it's oftentimes getting a kill. And because so much of his damage comes from that ultimate ability, not to mention the disruption from the dash, it really does synergize quite nicely. So nice job from Darth Nub showing off that you can play an augment that people think is terrible and make it work.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully, in an ideal world, all these augments are pickable, but some of them are stronger in the right conditions, even if they perceive to be weak.
Oh.
What's not weak is this Deja 2 that Soju has finally hit, and also Soju is just 2 Nunus away from Nunu 3. which would also incidentally free up a spot on his board. So that Nudu 3 is actually a really big deal for Soju for multiple reasons.
Yeah, it is, although because of how contested the Mirage line is, it's not easy to come by. But it is what it is. Some last-second repositioning from Soju. Does he get it right? Going up against Chalky's board. Chalky has a Zaya in now. He's got 2 copies of Corki. He's got so many Corkis on this board, Dan.
There's a lot of Corkis for sure. But they all line up perfectly for the Wind Blast number 1. Soju's front line's down, though. And Chalky is not going to be able to withstand the backline, but just enough units survive. Am I missing something? Is Chalky playing Double Trouble? There's not. That's
no.
Nico. That's a Nico,
it's a Nico
that's replicating the Zaya, a really cool tech to get additional 80 damage for his composition.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know this tech because we don't see it very often, but it's particularly good in built different compositions because you get the attack speed on the Nico, it copies the AD of the unit next to it, and so it can actually put out a decent amount of DPS. If there are sins as well, you can kind of protect your backline and almost peel like we're in a game of League of Legends, but some cool iteration of the board from Chalky. Checking Clear's board. Speaking of cool iteration, we talked about how you really want to play around Siphon, but outstanding recognition. Shio-Yu can get the job done as well. Clear's been able to actually get to level 9 here going up against Soju. Can his front line stand up long enough to get through Soju's?
I mean, he does have Nico too with the Warmogs, and Soju doesn't have anti-heal. Soju is cutting through it very quickly, though, and here we come. The second Wind Blast. If we can get one more, that could determine his entire fight.
Oh, he's dead.
And Soju goes down in 7th place. His board looked pretty good in the mid-game, but I think his lack of front line really started to haunt him. As you can see, his Deja did a lot of damage, just not able to stabilize. Chalky takes another loss. Milk also with another loss. And don't look now, Dish Soap is the only player on a streak, and now he's pushing for top 2.
Oh, I am looking now. I think a lot of fans at home were probably saying Dish Soap is doomed. This game is over. And I was like, well, that board's pretty good. He won a couple of very close fights. He's been able to slowly but surely heal his way up with that Soraka. Maybe even getting himself back into Lives territory. And the HP is so close. You have Darth Noob way ahead of the lobby at 53 HP. And then everyone else is theoretically capable of dying in this next fight. So we are in for a wild finish to this game.
Akigam's board is a board that I just don't feel like it's real, and yet here we are. I guess in the sense it's just a straight up Whispers board, but it just feels so unusual with the way things are positioned, the itemization of how Randuin's is like front center. There's a lot of things that to break down. He does end up selling to replace it, see if he can maybe itemize in a separate way and get the ideal Zephyr target.
Let's get these items
in
in.
The corner. Did he get the Banshees off?
I don't know that he did. It was so close. It was right at the last second to open its Clear's board. That is a huge Zephyr onto the Corki. Corki not doing DPS early in the fight. Siphon Chimes to the back line. It one-shots the Corki. Clear's damage is dead here aside from that Shio-Yu in the front line, but that doesn't matter. We got so excited about it, but Clear just has too many threats on his board between the Shio-Yu and the 4-star Namzi. Pocky's just not able to get the job done despite the good Zephyr, despite the incredibly good RNG, and he is dead. Dish Soap dies as well. Milk as well. 3 players. Our top 3 is finalized here.
And Dish Soap and Pakigam tied at exactly 0 HP, and the difference was their starting HP, which is what Pakigam, I believe, had the edge.
Yeah, it was 2 HP. Pocky had 18 and Dish Soap had 16. Wild.
Wow. Unbelievable. So close. And yet again, another game where Chalky seems to just kind of evade the Hammer of Doom, and look at it. Like, again, it's not a double trouble board, but you know what? He's getting stats like he is because of the build different. Chalky leaning into what makes his composition strong. As he does have a very tanky itis, and that is the only unit not getting build different value. And he's itemizing all of his back line, working onto the Shio-Yu. Shio-Yu does struggle with both Zaya and Corki, and now there's 4 of them. It was harder to deal with one of them if you were playing Shio-Yu. And this is a huge amount of damage coming to Clear. I count 6 effective units surviving. Clear's dead. Chalky's top 2.
Chalky is top 2. We have casted 2 games so far today. We have casted 2 Chalky lobbies so far today. Both games, he played beautifully. Both games, he took different lines. You get Casanova saying, is anything surprising you today? For the most part, the answer has been no. People have played pretty much as I would expect, but Chalky played a very creative version of the devastating charge board in order to kind of duct tape together without hitting Deja, ultimately gets onto Yasuo and gets a nice second there. And playing around Built Different 1, like you said, a controversial decision. He's going backline with this Nico. He is making it work, and it has been some beautiful team fight tactics.
Who has Rageblade and QSS as well. Hilarious, because he's going to copy Xayah, which is the real Xayah. But to reveal itself in a little second here as the Pike casts death from below. Siphon does charge towards the Itis. Itis tries once more to ramp up, but everything is perfectly clumped. I think this is way too much damage. Darth Noob is running over. And Darth Noob is able to do it. Back-to-back victories, putting himself in prime position at the halfway point of this mid-set finale to get that first place finish and those extra points.
Yeah, what a finish from Darth Noob. Excited to unpack that one, but we've got some bonus coverage here. We are hopping on board with Lobby A, checking out Kurum's spot. Another top 4 from Kurum. He has been so consistent throughout the tournament. This top 4 is rounded out with Solus, Omde, and Stellar Minhee. So some disappointing performances from Robin, from Emily, from Bird, and from Casper in this game. The people who have been performing kind of better so far today, so really, really nice bounce-back games for a few of these folks.
Yeah, trying to get my bearings straight here. We have a 4 Cavalier Whispers board from Kurum X. Very unusual, but pretty sweet. Cavalier is actually very good for Siphon to reduce the amount of time it takes to get that Rampage and Siphon into the fight. Not to mention, it also makes positioning for Siphon very difficult. Oh, big descent. Also, Solus has an Infinity Edge and an Assassin emblem onto that Shyvana as well. So apparently it is Transform Your Dragon Day here in mid-set finale. And there's some spicy stuff going on here.
Yeah, I think that was actually Solus scouting, and it was Omde's board because Solus lost the last fight as well.
You're
Don't quote me on that, but I think that's correct. But yeah, Kurum's board is woke if I've ever seen one. I mean, this is a really cool line that he's on. He's playing around Pike as a secondary carry to go with this Cavalier Siphon. Some last second repositioning here. He does move that Shroud to the other side. Did Sellerman he get it? Sellerman he dodged the most important unit, which is the Aushin as well as the Zoe. It's actually a huge whiff on that Shroud from Kurum X because he has 2, 1 on each side, and Stellar splits the middle.
Well, Ikram does get the stun though. There's no mana generation item. But the Archangels does ramp things up considerably. We'll see how much damage it can do, as there are a lot of tanking units with the Cavaliers and the Dragon's Claw. The Rampage does end up killing one of the units, but not before Daisy is going to continue to muck things up. Where does Siphon bite?
Of course.
Chooses to go for the Rise, and that's going to wrap it up for Kurum X. Another solid top 4 finish with an unusual board. Good job to Kurum X there. Let's take a look at the top 3. Dial into Stellar Minhee's board, who finds a Rage Blade. Find a way to put this to good use. I like the construction of this Dragon Horde board as well. A lot of people feel like when you get this augment, you have to play like 3, maybe 4 dragons. That's not really the case. Sometimes you can just play 2 dragons and a ton of good support, and that's exactly what Stellar Mini has done.
Yeah, it's a really, really nice board Stellar has put together. He's playing around a lot of the strongest units in the game. This mage synergy, not a lot of teching up into vertical mages happening at this stage in the set, but 3 mages so powerful. Zoe probably the most broken unit in the game when you have that mages online. The double chalice, plus it's going to have a rage blade, so it's going to be able to cast a ton. And really nice front line playing around basically a bunch of just good units. I'm surprised actually to see this rage blade wind up onto the Shio Yu. I was thinking he was going to wind up on Zoe. Stellar thinking about Omde's board, thinking about how he wants to position it. We need to get a better look at Omde's board for us to be able to analyze the fight. That's the only downside here, is that we're kind of at the mercy. Here we go. We're taking a look at the board. It's a Sins board, so we're going to see some last second clumping coming out. Whoa! He's actually playing against Solus, so it looks like Stellar's got the ghost.
He's got double Assassin Dragon.
Yeah.
Yes,
This is a cool lobby.
He's got Assassin Shyvana as well as Assassin Siphon. Assassin Dragons. You know, that's not the band I was thinking of. That would be TFT themed, but we'll take it. They played at Worlds. They can play at TFT Worlds, maybe?
I love it. Big damage coming out from that Sin board. Solus takes a good third place in this game, and this is a really, really cool board that Omde has put together. We talked about it a little bit at the top of the show, that Gangly was super high on Omde coming into the tournament, and I am seeing why. This is a very thoughtfully put together board. Another player playing around with these dragon augments, but not just turning off their brain and playing infinite dragons. They're playing around the Sins, and it is a really scary board that Omde has put together.
Yeah, we'll see. The clump does better versus things like the Siphon, but it does worse against Shyvana's Descent as well as Pike's Death from below. The Shroud does land. It is money. Let's see what ends up happening here. An instant double cast from Zoe does pop up a lot of the dragons. And the invulnerability stops the immediate bite. The Streamlabs notification is getting in the way. I can't see what's happening. Dinosaurs are jumping up. Dinosaurs, dragons, fire, explosion, lightning. What ends up happening? Not enough to kill. Amda goes down. And the incredibly stellar board from Stellar Minhee makes it look easy. That's GG. Wow, incredible game we just dropped into.
Yeah.
That's some teamfight tactics. Wow.
What a great round. Like, I asked Bryce, yeah, is there anything surprising? And it's like, no, now's the surprising game. We had to bring it in now. We had to get some assassin dragons. We had to get, built different. And I think built different is the one that I kind of want to like wrap back to and talk about, because it is such an interesting augment to pick. It makes you play the game entirely differently. And Bryce, I know you were talking a little bit about built different in the game, but I wanted to pick your brain a little bit more on like, what are some of the most common strategies you'll see when someone does pick up built different on this current patch?
So you want to lean into the stats that it gives you, right? Raw HP and the attack speed. And so you want to play around 80 carries almost always when you're playing built different. Corki seems to be the best because it makes use of its traits the least, right? It's not a big deal if you don't have the Corki traits because Revel's flat damage and it's not a big deal. And Cannoneer is a trait that's felt kind of fake for a huge amount of the set, if we're being honest. And so Corki is your primary carry. But there was some really interesting techs. We saw him playing around Xayah as well. We saw the backline Nico getting some work done, so some thoughtfulness there. And then on the frontline side, you can play a dragon, and that's what Chalky showed us, is that, hey, Idis is still a monster in the front line. Yes, you don't get a Shimmer Scale item, but it doesn't really, like, you're not getting value on the Idis from the build different, but it's not a big deal in that situation. So you just put a big meat shield in the front, you take care of business with your backline. You don't have to play a dragon. You can play the OP frontline units. You can play Nico, you can play Ornn, you can play Hecarim, so there is some versatility to how you put that board together, and I think Chalky had that versatility on full display in this game.
Yeah, it seems really nice that you're able to get that Idis and put him in, because really, it doesn't matter if he gets the build different. It's just like you need a frontliner, and you need the frontliner that's not going to rely on the build different or the synergies too much. Idis perfect for that. Looks fantastic, and Chalky is once again fully showing up. Doesn't really feel like he's high rolling like crazy. He's just playing some really beautiful TFT today. Let's go ahead and take a look at the scoreboards. We watched kind of a good amount of both of the lobbies, so we can kind of run through these first two sections of it, right? We saw Stellar Minhee and Omde be able to pick up the top two. Casper Wu and Bertosaurus were at the bottom of that lobby. On the other side, it was Soju and DQA at the bottom, Chalky and Darth Nub near the top, and Dish Soap. Honestly, that looked like such an eighth the whole time, and then he finds that Tiny Titans and somehow manages to scrounge together that fifth place. So I wanted to shout that out because it was very impressive. But I want to keep pushing it forward, right? Like, let's look at the compositions. We saw this already, right? We saw the end. Ao Shin being able to pick up that win for Stellar Minhee. That was a really great board. Darth Nub with the Siphon carry. But this is 3 games. This is the halfway point, and we need to take a look at the overall scores and see who is performing at this time. And Frodan, as we jump into this board, like what are you looking at immediately on these standings? What's standing out?
Set 7 has been touted to be a really good set that favors the strengths of Robin, and I think Robin's kind of somehow become underrated as a player again. I think Set 5 Regionals was a really dominant performance, but Set 6 felt kind of like a reset on a lot of people's storylines. We saw a lot of people come to prominence like Issa and Spicy Appies, and this, and Dish Soap really kind of getting that momentum. And now this set, people are talking about other names, the return of Pokigam and Bert. Where's Robin in all this mix? And it just seems like he's been incredibly consistent, especially of late. So Robin being on top, I mean, fantastic job by him. Again, I feel like Robin is just playing some of his best TFT lately. Obviously, could be continue to improve. He's not playing flawlessly, still making a few mistakes here and there, but overall looking very solid. And to the other end too, at the very bottom, we're talking about players like Current Max. We weren't sure where he would land in a field that's competitive, especially since he took a set off. Currum's still very much in that running and seems very solid and consistent so far. Always being pushing for that top 4 and like at worst placing 5th.
Yeah, and we're also looking at Soju had a great day yesterday. Today it's looking a lot more rough. Dishchope as well having a rough day today. And there's also some kind of the lesser known names, right? Because we talk about this in TFT. It's like just because you don't know somebody, there's so many good TFT players. But Omde and Clear being in this top 8 right now, having a really, really solid game. And Bryce, I mean, are these players that you're looking to as like, hey, maybe in the rest of set 7, set 7.5, they're going to have these crazy performances like when we saw Asa and Spicy Appies rise in 6.5? Or, do you think there might be enough changes in 7.5 where it really is just 2 fully different sets?
Well, you're always looking for the players that are out there that are going to make the leap. And so far, the names we've been talking about this set have been Rainplosion and Malala, both of which got day 1. Yeah. So there's Clear has not had consistent tournament performances. They've been okay, so it's cool to see them coming up, and maybe they're going to make their run, right? Chalky is a name that I think everyone should be paying attention to now. Been really consistent performer, topping, doing really well once again today. I also am really happy for Darth Noob specifically when we're talking about some of these up-and-coming players. He's a player that when you ask within high elo circles, everyone says he's a solid player. Everyone's like, this guy's really good at TFT. In addition to all the things Dan was highlighting, how much he does for the community, he does as much as anybody. So it's nice to see him finally kind of popping off a little bit in the tournament because it feels like the potential's always been there. He's always made everyone's dark horse list because he's capable of doing it. So, I don't know what's been going on, whether before it was tournament nerves or if he was low rolling, whatever, but it's just so great to see him performing so well so far halfway through day 2. I'm really, really happy for him.
It's actually really funny because you think about Darth Noob as someone in the community, and you kind of just assume that he has some like really solid tournament results under his belt because he feels like he's been so good for so long. But this might be finally the time that he gets to punch those tickets and maybe make it to regionals or make it to worlds or find just that really pop-off performance. And his day has been fantastic. So he's just trying to expand that like tournament result repertoire. And speaking of expanding, Fantasy TFT is expanding its reach and can now be your home for new TFT content across the scene. They've added a news feature and collecting the best stories across TFT from strategy, rankings, and all the best podcasts. Download or join via the web to play, win eggs, and see everything TFT all in one place. Head over to FantasyTFT.com. Check out our friends over at Ball Street. But we have reached the halfway point of the day. There's still a good amount of TFT to go. The standings could flip, they could flop, whatever they could do. But we're going to take a quick break. Dragonlands mid-set finale will return right after this. Welcome back to the Dragonlands mid-set finale day 2. I'm your host Casanova and joined by Admirable and mean Mr. Kien as we head into the back half of the day. It's the halfway point, Admirable, and what does that mean for us here on the mid-set finale?
It means that we're still got plenty of ways to go on this one. Like basically, picture everything that could happen today, just and inverse it. Technically a possibility on this one. So we have players that are standing out the top. Liquid Robin is standing in first place right now. Chalky standing tied with the point total, but in second place. And this is largely, I think, due to the bonus points aspect on this one. Amdy sitting right behind them in third place with 18 points, and Solus right behind that, tied at 18 points as well. So a pretty strong lead for the players who are in the top 4. And as you work your way down to 8, it's Kurum sitting at 16 points, and then right after that, that's our first 2-point drop off that we have. Milk sitting in 9th place at 14 points, and it goes down to Soju at 9 points at the bottom.
Yeah, and I mean, take a look at the lobby that we're going into below us, Keen. I know a lot of these players we were really excited to see. Emily, we had, a game that it felt like she had a really good spot in, and it kind of dropped off, which felt uncharacteristic of the tournament because she's been playing so well. I was curious, out of these other players that you've been watching today, who's kind of been rising to the occasion on this day too?
Yeah, I actually went back and looked at the VOD on Emily's Shimmer Scale game, and unfortunately, she straight up just misclicked the Shimmer Scale augment, and then she was still left with 45 gold, so she probably thought, okay, I can just hit another one, I can then Nico's it, but of course that did not happen that game. If she had not misclicked that was almost certainly a top 2 from her spot with the amount of gold. She would have been level 8 with about 50 gold with perfect items on Siphon, level 2 with a bunch of other stuff to start as well. There was no reason to doubt that she would get top 2, top 3 at worst, and so it's unfortunate to see that ended up being a 5th because of a single misclick, and then that snowballed into a 6th in the last game. And so those are the type of things that sometimes tiny mistakes that you can get away with on ladder. It's kind of funny. It makes it to a YouTube montage. You can't make those mistakes here. It sucks. It's obviously something that could happen to anybody, but that's just how the dice rolls. And going into this lobby, I'm sure she'll be looking to bounce back. Second half of the day, as Admirable says, can really go in any direction.
Yeah, and I mean, with that, we are going to be jumping into that game number 4. So Admirable and Keen, just take it away.
Day number 2 at the Dragonlands mid-set finale and game number 4. And we've pretty much highlighted a ton here for Emily Wang and talking about that misclick. And I really want to get your aspect on like the pressure that applies to you from a tournament aspect as well. Like how much different was it playing ladder versus playing in Jade Cup and being in that deep spot where like you basically needed anything to happen other than what did to really advance forward in that one? How did the pressure really affect you in those scenarios?
I think the pressure affected me in really just the last game. I actually feel like the other games I was quite prepared for. I feel like I play well when I know what the other players are doing. And so I could have higher expectations against a lobby of stronger players. And I think that's going to be true here as well, is you're not going to see people have random stuff where they're just setting it all on odd timings and hitting things on unexpected timings. Sometimes you do get with lower level players that just kind of flip the lobby entirely. And so you do get some consistency, but then of course that means you also need to be consistent. So all it takes is one mistake, as I pointed out, for it to just kind of ruin your day here. And we'll see if Emily's able to bounce back from a mistake like that.
Yeah, looking at Stellar Minhe's board here where they picked up a very strong and needed finish to get things moving here on this one. And I'm kind of curious to see what direction this ends up taking with the double belt drop at the start. For Stellar Minhe, I really feel like that a lot of their play is based around the carousel first pick and really prioritizing the econ at the start of these fights. So I'm kind of curious, like when you have these double belt starts, it feels like the tank items are like, this is like one of your openings, it feels like, to build a win streak.
Yeah, this is a really good spot. With double belts, you never can have too much belts because you always love having Vormog's end game, and I'm a big fan of these belts. So you're sitting here, you're like, oh, if I get an armor, I can slam Sunfire. If I get a rod, I can slam this Morello. I've got a Karma pair. This is a great spot to be for Stalman. Yeah, so now you're staring at you're close to Karma 2, you can just slam the Morello, and close to Jade as well. It's potentially a very strong opener here, especially on a silver. If you have a lot of good units and you have decent items early, you're always hoping for a silver augment, just because it's going to affect the board strength a lot less, and you're already strong or potentially going to be strong. So this is looking quite good for Stellar Minhe.
Nice little thought I never really put into consideration there, which is if it's a silver augment and you have a strong start that can maybe build a win streak, this is actually one of the places you could build on. It's so much less board impact from everybody else. Oh.
Just much less variance. Yeah, the Electrotriad is expected take there. I would expect to see the Morello slam, and it's strong. Even if you level, there's not really anything you can play. You might just sit here and hope that he hits Karma with the extra. It's 75% chance on the 1 cost versus I believe 55% at level 4. Wow, so he actually does not choose to go Morello. I am very surprised by that. I would have definitely leaned towards the anti-healing, but with the Electro Charge, looks like he is leaning towards the Ona to be the damage dealer. I think that's also quite a strong play.
So it is the duelist dexterity for the Mirage aspect as well, so I feel like just having this strong frontline piece, this feels like actually a key feature for a lot of the Mirage compositions. Like, right now, the Leona's standing in, but this is a great piece to put on a Nunu later on. It feels like you have a Rod open to support whatever you want to build onto the Deja at a later aspect. It feels like that's a place they're leaning right now, but not necessarily committing to. I will say, however, it does really feel like that for Stellar Minhee here, the whole aspect of this is just figure out a way to build the economy up. And I feel like that the Warbox is going to buy you some time to pick off some units here and take less damage as a result.
Yeah, I would say because he's slammed the Warmog, it's very likely he's leaning much more towards the Deja. If you had seen the Morello slam, that would have been more towards, I'm going to look to play around maybe Jade into Nivea in the mid game, something of that nature. But with the Warmog, as you said, that's going to buy time for the Deja to ramp up. Save the Rod to build a Gwinsu. And it looks like that could be the direction. Kurum draws AFK as his first augment.
That's a nice one to see. Very patient board.
It is definitely a fun one.
It's a lot of gold.
You know, I will say this is a bit tangential, or actually, to be honest, completely unrelated. We were talking about misclicking stuff earlier, and I do have to say, Soju playing a lot of Valorant lately has probably made him a much better clicker. And so, if you want to avoid misclicks, maybe play Valorant a bit more.
Yeah. And it seems to be kind of empowering his play as well. Been doing pretty well these last couple days.
You're in aim labs, like, what are you doing? Oh, I'm practicing for TFT.
Trying to misclick some stuff. Emily here with a pretty strong Jade start, I'd say. Anytime you see the Sunfire cape on a Jade start and a meditation for that backline, I'm pretty happy with that.
Yeah, this is looking quite good. You have the the Sunfire on the front line as well. It's just this is great. You got Jades, you got Nivea already, and you got the Sunfire. This is exactly the kind of board you want. You got a couple upgrades as well. This is the kind of high roll she is going to be very happy with after the misfortune that we've gone over extensively already.
I'm curious about all the different directions this could take too. I mean, you really have no commitment here. This is one of the things I love about the tank items that can actually produce damage as well, is it lets you take these very aggressive stances, and every single item you get, you're trying to like slam something that doesn't really commit you somewhere, because it feels like so much of your commitment's going to be bound to the units that you find at that point.
Yeah, you see the pre-level here as well. Pre-leveling just something, if anybody at home is wondering, you pre-level here, you're guaranteed to be level 5 next turn, which means you get level 5 shop. And just high-rolling an early dragon can just literally win you, or secure a top 4, or if you're able to hit it early. Anybody that's able to get a Deja early right now, hit a Siphon early, those kind of units can really just carry you through the rest of stage 2, of course, and then through stage 3, and sometimes stage 4. So pushing for 5 quickly is always a strong point in this meta.
Snapping in a little bit of a streak there as well. Always love to see that. Casper Wu taking the Tiny Titans at the start at 114 health. Tiny Titans really always encourages me to sell down my board and just get as much gold as I can as quickly as possible.
Tiny Titans, I think the way to play it is to treat it as an econ augment. I think it's one of the strongest augments in the game. If you treat it entirely as econ, you sack the first 5 fights, build up a loss streak going into neutrals, and you're still at about 100 health usually.
A lot of times for me too, that loss streak just continues.
Yes, right? Yeah, it lets you lose all to 0 and you can go next. It's like, it maximizes how many games of TFT you can get in a day, and you really can't underestimate that. Ambi with the Shimmer scale, with the Gem. Gem is one of those that I think most people don't like seeing on the first augment. It just doesn't stack gold as much. You're usually getting 2, maybe 3 gold in the mid to early, or excuse me, early to mid game stages. It's not the best augment. But by endgame, I do find it to be one of the stronger ones. Getting the extra ascension is a pretty big deal.
That's a good point. Definitely not the early game one you want to see, though. I always want to see the jab attacks.
Yeah, you want the. I mean, you'll take any of them. You know, the scepter. You'll take even the gambler's knife. Like, any of that stuff can let you stack gold just a bit better. Win streak a bit better. Of course, getting even the diamond hands would be good. But
wow, this board is a heater too. My goodness, the amount of damage that's getting applied here.
He's still quite strong though, and it's going to take out Emily here. We talked about having a fairly strong board as well. Emily's not going to take any bad losses at this point, so that's fine for her. She'll streak 2 losses together here.
On the prospect here of the 5er, and that's the always one to look out for. Whoever gets that 5 win streak, I feel like they're in such good shape. It is yet to really prove wrong across. It's just like, this is the thing to fight for, and I love when everyone's trying to fight for this aspect in some regard. Because those are the lobbies that just always feel like the tightest finish at that point, where just everyone's trying to scrape together whatever they can to put something stronger on the board at the end.
Yeah, and he's sitting here looking very strong. I think because he moved the Kench up, there's a decent chance he levels up here and plays this Sejuani. Because he moved it out of the locket, and so the kind of preempt, or it's not Sejuani.
Whoa.
Yeah, so he preempted that move by moving the Kench up there.
Whoa, this is like some serious Bebe vibes.
It's very aggressive. I actually like making this play quite a bit as well, because, like I said, worst case scenario is you lose, and you're still at level 6 with 10 gold, which is really not a bad spot to be. I think he might actually lose here. This 2-star Yone with the Titans is going to be real hard to deal with. Get the cast off, and even it does get the cast off, and it's not enough. He went to 6 and lost. You can see everybody coming over here. This is where you start pinging. Somebody cracks a Bebe joke that we've all heard 1,000 times. You know, that's exactly... Oof. You hate that loss.
So the call on this one, is this purely related to the idea that you have this needlessly large gem, or like you have a bit of a setup where you get that extra gold back so you can afford to take this kind of risk?
I think that's part of it. I think the other part of it is he really just wanted to win there. And getting to level 6 is, no matter what anybody says, getting to 6 in, getting the extra Nivea in obviously made your board considerably stronger. And it just wasn't enough. He ended up fighting a guy with Yone too. It might have been worth, like you saw he didn't really scout around there. And if he had scouted around, maybe he would have seen that Titans Yone too and be like, okay, even if I draw this guy, even if I'm level 6, I still might lose, and then it's not worth sacking the econ for it. But that's not what happened.
Pretty strong creep round here as well. Oh my god, 4 items drop.
I mean, those are pretty good items.
Wow,
well.
This is really strong.
Anytime Mortdog TV extra items, so, and he still got great gold. Like I said, the worst case scenario, he's still in a good spot. And let's see how he's able to navigate from there. Certainly, if he had been able to win that fight, that could have been a basically you're telling yourself this is guaranteed top 4. With that loss, it could still swing either way at this point.
I'm pretty set up here nicely for the AP idea. I feel like when there's a strong Deja, that really opens up the AP aspect a lot more. There's definitely several things you can hit. You're going to lean towards a Deja, but there's a lot of 10s that can show up in that spot as well. When you have this 5 loss streak, thanks to the AFK, your gold here is so set up to turbo for that Deja.
Yeah, Ezreal is like a school kid. He's like, when you grow up, what do you want to be? And Ezreal's saying Deja.
The analogies continue. They're beautiful. At this point, I just want to like subscribe to a Twitter thing and just see those images posted where it's like the beautiful scenery in the background of one of these ridiculous TFT analogies.
Yes. Great TFT analogy philosopher, mean Mr. Kien.
AMD going to take another loss here.
Yeah, let's streak 2 here. Kurum's board's quite strong. Kurum's board is certainly the one I think anybody in this lobby would trade for, being level 6, 50 gold with great items for a Deja. He's set up to go 8 pretty quickly here and roll it down for Deja. But Kurum is also one of these players I see roll at 7 quite a bit, and I would not be surprised to see him roll at 7 on 3-5 just to look for the first Deja.
Does this change your mind at all? Being able to heal back up?
Tiny Titan's not bad. Kurum's sitting at 66. I think that's an instant take on Tiny Titans. He doesn't need items anymore, so he doesn't mind Carousel Priority. And this is going to let him go, okay, maybe I can 100% go fast 8 here, maybe fast 9, if I'm able to hit an early Deja and play around, say, Aurelion Sol or Aoshin instead.
A little heater of a lobby here, despite its 2 silvers to start.
We have 7 people at 90 health still. I think a couple people pulled the Tiny Titans there, and you got Stellar Minhee sitting down there, not even that weak. Yeah, so Kurum is going straight to 7 here.
Oh, you know what? This is always one of the things I love about having a ton of gold here, too. I think that this level to 7 is actually quite impactful. Like, your natural rolls here are really the big difference, where you notice the 15% on that purple spot. These are a lot of what I call VIP rolls, where you have spent the gold to get into this club, and the game's like, okay, well, here you go. We'll show you some bigger options then. Yeah,
I like this spot as well. It looks like Stellar Minhee might have rolled a little bit here, or maybe he just naturaled a bunch of Siluses that cost him a lot of money, but it's sitting on the Silas too. Great items on the Ham Kench, and unfortunately he's forced to play 2 Namis in the back line. That seems to be not an issue though, as the front line just proves a little too much for Kurum to be able to get through, so unfortunately Kurum went to 7 and still lost. We've seen a couple of people level off timings here and still lose, so you are seeing the punishment of this.
Whoa.
This
recombobulator was very good.
You're sitting on a pike. You got
Like, this is not a joke. This is a great recombobulator here.
It is kind of confusing, though. If you're sitting here, what are you playing from this spot would be my question.
Good question, but, right now I'll just focus on the idea that the stuff is strong.
It looks fun. I obviously haven't seen very many pikes at this point in the game, so it's I'm not sure how much work pike is going to do.
You don't get 3 pikes?
And sometimes it happens.
Oh, goodness. Sona as well, just delivering that little backline stun, and then this pike is just coming up and sweeping the board.
Yeah, this pike is doing some work, especially with the ascension off the gems. At this point, the gem's actually getting quite a lot of value. Of course, the gem up to 80 gold will do percentile ascension, so you're looking at a 60% damage buff with the ascension right now. It is quite a buff at this point in the game. Especially with the locket, that's definitely going to buy you enough time for the ascension to go off.
Wow, this is just... It's tough to crop these kind of boards together, but I'll tell you what, when you're focused on the competitive aspect like this, you can definitely find some things that are going to matter. And like you said, with the Tiny Titans, that is a lot.
Yeah, it's two Titans. Oh, Casper had a Titan start, so that's 3 overall Tiny Titans in this lobby. So this is one of these lobbies where when you're talking about pacing, because so many people are grabbing health, that indicates a lot of people are going to be greeting up and pushing 8, pushing 9 even. So you should see the capped boards being quite a bit higher in this game, just because there's so much more health to work with. I do expect us to see something like an Aoshin being the unit to win out this lobby.
Vertosaurus with the Mirage Heart and the weak spot as well, so a lot of damage from their combat aspect. The Mirage is going to get ticked up to 6 pretty easily if you hit that spot. And AMD going to 7 here and rolling. It feels like everyone's really trying to punish the idea of sitting back and hovering for econ, as well as the same idea of just, protect yourself, get a win streak going. Like, this feels like a pretty aggressive lobby so far.
He's also got econ, though, so it's one of these things where I think this is the lobby that just ended up having a lot of money, having a lot of health. And like I said, I do expect quite a few level 8 players pretty quickly here. And we see Star Minhee again, I think one of the few players who was forced to roll and was unfortunately unable to win streak this stage. I think his spot is looking quite scuffed.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough. But Tom, when Tom catches your carry, that's not usually a good sign when you run into a pike on 3-5.
Yes, this pike is doing a lot of work. Oof. Yeah, just
it's a big hit.
Well, let that be a lesson to you all, is look out for a guide I'm going to release soon. It's called Get Pike on 3-2. It is the best way to play TFT.
It's a classic guide. Kien has showed it to me so far. I'm doing a little bit of edit work, but it's pretty spot on.
Oh, that is a Xiaoyu 2 from Mr. Soulless here. He has 0 items on it, unfortunately, but you'll take a Xiaoyu 2.
What in the world?
There's another Nico. Okay,
Did I just not notice this in the previous one?
He must have just hit it. Or I guess he had. Looked like he had it. Yeah, but sometimes we just don't see stuff on the right-hand side.
Oh my gosh.
The Nivea's going to be big, though, so you can actually stick the Archangel on a unit, and you're going to see the Nico get picked up. I mean, if he hits a Nico too early as well, and gets a few lucky items here off of Wolves. I do expect to see maybe him re-rolling. He's got 2 Reforgers on the bench. I would not be surprised if he re-rolls a tier here, depending on what items he gets off of Wolves.
Goodness gracious. I mean, Vertosaurus, like, you feel like you just have it in place, and then suddenly you run into Solus with a Xiaoyu 2?
Yep.
On 3-6? My gosh.
Oh, just hit.
Stellar Minhee picking up a win. Casper taking a loss. Pretty reasonable cascade, I'd say, from 1st to 8th right now. It's not like a canyon between the 2 places. It kind of ticks its way down. Really, the big jump is 3rd to 4th right now.
Yeah, I was talking earlier about how we might see people lean more towards Xiaoyu with all the Siphon prominence in the first couple games, but then it's also very dependent on the lobby. I actually think Xiaoyu's kind of bad to hit here, because now you're playing Xiaoyu in a lobby with quite a few people leaning towards Deja, and I think Deja can be a really difficult matchup, especially Duelist variant Deja can do quite a lot of work if you are positioning incorrectly and that Xiaoyu gets targeted early.
A lot of gold here for Vertosaurus.
Sitting on 84 gold. And you're going to see him roll. He's probably going to roll for 1 Deja and stop.
Or anything you're willing to accept in the meantime.
There it is. Just hit.
You don't have to think about that one.
I think there are sometimes I like to hold an Nivea, maybe hit an Nivea 2, and that can be a decent item holder for a little bit. If you're lucky, you can hit an early Shyvana, an early Aoshin. Any of those units can really hold, but of course you do just want to hit this guy.
Interesting. On the setup here as well, you do have the natural attack speed getting built up, so heavy damage. Certainly one you're looking at.
Yeah, the Titan is actually quite a good item on the Deja. It's something that I think is a little underrated on him. Somebody that's going to be able to hit the 25 stacks quite quickly. He's often the last unit alive, so that extra bit of tankiness can be very helpful. You'll see it come into play here, but I think he's just not enough. You're against too many units on the other side. Bellerman, he managed to stabilize. I mean, he was able to find a Siphon without really rolling anything, and that's kind of the situation I was talking about earlier. Is in that spot, the only thing that's going to salvage you is basically high rolling and finding a Siphon without rolling. Fortunately, he was able to do that, stay at 10 gold. He might be able to stabilize the rest of the stage. These are not great augments. I would expect a reroll here. Wow, he just took devastating charge. I don't know if I agree with that.
You are going to be playing Cavaliers in this aspect.
I just don't think the Cavaliers are going to... That's not really going to do that much for you. Like, you're built around the Deja here, but... especially... I think the other reason I wouldn't have taken it is just if you're looking at the rest of his augments, there's just no other combat powers. There's only combat power is devastating charge, which feels like it's not quite greedy enough. I would have re-rolled and looked for something a little bit better, but finding early Yasuo is gonna make this spot a lot better.
I mean, the spot's a lot better because of that, but, you know, I'm looking at this Shyvana on the bench as well with this pair of Dejas, and it feels like you have an alternate aspect that is available if you wanted to go that way.
Yeah, definitely, but with that... Wow, is that Siphon 2?
That's a Siphon 2 from Stellar Minhe's side.
He hit Siphon 2 with, like, 20 gold, which is very fortunate. So Stellar Minhe's going to be able to stabilize quite easily from this spot. I think he was in a spot that you easily could have gone 8th in, but sometimes that's how TFT is. You press D and it gives you what you need.
I'm a D-keyer.
Oh, there is an Aoshin.
Another alternate option spots up here.
I don't think you're going to be able to swap over at this point. Just not enough tank items. I think it'd be pretty suicidal to do that. Especially you got the Yasuo early. When you're sitting on a Deja pair, I would expect to see him roll to keep around 20.
2-star.
He's one off.
Oh, goodness. It's just when you stop rolling, it's like, you know, you lost that last round pretty hard.
You stay around 20. I think you see what you get off the carousel, and then you send it after the carousel. So I expect him to see sell Ash, sell Aoshin, make 20 here.
There's a lot of Dejas being chased in this lobby right now, Kien.
Yeah, I think he maybe needs to roll a bit more aggressively there. With that many people going, you just kind of donkey it. It feels really bad, but you're going to be stuck on 8 anyway, so you might as well try and hit it early.
Enough, though. I mean, if it's enough to start pressuring the other players, you can definitely save up some gold, it feels like.
I'm very surprised to see him hold this Aoshin. I think it's a big waste of money. I just don't see him being able to properly pivot into it.
There we go.
And he sells it, yeah. Let's see what else we got. Look. Oh, we empty with the dragon. Got some dragons.
Stand united on the gold.
That's a lot of handshakes.
That is a lot of handshaking. O-Cage business.
Robin coming in with meditation. We got some pretty strong augments to round it out. Like I said, I think Kurum's augment is gonna maybe bite him in the butt by the end of this one.
This is like a pretty spicy lobby for silver, gold.
Let's see. Where are we on? Emily? Whoop. Why didn't she get off Forge? Okay, getting Zhonya's not awful. It's going to be quite good on the Anivia. You would obviously... I think Zhonya's...
There's Zoe.
There's a good pivot endgame for her, but I think it's going to be difficult to get there. You see her holding the Ornn. Yeah, I mean, it's just a Nico waiting room.
Oh, goodness. That is not necessarily a good feeling.
Yeah, you'll see her look for probably an armor to finish off Edge of Night on the Xiaoyu. So it's pretty strong Xiaoyu. Unfortunately, all the Deja players are kind of contesting each other, so you're dealing with Deja 1 for a bit here, and it's good for her to be rolling into them right now. Deja's not going to be able to deal with this, but it's quite a lot of attack speed. Okay, even Deja 1 is enough. This is what I was saying earlier, that if the targeting is incorrect, if you don't have the right front line, Deja is a very difficult matchup for Xiaoyu. And without the Nico, which I've said before is the linchpin of the Jade Cop, you're just not able to get by enough time for the damage to go off. And not finding a single Nico is going to be devastating here.
Oh, goodness. This is feeling like a tough one.
She's fortunately still at 50 health. She's still sitting on the Xiaoyu. She can still definitely beat some of the Siphon boards, for example, but it's looking stuffed here without the Nico.
You have a Dragonmancer, a little bit of extra HP on this Yasuo. It feels like so many things need to go right here if you run into the Deja boards, because, I mean, you spelled out pretty perfectly. Your board's kind of naturally clumping because you're on the Jade aspect. A lot needs to happen here in order to fight this right. I feel like the Siphon board, I feel like this is one you can definitely pick up, and largely because of this this Zhonya's in the back line, it means that this Siphon can easily get caught in a situation like this.
It is a bad map. You see the Siphon just eat 2 Jade statues to start this fight as well, so that's just the difference. And this is what I was saying earlier. Even if Stellar Minhee is able to stabilize, you look at his gold, he was forced to roll quite a bit. Oh wow, he hit a Zoe at 7 as well, so quite a high roll for him despite that early start. I think it's potentially going to salvage the game here. But he'll take a loss here. It's just a rough matchup for Siphon.
I'm sitting at 18. Casper winning at 26. Bertosaurus falls to 32. And again, pretty cascading aspect from the first to last spot here. And Robin, a very quick take on the Treasure Dragon.
Yeah, that was a really great item. You just an instant bloodthirster for the Siphon here. It's going to come in, and Robin's still sitting quite good health. It's going to be difficult to hit the Siphon, though. He's pretty late on it. But it looks like you can probably just slam Chalice.
I mean, you have a belt on the front line as well.
Yeah, Chalice and then Morello front line was probably the likely play here. It could also be Spark on Siphon and then just make Redemption. So he does have quite a few options as he's thinking. I don't think either are necessarily wrong or right here. And that's why you're seeing him.
Here for anything?
Okay, so he's gonna go Morello.
Yeah, that's
okay,
good.
and just Hodge over.
Yeah.
Then you just I stack Lulu with these items. Wow. He's going to put it on Trist instead. I thought I would have gone on Lulu, but you should see... Yeah, moving Namzi in the back line. And
not a bad board here for Robin. I think this is looking pretty good.
Yeah, you'll see Robin sit for a bit. He has no Paris. There's no real reason to roll here. I think you'll see him sit here until he naturals a Siphon. Especially from his health. If he hits another Siphon, he might roll it down for Siphon 2, but otherwise you might as well just sit for a bit. It's very unlikely you hit 2 Siphons with 20 gold.
Oh boy, AMD on 9.
AMD, level 9 with 50 gold with a bunch of dragons in. The Shyvana is dropping in. This is... he was able to turn that pike into something a little bit better.
This is a heater. Oh my gosh, this is
those
terrifying
pike items,
to run into.
Oh my god, this pike is popping off.
What on earth? How do you beat this?
Well, I think this is where you send an email to Riot Support and...
Don't do that. No.
And you complain about or you DM Mortdog, who loves receiving DMs on Twitter about one game where you had was very unlucky. Because that game is definitely symbolic of how TFT always is. As a former writer, I can tell you Mortdog loves getting those kind of DMs.
I do not support this angle.
Oh man, Riot's like taking notes. Don't hire this guy again.
Bryce is the full roll down, and it doesn't look like anything has really come to fruition here. Hecarim 2, and that's about it. Sitting on a single Deja.
Yep, this is I've talked about this a few times. When you commit to Deja early, this is kind of, and you see the Mirage was his first augment. Once you commit to early, it's just you throw your wheel, your hands, the wheel goes to Mortdog, and it's like, okay, I'm gonna press D, and if I hit this Deja, I'm good. If I don't hit this Deja, we're out. And you see Kurum take the 8th there. Like I said, I did not like the augment he took. Was not a fan of it, and it looks like he probably didn't hit Deja either. Just a lot of things didn't go right for him, despite having all that health and all that gold. Just if you don't hit, you don't hit, and that's kind of what Deja is. There's no easy pivot angle with Deja.
Oh goodness, Bertus just got to be terrified in this spot. I mean, Bertosaurus, I feel like was needing some strong finishes here as well. I mean, coming in at 10 points into game number 4 without a strong finish here, it's going to demand two top 2s.
There's no real easy. Yeah, he's likely just dead here. Despite he has great items too. If he was able to hit the Deja 2, this would be a great spot honestly. Maybe he's lucky he got a ghost here. The Nami's gonna go off, put him at 9 health. As long as he kills everything but one. So if it's 2-unit loss, if the dragon's up, he's dead. So he does need to kill the Siphon at the very minimum to have a chance of staying alive here. And it does look like he's gonna kill the Siphon.
Okay.
And
That
I
might be
think
a win here,
this will be a
actually.
cleanup. Yeah, I mean, this is Ghost Gap, right? So Ghost Board's gonna buy him another turn. That also let him heal up to 11 next turn with the Soraka in, which is a pretty big deal. And he might be fortunate enough to hit the Deja 2 on the next roll, and that could be what salvages the game for Burt. Even getting a 6 over Casper, you take that at this point.
Emily Wang taking a loss. AMD now has created the canyon.
Oh, there is a
Team
Shroud
down the bottom.
here, and yeah, I would be surprised Burt does not take the Shroud. Yeah, the Shroud could be the difference between a win or a loss here. I was surprised to not see Casper take it, especially for a blue buff. I'm not even sure what is so demanding of a blue buff at this point in the game that you would take it over a Shroud.
Well, you can take a look. I mean, I'd love to see it personally. It's given me some pretty serious Yasuo vibes.
Yeah, but I don't find blue buff to be that good on Yasuo. What I've noticed is blue buff just makes Yasuo int a little harder instead of fighting.
Oh,
properly.
Hecarim?
Yeah, but it just goes on Yasuo.
Oh, yeah, it goes in the Yasuo.
But Casper was able to hit quite a few things here. This is kind of a...
Yeah, I'm going to disagree with you on the Yasuo blue buff angle. I feel like blue buff on Yasuo is a very powerful item.
Alright, watch this. He's okay. This is my bet. I'm gonna end up being wrong, but if we were able to watch this fight, he's gonna dash up way too fast. Something's gonna target him. He does fortunately have Edge of Night, but I think it's gonna proc the Edge of Night quickly, and then it's gonna kill something else, and then it'll reset.
All right, I disagree with you. I think Casper's going to win this fight. I take it back. This was not the board you wanted to face.
This is not the board, but Casper board does look strong here. I do have to say, regardless of whether blue buff's on or not, it looks strong. I would have just preferred the Shroud. But it might not have made a difference because this is a very, very strong board.
Yeah, I mean, this one, it's like too much to beat at this
Oh
point.
no, the Pike didn't get it.
It's so close! Oh,
I
the
think
Deja's
Casper's gonna win.
recovering!
Yeah. Oh my god, that's so close. That Pike
Blue
left
buff
that,
Yasuo!
that Pike left that Deja on a sliver of health, and that's the difference there.
That's a blue buff Yasuo diff.
It might have been maybe it's blue buff diff.
Those extra stuns coming in.
But Burt also won with the Shroud, and so I wanna say that.
All right, well,
I'll lock it here.
I guess we're allowed to technically both be right in this aspect. This is the competition aspect now at this one. I think Casper's winning the next one. I think that Bertosaurus is not. I'm saying it.
Who does he get? Who's he facing? Maybe it's Burt versus Casper.
Oh, that's just fantastic. Okay, now we need Mortdog to pull some levers here on that one. AMD feels like their board is just like kind of cruising to a stronger spot as well. They were at 9 with like no discomfort whatsoever, so you have plenty of time to cap your board out.
There's Stellar Minhee, who was in a spot that I was not happy with earlier, but he was able to stabilize with some nice rolls on 4-1, and let's see if he's able to win it here. Ooh.
The Siphon just turning and
Where does
picking
this,
off the
oh,
Yasuo.
No. This Siphon. Oof.
Oh my
Okay,
gosh!
I think this fight was a Shroud cap. I'm not gonna lie.
They
And
both got eliminated at -3. Bertosaurus winning that tie because of the higher life total leading into the round.
Oof, that is. Burt is going to take it. It's still not a good spot for him to be. Not a good spot for either of these guys. They're both kind of struggling down there in terms of the point totals. But Burt will certainly take the 6th over the 7th. And we are looking at Stellar Minhee, who is able to stabilize and get up to a 5th.
Looking at for higher than that, though. I mean, stable in 5th doesn't really sound like the...
From the spot
Yeah,
he
the
was on
appealing
3-2, if you told me that was going to be a 5th, I would have had some choice words for you off
Okay,
air.
that's fair. I will accept that as well. But, stable in 5th still does not feel like the take to me.
Yeah, here is a great item to get, though. Getting a bit of extra tech speed and magic resist shred for the Zoe here will be certainly welcome.
That mana going. I want to see. I can't wait to see the rest of these rounds and kind of how they're pairing out. It feels like everyone's been trying to scrape something together here. Again, except for AMD. AMD feels like they've just been resting in a pretty comfortable spot.
AMD probably has 1,000 gold sitting in his bank up there. Oh, he's got another Pike too. He might be going for Pike 3 this game.
Yes! Yes! I want to see that.
I mean, at this point, everybody is kind of looking at that board and be like, please.
Oh my gosh!
So he's at 7 Pikes. Frozen
41
Heart.
gold!
He still has 40 gold left, and he's gonna make more gold here. He's got a couple Shimmer Scale items in. This is Oh, Robin. Oh, Robin was fortunately able to hit the Siphon too. So as expected, he did roll instead of going 9. You really can't go 9 on that spot. And the Siphon has doesn't have the best items, but they're not bad. I think it'll be difficult to win against MD's board though.
Holy smokes! I mean, this is 2 Sorakas on the bench, just in
Oh.
case. You have a 2-star Itis on the bench. working
Oh no,
towards
this
three-star
Siphon
Itis.
does work. This Siphon is cleaned up Andy's board. Yeah, Andy's just sitting on a lot of money on his bench still, though. At this point, you're close to Itis 3, you're close to Pike 3. It's just a ton of gold sitting there. I'm excited to see. He can play Soraka 2 from this spot. He's still looking for. There's the Shyvana 2. There's just a lot of stuff ways for him to get stronger.
How much gold
And-
can you spend with like having, kind of relying on some of the shimmer skill item here though?
So the second shimmer item here is the scepter. I think you have to keep that. And yeah, I was expecting the Thresh to come out. The Guardian's just a lot less value at this point in the game.
What about the whisper aspect? Is that anything?
The Whisper is a decent. I hadn't considered the Whisper, but I don't know if Pike is stacking it that quickly, especially on 2 Whisper. It's not that big.
I mean, this just feels like it's becoming a legendary comp.
Yeah. I mean, this is a very fun board to watch.
You're like, forget the
love to see him
synergies. I
roll.
just want the big stuff.
Yeah, give us Pike 3. I haven't seen Pike 3 yet.
Goodness gracious. And the Shyvana in the backline, too. The 2-star Shyvana is such a massive difference here. Emily
Yeah,
Ryan
yeah.
taking a giant hit.
Ooh, the
and
big staff
losing.
comes down, and I think that unless Stellar Minhe, nope, that's not big, not even a big enough loss. So Stellar Minhe is gonna sneak his way into the top 4 as Emily gets slammed by that AMD board.
Wow. 1 health left. And that right there, that's the stabilization.
So I don't know if this Itis is worth. I feel like if you hit an 8th Pike, you just sell the Itis and send it. Oh. I feel like going for both is quite
Intense one.
greedy. Is anybody else watching and like holding Pikes? But even still, holding Pike I think is a little difficult.
You gotta save some gold here, too. No,
Yeah,
because
you-
you're also looking for Zoe, you're looking for Nico.
You also need the gold for your shimmer items, so to keep them strong here.
You also have a Last Whisper just
That,
sitting
I
on
mean,
the bench.
that's a lot of gold. That's 32 gold sitting on his bench in the Itises there.
Stellar Minhe, I mean, you run into this board, it's got to be terrifying at this point. This Siphon has the work cut out for it. Not even close. The Pike is popping off.
Pipe. Siphon. And
Frozen Heart, that just it completely stifled that momentum idea. Stellar Minhe getting knocked out in 4th, and it feels like Andy has now accepted being in charge of eliminating players piece by piece.
who among us does not like watching Frozen Heart? I gotta say.
That's one of my favorite items.
Hey, I will say at least if I'm not playing, I think it's funny to watch other people tilt. There is a Zoe with a mage cap here. That is not a bad find for someone. Oh, and Robin is gonna snap that one right up.
Yep. Andy, what do you take here? You kind of, all these aspects make sense. I feel like the Shojin is just going to support your backline utility, which is exactly that's like the main strength you can get into at this point.
Yeah, Solus.
Ooh.
Yeah, we saw Solus hit that Shioryu 2 on 3-5 earlier when he was rolling it down, and he was able to just carry that all the way up to the top 3. I'd be very surprised if he was able to beat either of these 2 boards, especially from the hell, because he basically has to win out here for him to have a shot. I would expect Solus to end in 3rd, giving us a heads up between Robin and Amdi, and we did see Robin beat Amdi in the last go-around, but that was before the Shyvana 2, that was before this Frozen Heart, before the Zoe 2, before the Soraka 2. I think Amdi's board has upgraded quite a big way since their last matchup.
How much more could this possibly upgrade at this point? It's like literally 3 stars.
Pike 3, Itis 3, we got something. We are fortunate though. Usually these type of games end too quickly before they're able to roll, but I do think we have enough time here where we should be able to see AMD roll it down and perhaps hit some stuff.
Pike got picked, but it's just the backline utility is so much, and like despite the fact that one of the damages is picked here, you still have another one to deal with on the
Not
Shyvana
too
side.
much. Yeah, and the Zoe CC coming in at the end as well. Because I was going to say the Shioryu is actually quite good at dealing with a Shyvana, because when the Shyvana turns around, the Shyvana fire just doesn't do enough to kill it. And if you have perfect in-slot items, which usually includes a Giant Slayer on the Shioryu, it can do a lot of work. But obviously, not quite enough there.
Star Nico, the final generic upgrade, I think has been found for Andy's board, and with Robin right now, the heads-up position here is quite high life totals for the two of them. So this is like one of the most intriguing and rare parts of the game is when you have these deeper health heads-up scenarios where so much is going to be about position and little tiny calls that you make that can be an absolute massive difference. Right now, though, the race definitely favors AMD, already at 9 and chasing down 3 stars.
Yeah, it's AMD's game to lose. He's got Soraka healing every turn as well. Robin's going to be able to go up to 9 next turn, play Sona, maybe play a 5th mage. There's a couple things he could do, but it's certainly going to be hard to beat the cap here on AMD. All he has to do is hit either Idis or hit Pike, and it's over. The Idis 3, I think, is quite underrated. It shields your whole board. You just take no damage.
Goodness gracious, Robin. Big hit being suffered here, but it's going into creeps. So plenty of gold to work with. Can they make a difference?
Yeah, it is quite a tough spot for Robin. I'm curious to see, like, he might be able to identify, hey, at this point, do I even win if I go 9 and add a Sona? I don't think so. And so it might be, do I just roll it here and pray for a Corki 3? Maybe that's the better win condition.
Oh, I hadn't really thought about that, but that's actually not a bad angle. This is a Mage Corki, and you are being delivered a Shojin right now.
Yeah, it's only 4 Corkis, though. I think it's unlikely he would hit it. But maybe you can level in a Bard. Maybe that's...
Well, you draw a good point, though. Is like
I just don't think it's enough. Yeah, I think even Corki 3, I'm not sure is enough. What you really need is level 9 and Corki 3. Yeah, but he's gonna go 9. It's a more stable route. I don't know what he's gonna play that is gonna pan out here.
It's not on the deny aspect.
So Sona 2 comes in. Sona 2 is gonna stun for like a second, and then they're gonna kill him anyway.
AMD carefully.
And Andy's rolling. We're sitting at 8 Idises. There's Idis 3.
Oh boy, that's a 7th Pike.
And there's
as well.
There's 8 Pikes. No, okay. He can't kill Robin here, so we get one more turn. So we might get Idis 3 and Pike 3 in this game. And there's a blue buff now on the Zoe. So this Zoe's gonna cast Infinite. And if you watch the shield, I think he needs to actually ISO the Idis. I think it's a mistake to not ISO him. Because you see how much shields come up on all the units here, the big white bar? Yeah, it's just way too much shielding. But I do think you want to isolate the Idis so that the shield comes up quite a bit faster, and that would have actually kept the Pike alive as well.
It's a big win, nonetheless. And again, still in the favor. Robin, this is the desperation round of, like, please, something happen.
Robin's checking the rulebook to see if he's allowed to forfeit, and the answer is no. Oh, it's Pike 3 as well. We hit both of them.
Holy, what a blowout of a game here.
This is for us, is that we get to watch. Oh, and he's popping some items off. And he wants the blue buff over? Oh, no, Demancer's spat. Okay, so that Pike is going to generate 50 gold. Okay, but he still needs to just ISO this Idis.
He doesn't need to do anything. You can sell half the board.
It does not matter. Okay, let's watch it. Let's watch how it does it. What does Pike 3 even do? I don't.
It murders everything.
Bop. I got Permacy Seed. Zoe's better. 50,000 damage. 50,000 damage. 50,000 damage. Oh my goodness. And okay.
Oh my.
Nice try, Robin. Nice try.
A disgusting win from AMD in this one. A huge lead, massive gold, coasts to first place.
This has just been the set of 3-star 5 cost, hasn't it? We saw Rainplosion with the Soraka and Jade Cup. We now get a Pike here in the mid-set finale alongside Nidus 3. What a crazy game from Omdu there. I mean, the only other thing in that game that I wanted to bring up, even though it didn't really come into play for Omdu specifically, was Tiny Titans, because this has been popping up a lot in the tournament. And Kien, I wanted to pick your brain on Tiny Titans and the spots where you want to be taking it. Is it just always right now, or are there kind of more specific times when you need to be looking for that augment?
I don't think it's always. I think the way you really look at it is on turn 1, 2-1. It's generally a good augment because, as I mentioned, one of the strongest ways to play it is econ, okay? You can just lose streak that whole stage, you still have a lot of health, and you can just build up econ. You can kind of play whatever you want, and I think that's one of the things that makes it so strong. At other stages in the game, on 3-2, for example, I think that is where it becomes a little trickier. Sometimes you can take Tiny Titans and still go 8th because you don't have a strong board, and in the spot where let's say you have weak spot as another alternative, the way to really think about it is, do you think weak spot's going to save you 30 health throughout the course of the game. And all that really means is winning 3 fights. Is weak spot going to win you 3 fights the rest of the game? And there's a lot of times you can really say, yeah, it's going to win me 3 fights, and that's going to save 30 health, or maybe 4 fights, 5 fights. Weak spot might just save you way more health than Tiny Titans will, and that's just something you have to be able to recognize. You also generally don't like taking Tiny Titans if you're ahead. If you're at like 90 health, you're win streaking, you don't need extra health. You need extra power to continue that streak. And so that's really the main thing, is asking yourself, is this augment actually going to save me 30 health? And oftentimes you'll find other augments will save more health than than Tiny Titans.
Yeah, it's cool because we've seen a couple spots where it's made a big difference in placements, especially because you are just fighting for those little extra placements, and 3 fights might just be exactly how many you need. We saw Dish Soap with it earlier. Robin getting all the way up to a 2nd here. I'm not sure if that was exactly due to Tiny Titans in this one in particular, but just the fact that it has been kind of this prevalent augment throughout the day. I mean, other things from that game, we saw Shimmer Scale that was really exciting as well. And I want to talk about it a little bit more, but first I want to take a look through these scoreboards and just kind of see what happened in the other lobby before we touch further on Shimmer Scale. So let's take a look at those lobby scoreboards from the other side and see what happened in the other lobby. Admirable, break it down for me.
I'm looking at Clear and Darthnub finishing in the top 2 positions here. This felt like a very nice finish here for Clear, who had a pretty rough start to the day, but turned it right back around now with 3 consecutive top 4s afterwards. Chalky having their 2nd bottom 4, finishing in the bottom 2 spots at that, no less. And it just feels like that Lobby B is pretty stacked, honestly. And almost any way you divide this, there's going to be surprise factors here. It's just one of the things I love about the competitive TFT. Just no matter how you slice this up, there's surprising looking factors to this one. But that suddenly, just when I look at this overall, it feels like the scoreboard's tightening up quite a bit.
Yeah, the only biggest surprise for me is Dish Soap with an 8th here, just continuing to not have a good day 2 so far. Only 2 games to try and bring that back, probably in a situation where only a first in 5-6 is going to be able to help them out. So let's take a look at the winners of the lobby. Let's see what Clear was playing. We saw Omde's composition. Alawi, Varus reroll for Clear. And looking at the augments, though, it's not all of the things you wanted, but what do you make of this one, Keen, with the Varus reroll? Of course, Clear's the one who played it.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing is the double trouble down in the bottom there into best friend. I mean, these are about as good augments you get. I think without double trouble, it becomes quite difficult to play. But you have best friend 3, you have Thrill the Hunt. One of the things that Varus can struggle with is healing, and Thrill the Hunt is obviously going to clear that gap. And so I do find there are spots where it can still be prevalent. I'm surprised it took a first. I would love to see the rest of the lobby. I don't want to say Varus is unplayable, just certainly not in the spot where there were times where if you hit the right augment, it was a guaranteed first. It was a guaranteed top 3. That's just not the case anymore, and I think that's something to be able to recognize is, hey, I can really only play this with augments, and Clear was able to recognize that and was able to play towards his win condition, and kudos to him. A Varus reroll cup is not something we are likely to see win very often.
Yeah, I guess missing the press the attack, but still double trouble was the other big one you talked about, and you pair in a best friends, and I think that kind of probably covers the gaps that you would have been missing on that damage to get all that extra attack speed. Let's go ahead and jump to the overall standings as we're making into our last 2 games of the day, just to see where everything's at. Admirable, go ahead and give me your initial thoughts looking at this overall standings as we have 2 more games left to go.
Players in the top, again, they're kind of running away with it, and this is one of the big aspects, I think, that helps define where this middle of the pack is going to sit. If players on the top are running away, but that means there's players on the bottom who have lost their striking distance, and it really tightens up the middle of this board. So for pretty much everyone that's sitting on the 21 through 17 spot, it is like strong finish or bust coming into these last 2 couple games. Something big is going to have to happen, or it's not going to go very well. Like a couple top 4s here, sure, that could be good, but if you have one bad performance of these next 2 games, suddenly everything's looking bad. So how much risk do you take in these spots like this? How strong is your early situation to justify playing for a top 4 strike instead of having to take risks and go for these top 2 spots? This is one of the aspects of the tournament lobbies that really changes things. There's a lot at stake here, and it isn't just as simple as like, well, I'll just do my best and try to have a strong finish. Some of it is your day ends here or it keeps going. And so how do those risks change that dynamic? How opportunistic do you have to be in spots like that? It's tough to say from this spot. It's just, it's out there. That's really the difference.
Yeah, and we're going to be moving into our final 2 games of the day to decide who makes that top 8, who makes it into that day 3. It's all on the line as we get towards the end of the day here. So we're going to run to a short break. We're going to hear from our partners at Ball Street before we do, so don't go anywhere. Dragonlands mid-set finale will return in just a moment. Welcome back to the Dragonlands mid-set finale day 2. I'm your host Casanova, joined by Bryce and Frodan. Moving into our penultimate game, game number 5. The standings have been a bit surprising. The gameplay has been a little surprising here and there, but we have plenty of more great action to go. And while we're waiting for that game to start, there was a question I had on my mind that I kind of hinted at before we went to break, which was shimmer scales. This has been something we've seen pop up a little bit here and there today. Great success in that last game, and even Emily earlier without that misclick, I think was setting up for a very great shimmer scale start to snowball her lead. And so Dan, I kind of wanted to ask you about the shimmer scale items and which ones kind of signify that, oh, this is a good game to try and use shimmer scale to econ or win streak or set up a good late game.
Yeah, you asked the right person, because if you ask Bryce, I don't know where he would even begin. Watching this guy play shimmer scale, there's just no words to describe
the greatness, the mastery, the spectacular play.
That's right. So with shimmer scale, it kind of depends on what phase of the game you're in. If you're at the very beginning, you want anything that can generate either an immense amount of tempo or a lot of gold, and preferably gold. So usually the two that you're really looking for is Draven's Axe and Goldmancer, because those are really powerful at gold generation. However, I do think a couple of other shimmer items are a little bit underrated. I think Gambler's Blade in particular is one that I think people don't really play around in a strong way. The reason why it's not as impressive is because you have to tax so many times to get gold, but if you construct your way in your board in a really clever way, you might be able to even farm more gold in that way and have a little bit more versatility to your carries. So I think that shimmer scale is a really fun trait. I personally believe it's the best econ trait they've ever designed. And I really hope that shimmer scale gets to stay for 7.5, because it'd be super sad to lose it.
Yeah, it's been a really fun one. It's really flexible in the ways that it can work. We saw that late game with the gem being able to provide a lot of power to Amde's board as well. So there's some just very cool, flexible identity of shimmer scale, and maybe we'll see some more of it as we jump in here to game number 5. Bryce, Frodan, take it away for the last time today for you two.
Here's Casanova. Great setup as we get ready to hop into the beginning of the end. These are the last lobbies that we'll be seeing for today. And after 2 more games of TFT, we're going to lock it up and send our top 8 to tomorrow for Championship Sunday. This is the last few games that some of these players will be even competing in terms of the entire set. Let's see what they've got. Let's hop on board with Team Liquid Robinson. Little glimpse at the Mirage, which is duelist dexterity, so attacking a lot faster. We've been seeing Robin play more of a mage-based strategy though, which is very cool. I think Robin's going counter meta for this tournament, and it's been very effective.
It's been very effective both days. He was one of our top performers yesterday, another top performance from him today. He's just such a solid player, and you were talking about him a little bit at the end of our last game, that people have somehow it's like come full circle. People are underrating Robin because he's not flashy. There's a lot of other players that get talked about, but he's just been quietly in the background doing his thing time and time again, just playing really, really good TFT.
Yeah, I love it. Robin's flashy plays are quite amusing. You never really know. Rob's like, oh, I'm about to do something pretty crazy, and what he does is he puts his carry in the second row. It's like, well, I was kind of expecting something more wild than that, Robin. But I mean, the funny thing is, Robin gets a lot of jokes about being an older member of TFT community, and yet he actually does have it in him once in a while to bust out some crazy APM, and I think that is also indicative of his standing currently within the top echelon of players. I think there's just moments where Robin has where he can play flexible, he can play open. He also might just get Cavalier Crest when he opens up with this kind of style. But I wonder if that's conducive to the kind of strategy that he was opening with a tier and a rod. And if he wants to commit to that, he doesn't end up going for the Cavalier Crest. It's almost too good to pass up, you think, Bryce?
Yeah, it's just such a good item. It's strong early, it's strong mid, it's strong late. It plays around many of the best units in the game, and we've seen that, yeah, okay, when you get this, you think to yourself, I want to play Yasuo a lot of the time, but we've seen Cavalier Shyvana, we've seen Cavalier Xiaoyu, we've seen Cavalier Siphon. There's just like a lot of versatility because, as it turns out, having a bunch of tanky stats and permanent uptime onto a carry is just really, really valuable. So I think it's a really hard to pass up augment, and I think Robin is correct to take it. Robin doing what Robin does, playing tempo, leveling to 4. slimming an Archangel staff. So it's a heavy lean towards Mirage for Robin here in the early game.
Yes, let's check in on what's happening on the other side. Chalky taking trade sector, and does not seem to have many 2-stars, so we'll see how he utilizes trade sector as well. It's an augment that's definitely in a weird spot. A lot of people look at trade sector as a powerful reroll option, especially if you have Astral in, because you basically get to speed up twice as fast. Speaking of econ type augments too, Kurum has Clear Mind, and we see Cluttered Mind from Milk. So a lot of ways to generate gold or effective gold in this game to start things off, Bryce, which is going to lead to some potentially strong capped boards as long as these players are able to hit.
Yeah, it is. It also means for the players that took board power augments, they have a pretty meaningful advantage at this stage of the game and should be doing big damage. It'll be an interesting narrative to track, right? How many people wound up with these econ kind of playing for the late game type of augments, and how many people got stronger right now? Because if you're one of the players who trying to get stronger right now and you're not able to get a win streak going for stage 2, you could be in for a really rough lobby.
Set trying to get it done just with 2-star Shiv, and looks like it's good enough for Milk. The thing about Cluttered Mind and Clear Mind is these instances where you do on the one hand care about your streak, but on the other hand you also kind of don't, because you do get so much gold. So what you actually care about is the moment you want to get strong and how you're preparing for it. TFT is a game of momentum. A lot of times you actually care a little bit more about what direction the game is pushing you towards, and then being able to commandly switch it if you need to on command. That's what the best players are able to do masterfully. That's actually one of Milk's greatest strengths as a player, period. So him losing while being able to massive amount of resources and assets is a huge benefit to his playstyle. So I anticipate Milk to be in a really good spot, even though he took that second loss to Kurum.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. I think Milk is in comfort zone, and that's part of what makes TFT so fun. Is some players are in comfort zone, playing on that razor's edge, figuring it out, and getting really low on HP, building up their economy, and then spiking in the exact way they need to. Not everyone's in that spot. I'll actually be very curious to see how Chalky winds up doing this game, because he seems to have been a more tempo-oriented player so far from the games we've watched. He's taking an unusual line here. He's stacking up that trainer, investing into it, 3 trainer very early in the game, so going to be getting a lot of Nomsy stacks. But he's playing around trade sector, an augment that typically means you try to get strong right away because you can get your upgrades with all these extra rolls. So it would be a very interesting line to track for Chalky throughout the game.
Take a look at the augments. A couple of other interesting choices. We did see Pocky at the Oni front line with the target dummies. The Darth Noob took Essence Theft, implying that he was trying to play for a trainer opening. And Soju straight up just took Evoker Crest. So a lot of people pushing for that trainer opening. But, a couple of players specifically leaning into the Evoker AP aspect of things. I'm curious how that's going to pan out. Soju, a player that needs a lot of help. He is towards the bottom of the standings. He had good spots, but even like last game, we were watching him have Whisper Deja 2 in a Dawnbringer lobby. He hit it way earlier than everybody else, and yet still went bot 4. Kind of a wild set of games for Soju. We'd have to go back and review it closely, see if he can hold up to the rest of the lobby. As right now we're hopping on board with Kurum, who's looking at 4 streak. Kurum's board looks pretty okay. And honestly, for a Clear Mind, streaking is a point of comfort. Some people would even level in this spot to try to maintain their tempo.
Yeah, I think Kurum correctly knows that his board is a little on the fake side. We have not seen exactly who he has faced, but he has only one upgrade on this board in this set. He has, a lot of 1-star Dragonmancer units and other things going on. So I think he's very unlikely to maintain a full streak through the entirety of stage 2. But hey, we're happy with a 3 streak here, to be honest with you. He's maintained a bunch of HP. He's very wealthy, right? He's already level 5, 20 gold. He's already got 1 extra tick of experience from that Clear Mind. So Kurum is in an excellent position in this game, even though he loses that fight.
Totally. Another really well-off player in stage 2 is Casper Wu. Casper, oh man, it's been a rough day for him, as Casper Wu has gotten 7th, 4th, 8th, and then 2nd. So it's been, a 3rd instead of that 4th. So it's been very difficult for Casper to feel like he's been pulling himself out of the top 2. And I think it's a little bit of the volatility of Casper's play. He's willing to take a lot of risks, but that risk also feels like it's very error prone to just like sometimes losing control and going 8th. But Casper's also a player that I think has high upside. I mean, I think he's a player that really understands what comps go top 1. And so if there's a player that is also as likely to potentially put together a 1-1, I think Casper's on that list.
Yeah, I think he's 2, and technically not mathematically eliminated. The typical cutoff in this format is 27 points. We actually saw 28 points being required yesterday, but 27 is usually what you're targeting, which means if he went 1-1, that would be 27 points. So he's not out of this just yet. He does desperately need to get to first place in this game, though.
Okay, well, he's scouting the competition, sees that Robin finishes his stage 2 really healthy with that Cavalier Yone beating up on Pokygum. And what a stage 2 for Casper. He 5-streaked with an all 1-star board while stacking Trainer. I mean, this is almost as good as it gets in terms of the ideal setup. He even has the Silas ready to go.
And he's so rich, too. He has 40 gold already. I mean, if you get some gold drop, he's going to be making 50 on Krugs, which is something you often see from lost streakers, but not something you see from win streakers. He has only 3 components, no slammed items here. Wow, these components are not great. He's got 2 cloaks, 2 gloves. Oh, that gets a lot better. Okay, we've got a Sunfire to slam or Gargoyle Stoneplay if he wants to go that way. I expect to make a Thieves Gloves as well. So that last component is a big, big deal here.
Oh, interesting. Well, yeah, I think the Sunfire goes in as his only 2-star unit, gives him the ability to slam even a Dragon's Claw, which if you see a lot of people trying to play AP line, it could be very useful. Plus, it also just really locks out certain weird compositions, right? You're talking about like Swain. It's just such a hard thing for Swain to get past any kind of solo frontline declaw. It's mega tanky. So we'll see. Casper does level to 6, pretty cheap. Does play a second copy of Jinx. Who's going up against? It's Soju. Soju gear is still at level 5 because he's not on a consistent streak, but Soju's also pretty healthy, and like we said, stacking that Nomsy, and Soju's almost at 2-star Nomsy. He only needs 1 more stack. How long has he had this thing?
Yeah, I mean, we've got a lot of early Nomsy stackers, snackers, whichever word you would prefer, I guess works fine there. He does have that Heimerdinger too with the Rod on it, which I assume means he opened Rod Heimer off of the carousel, because it's hard for me to envision him actually putting an item onto that unit voluntarily. So he's done a ton of trainer investing as well. We're going to have some big Nomsies by the time this game is over. Oh my god. Oh, these are Pokygom's augments. Okay, if Casper got offered level up, then that would be absolutely outrageous from his spot. Pokygom taking the level up as well with an Astral board and some very unusual items slammed in combination with each other, a Morellonomicon and an Edge of Night. Where is Pocky going from here?
Yeah, it's very unusual indeed. I mean, these are items that theoretically could go well in a Mirage-based composition. The Edge of Night eventually can find its way to a unit like Yasuo, could end up playing Morello on Deja herself. But it's still very open-ended. I mean, he could also theoretically just play a legendary board. This could be like Shyvana's items and then complement with Pyke and Yasuo. Like, there's just so many different possibilities. No comp doesn't want to utilize some kind of anti-heal like Morello and Edge of Night as a defensive item onto an important melee unit. Going up against Kuramax, who is level 7, by the way, with high-end shopping. I mean, you're talking about high economy. Kuramax has a deadly combination of being able to level up naturally and his shops being 1 tier higher, and Kuram's still winning. This is such a good spot for Liquid Kuramax.
Yeah, such a good spot, and he really needs it, too. He was in solid position earlier, but has been falling off a little bit late. Takes a bad 8th place in the last game and finds himself on the outside looking in terms of that top 8 position. So really, really nice for Kerm to be in this kind of bounce-back position. Pocky, I think he's going to have a lot of decisions to make for a little while. I think we could probably move on from his board and come back a little bit, because with that level up, like you said, this itemization is strong played around legendaries, right? It's not that they're the best items for him right now, but he's going to have very interesting decisions to make later in the game. Joining Darth Noob for the first time, who looks like he rolled a meaningful amount of gold to stay in this thing on 3-2. A couple of upgrades to speak of, but honestly, considering how poor he is, I think this is going to be a very tough game for him.
Yeah, it's tricky because he wanted to clearly go for 2 stars onto things like his trainers and maybe even find it in Nivea or Stylus 2, but it's so inconsistent to find that on 6 in particular. Does end up playing in Nivea, does have Meditation 3. Meditation 3 with these evokers can be very powerful. You're talking about how much mana are we going to be generating from stealing and having no items onto your champions? It's going to be a lot. So the upside, the potential of Darthlu's comp, very high. Not to mention one of the best benefits of Meditation is when you stack Namzi. Namzi also benefits from these team-wide buffs. They're talking about Meditation, Thrill of the Hunt, Jeweled Lotus, even Built Different. I have seen Built Different comp Namzis. Not very good, pretty awesome.
Yeah, I really like to call out on the synergy between Essence Theft and the Meditation. It really is such an interesting combination of augments, and it's part of what makes augments so special, right? Is that Essence Theft is an augment that we don't see played very often, and I think in general probably doesn't get played to great impact, but it is so good when you get those two augments together. Hopping on board with Milk, who is getting ready to roll a meaningful amount of gold. We talked about how comfortable he is playing from behind. Let's see what he can do from this spot. Hits the upgrade on the Anivia, which is a very big deal. Is he going to keep rolling, or is he happy for now?
It's tough. It's tough because he's on 2 loss, so he actually doesn't mind losing a little bit more just from the economic perspective, but his health total is quite precarious at 46. Also, with the amount of gold on his bench, he could easily sell up to 40 and maybe push to be over that threshold by the end of this stage as he does go up against Kurmex, who has slammed the second item. Has an early Aurelian Soul in the bottom corner, but no units to support it, no items onto it. And a very bad loss for Kurum. Holy moly, full loss essentially. And so that's the kind of losses that you have to prevent. And when you start losing control of the tempo of the lobby, things can get really out of whack, even in just a one prismatic setup situation.
Yeah, and this is a different cadence to the lobby than we've seen. We've seen a ton of people that have spent a meaningful amount of their gold already. Not a lot of kind of super greedy play style, and that's what we were talking about earlier. Like, it's the reverse dynamic. We're talking about in stage 2. If you're one of the board power arguments, you kind of have to be streaking, otherwise you're worried you're going to get scaled. But so many people felt like we're low rolling early, that they felt like they needed to spend their gold early in order to stabilize. So you've got a bunch of very strong stage 3 boards that can do big damage if you're one of the players that's trying to just build up your econ.
Yeah, and Milk's board is so deceptive because you just look at like how everything has set up, and he has a new recruit, and it's so tanky with so many synergies set up. A lot of the synergies aren't particularly super powerful on their own, right? It's only like 2 Mirage on like Leona and Nunu. It's only like 2 Revel with Tom, Kench, and Sona, but the sum of his parts just add up to a ton of stats just on the board. Not to mention that passive Jade healing and attack speed buff on pretty much the entire board. So Milk ends up finding a really strong stabilization point that he can launch pad to a multitude of different compositions. We're hopping on board with Soju, who had a Deja in the shop and passed it. And now he's starting to roll at 4-1, or rather 3-7. What is he particularly rolling for? If he doesn't want Deja, what is he looking for here?
Yeah, I mean, he wants
Siphon?
to play around this trainer composition. He definitely wants Siphon. That's where that Bloodthirster wants to go. He's also got potentially an Edge of Night he could slam onto Siphon. If he gets a bow drop, he could have a Titan's Resolve. He's got a Duplicator. I expect to see him rolling a meaningful amount of gold. We saw clear in this position, I believe it was, kind of duct taping that board together with a Shio U as opposed to a Siphon. So even if Siphon's the preference, it's not like it's your only out, and Soju, not stable at all, needs to get that way.
Lulu pair in the shop. Some other Heimer. A little bit on the dizzy side in terms of his options. His bench is full. There's a lot of units he's not going to play, like that extra Ezreal, for example, or the additional Heimer. Finds Corki 2. That's a really big moment here. The only problem is he doesn't have obvious Corki items. Ends up playing a 4th Heimerdinger, which is not going to activate his mage. So he has to put the mage on Corki instead. What is this? Mage Evoker Rebel Cannoneer Corki. And is he going to win because Milk is also greeting his econ trying to fast 8? He is. What an unusual setup here by Cloud9's K3 Soju.
Yeah, unusual setup indeed, but hey, maybe this is BIS Corki. I'm down for him to get one more trade on this. Maybe we get a Whisper Spat on this Corki somehow. That sounds really fun.
Well, not an emblem because it is a silver augment. Milk is the POV that we're on, and you can justify a lot of these. Thrill is a very nice option given that it is just generic healing, and he wants to play these giant legendary dragons if you can find them.
He's so rich, 4-2 with 50 gold to roll. He's going to go for this Deja. Duelist Dexterity, definitely one of Deja's stronger Mirage traits. Going to have that ramping attack speed. He's got great itemization for the Deja in the Jeweled Gauntlet, plus the Hand of Justice, plus the Archangel Staff. So there's a lot to like about this spot. He would obviously love to have a Deja too, but he thinks he's good enough for now. The nice thing about being the fast 8 board is you don't have to go all in right away because there's very few people who are going to be able to contest you because a lot of people haven't spiked on this turn. Casper is one of those people who has spiked on this turn, though. He actually has a Revel emblem. That was his prismatic choice, and he's playing the Revel version of Deja.
Yeah, and it's so powerful because Revel activates off the abilities and the passive. Each attack is going to be activating those Revel fireworks. And Milk ends up taking just a little bit too much splash damage. And now has taken a loss, joining Soju bot 2 right now. Pokegam takes a loss from Kurum X.
Was that an Aushin 2? Was there someone have an Aushin 2? Also, what? Soju sold his Corki 2 for a Bard 2. What is happening?
This is so unusual, and he has to find a stabilization point. Oh,
he recombobs his 2-star 4 costs. He had a Corki and a Ornn 2, and he has a Soraka and a Bard 2 now. What on earth is happening with this board?
It's so interesting, and in some ways, I wish he would actually put these items onto Soraka. Evoker is actually one of the best emblems, period, on her. Particularly because she'll be able to cast and combine with Starcaller, which gives you additional mana if your allies are below a certain health threshold. She just ends up infinitely healing your front line and giving units like this Siphon that has Edge of Night and Bloodthirster virtually infinite sustain. Now, that being said, he has so much power in just the raw gold value of his board that he still gets there. So there's still plenty of time for him to get that. And also, the double cast on Bard does end up ramming his legendary odds. Pretty soon, we're going to get to the point where Soju's going to basically be at level 8, just -1 team size because of the way his shop odds work.
Yeah, and once he goes to level 8, he's going to have level 9 odds, basically, and that's going to be really, really powerful from Soju. He has that duplicator still. He only needs one more copy of Siphon, and he is stable. This is a board that, out of nowhere from Soju, it feels like could actually be competitive to win the lobby. He's not quite there yet. It's a tricky spot. He could easily fall off and go out in 7th or 8th place. That would not shock me, but he could also find his way into a super creative and desperately needed top 2.
Oh, I already know. The augment shows up on 4-2, and Soju just says, I'm going to risk it for the biscuit. Speaking of, you said that you thought that there was an Aushin 2. You are correct. The man who knew what he could risk to get to this point, Kurum X, has Aushin 2 in the middle of stage 4 with 2 items. Now, they aren't super powerful items. The problem with Kurum's itemization is that there's not a lot of damage amplification. If you look at all his augments set up too, he doesn't also have a lot of stats from that. In fact, 0. So Kurum's actually in a spot where he's going to do well right now, but he doesn't look like he is a big candidate to win the lobby. He has a lot of time to fix that. But for now, it's something to keep an eye out.
Yeah, the thing about Aushin that's so interesting is it all comes down to how much damage it has left over when it does its cast, because it takes so long to cast, you basically need to wipe the board in order to get done, and this is exactly what we were talking about. He actually made it rain on that Deja with the number of bullets, but it just wasn't enough in the end. Joining Casper, who also desperately needs to go first, and he's in a really potentially good spot to do it. He has this Deja 2 online with the static Shiv. Wow, this lobby is shaping up to be very interesting, Dan.
It's just so chaotic when Prismatics enter in the middle of the stage of the game. I think middle Prismatics are kind of the most crazy because it allows people to go for those level ups and high-end shopping for crazy value. So we do take a look at what's happening in Pokegum's department. Pokegum pretty much just needed to not go 8th to make sure that he's cruising to a day 3. Unfortunately, it looks like he is one of the likely players to go 8th currently, as he has 8 HP going up against the Rebel Deja player.
Yeah.
And that is really scary because the way the Rebel Deja works is he's going to be able to hit backline, even though there's a ton of things to get into the way of it. The Aushin still has not casted Lightning Rain, and we're finally getting to see it, but I think it's just a little bit too little too late. Pokegum goes down in 8th place. And that is brutal. Now all of a sudden, there is a possibility that Pokegum misses out on the final day of competition.
Yeah, that's brutal for Pocky fans, us being 2 of them, but that is really good for the other bubble players because Pocky was one of those players who was kind of on the good side of the bubble at 22 points, but now that he's getting only 1 point out of this game, 23, he has a real chance of falling below that 27, maybe 28 point threshold. Definitely needs a top 4 next game, maybe a top 3, depending on how all of this shakes out. A player who is essentially guaranteed to be advancing. He needs to score a minimum of 3 points, hopefully at least 4 points to really feel like he's locking it up, is Darth Noob in another solid position. I really like the way that he has played throughout the day today. It feels like he's played around the AP tree particularly well, very flexible in how he's itemizing, who he's carrying, his board state throughout the game, and knows how to cap them out for the first places as well.
Yeah, and has a couple of really interesting options, by the way. Like, I know it might seem like, okay, Warmogs and Ionic are pretty standard, but given that Anivia already inherently shreds magic resistance, and it seemed like he was leaning over to keeping Silas, and therefore maybe playing a little bit of Whispers, as Soju just hit an Aurelian Soul at 2-star, that is big. Itemization opportunities for both of those players, Darth Noob and Soju. What is on the table? A lot of people believe that Mage Emblem is actually not very good on Aurelian Soul. It probably is better served on one of his other units. Puts it on Soraka. Can't be going wrong with that. And the reason why is because Mage Cap actually lowers the amount of AP that Aurelian Soul does, and you want to make sure that Aesol is putting out huge damage. And look at Soju. He sees the lines, utilized the Bard to be able to get it, and then eventually moves the items to Soraka too. I love the setup here from Soju.
Yeah, I really like the setup here from Soju as well, but Milk's spot is very scary. He has a triple Zeeks on this Nunu, Dan. This Deja gets her 10 stacks max from the Duelist Dexterity basically instantly, and just does so much damage. Soju not dead here, but is very scary. At least he doesn't have Milk in his pool. Milk definitely feels like one of the stronger boards alongside Casper at this stage.
Yeah. Soju also going for 4 Evoker because he has that Evoker emblem. And a little bit awkward because he really wants to keep Lulu for the trainer, so that means he kind of feels like he has to commit to the Sona. He doesn't have many spots to fit in this Ornn because the Ornn is very valuable for the Bruiser. It almost feels like it might be worth just taking out the Bard. Bard gives 2 things. 1, the Mystics, and 2, his Bard trait allows you to get extra mana. I don't think Soju struggles for mana, but the magic resistance might be really valuable considering that there's a lot of magic damage currently in the lobby, as we do see the matchup versus Chalky. This could be a huge fight to be able to swing things and potentially make a move for top 4, but if he's not able to, Soju might be out here in 7th. And Aurelian Soul trying to get it done.
He's got it.
Does end up getting that win while healing and dealing damage. Soju with a huge victory to potentially charge for top 4.
Wow, and Chalky, another player who is in a really similar spot to Pokegum heading into this game on the good side of the bubble, is now down at 11 HP, 1 life. We're so tight at the bottom here with 13, 11, and 11 HP. Chalky would love to score a couple more points here because he really doesn't want to be in the same spot as Pocky, needing to top 4 the final game in order to advance.
Cavalier Unity for Robin, which is been falling a little bit more out of favor the more vertical Cavaliers have become viable. Cavalier Unity was really strong, particularly when you just play 2 or 3 Cav and then you apply to your whole team. But when most of your team are Cavaliers already, it feels like you're down half a Prismatic, as a lot of players would end up describing it.
Oh, nice.
Lands the Zephyr onto the Deja. That's really big to stop her from being able to get that initial ramp up with Duelist Dexterity. Does he have enough time to ramp up his own Deja while he's able to stall out? Does end up getting that first cast, but barely tickles Milk's. I don't know. I think Milk is got him. And Robin Songs is likely to be out here. Does end up taking a loss and down out in 7th. Soju stays alive. Although he doesn't have much HP to work with. That Soraka too has been his saving grace, healing him for so much health this game.
Yes, so much value on that Soraka 2 that he got. And Kurum takes another win as well. We have 2 win streakers, the boards we've been talking about, the 2 Deja boards, one the Revel Deja variant, and then Milk with the more standard iteration, although the triple Zeeks is definitely super fun. Kurum has been putting together and upgrading his legendary board. I saw a quick peek. Had a Yasuo 2 there, so he's got a really strong board. And Chalky, Darth Noob, and Soju just doing anything they can, trying to scrap for those additional points. I don't think any of those players have a realistic shot of getting into our top 3, but any fight wins they can net are such a big deal. And Chalky has come a long way since we last saw him. He's actually gotten this Revel Heart, has added a lot of value. He's got the 5 Revel trait, and he's gotten his Nomsy upgrade to 4-star, which is a very big deal.
Yeah, the only issue is that I do feel like he's a little bit lacking in a couple areas, right? His Corki isn't going to be able to deal the huge amount of damage that we usually expect him to because the itemization's a little scuffed. His front line doesn't have any dragons, so he's going to be relying on Silas 2 and Namzi 4. And Casper does have the QSS, so no stuff from the crescendo.
Damage.
And just look at the Rebel damage just melting everything away. The saving grace, not many of you survived. Oh, Chalky's still out. Only way for him to improve is if Soju ends up dropping, and this Aurelion Soul about to ascend with a black hole, wiping all of Darth Noob's board. Is Darth Noob gonna bot 4 from here? He does.
Oh, he actually bought 3s. Chalky gets an extra point. That's a really big deal for Chalky. That means 4 points. It puts him at 25 total. So to get to that 22 point or 27 point threshold, he should only need 2 points in the final game. Darth Noob is absolutely fine. He has so many points. He's essentially qualified already. In fact, I think he has qualified already. And for Soju fans, the dream is still alive. How long are we dreaming here, though?
I've been dreaming for quite a bit longer. Soju says, you know what? I made top 4. I'm going to move my items, Evoker Emblem, onto the Ornn to try to fight Milk directly. He says, I need this CC and I need it stat. He's doubled down on it, made with the double crescendo. Here comes the Stampede. Does Mr. Deja. Excellent positioning from Milk. 8 more seconds until freedom before this black hole can start to erupt onto the board state. But Milk is at full charge with Deja and now starting to target the Wind Blast. Aurelion Soul's left alive, trying to heal with as much as he can. The final black hole doesn't get it off. And Soju out in 4th effectively ends his competition. Needed to beat his best friend Milk and was not able to do it. But Milk now puts himself in fine striking distance of potentially putting himself in day 3 contention. And this other JG, not the best item, but it's a playable one on any of his Mirage units. We'll see if he's able to play for some extra credit here because I feel like Milk's going to be out here in 3rd, but I've been proven wrong in the past.
Yeah, Milk is, we don't know which board he lost to. I'm assuming it was Casper's board, because Casper feels like he's still the strongest board in the lobby. Kurum with a bunch of legendaries, but as you called out earlier, no real board power augments. A ton of this is going to come down to where the matchmaking is set up at this stage of the game. Who has the Ghost in their pool, because the Ghost boards are so much weaker. Wow, Milk is hit. It's the huge upgrades. He hits both the Bard 2 and the Yasuo 2. Such a big deal for Milk. He's gotten a lot stronger since his last fight. He is going up against Casper. Is it Casper's regular board or is it Casper's Ghost board? And what is going to happen with Kurumex? 2 Yasuos on his board. And you know, this board is scary, but not that scary from my perspective.
Well, it does have an Archangel staff, so it does change a lot of things. Kurum is going up against Casper directly, so Milk is playing that Ghost. Come down to whether or not this Deja can get past that front line fast enough. And all the front line is dead, but not before the Lightning Rain kicks in. And now able to heal a bunch because the Gunblade. The Gunblade sustained the Yasuo. Yasuo sustained the Ao Shin. It's working beautifully. Oh dear. Milk end up losing to the Ghost of Casper. And now the real player that he's going up against is likely to be even stronger. I think Milk's out in 3rd place here, but we'll see if he can be able to whip out any miracles, considering that he did hit that Yasuo too.
Yeah, and joining Casper's board, we have to find a way to get stronger, right? We know he lost to Kerm. He has a ton of upgrades available, right? He has the Jinx upgrade, the Sona upgrade, the Bard upgrade, and then I wonder if there's other ways that he can think about uncapping his board. Sometimes it feels like when you're playing Revel Deja, you can get a little bit baited by staying on 5 Revel for the entire game, and I'm wondering if there are ways with this much gold at level 9 to play around some of these stronger legendary units. He can still play the Deja, but he doesn't necessarily have to lean this far into the vertical Revel trait. Going up against Milk, who actually seems to be going much better this fight. The Rebel Deja is not focusing on the right units. Milk's going to get a fight win here. So Casper has now lost back-to-back fights. How does Kurum fare? Actually, Kurum loses against Milk's Ghost. This is wild. It is anybody's game.
What is happening? There's a crazy game of rock, paper, scissors, but it just doesn't make sense. Milk's losing to the Ghost of Casper. Kurum's losing to the Ghost of Milk. Milk beats the real version of Casper. I just feel like there has to be some positioning and Yasuo and Cavalier madness going on, right? You saw the Deja targeting one of the Cavaliers on the other side because that apparently was where the largest clump was that gave Milk the opportunity to target. Where is Kurum's Aoshin targeting as well? There's a possibility that Lightning Rain is just not hitting the right targets as Kurum has an opportunity to secure top 2 by eliminating Milk. Let's see it. The initial engage looks pretty fair on both sides. The first cast from Deja is going to give a little bit of extra mana. The dance from Bard gonna freeze the Aoshin, but here comes the Lightning Rain finally. Can it clean up enough?
Deja's still alive! Deja's alive!
No!
Milk is alive! Wow, Milk the only one to win a fight. Casper has lost another fight to a Ghost, so Casper feels like he's getting thoroughly outscaled. And remember, Casper's only hope at advancing in this tournament is a first place here. Second place is not good enough. He goes second, then first. He's going to be below that likely 27-point threshold, and Casper knows it. He needs to find his way into the top 1 here. He needs to find a way to uncap his board. Yes, the upgrades matter a ton, but he needs to find a way to get some higher quality units here potentially because it is clearly just not cutting it. He's lost 3 fights in a row. This Deja, this Rebel version of Deja is so strong, but it seems to be getting outscaled in this lobby.
Yeah, there's a couple of ways that you can go about it. One of them is to just straight up chase 3 stars. You can chase 3-star Sona, 3-star Corki. A lot of times you play party favors with that kind of setup. Another is a little bit on the mirror or obscure side, and Cass has already passed 6 copies of it. It's Shyvana 2. I think Shyvana 2 with Revel is actually a really underappreciated user of it because her big giant burst can actually do a lot of damage. And the most important thing is it can challenge the other backline AP carries. However, I think because Casper just says, you know what, this board, I'm just going to stick with my guns, and theoretically could outscale Kerm's board, which is dealing big damage to Lightning Rain.
So
Able to
close!
survive.
Milk's out!
Wait, what? Milk lost to the Ghost again? I don't understand what's happening at this point.
Yeah, Mortdog cannot convince me otherwise. Something has happened to these Ghosts because Ghost boards have been much stronger in this tournament than we're used to seeing. I feel like we saw every single player losing to the Ghost for like the last 4 rounds. It is wild. Casper gets a desperately needed fight win, some good RNG on those Aoshin Rain bolts. Casper's Deja is able to survive just barely long enough in order to get the DPS off. Casper has opted to not change his board meaningfully. He's changed Silas into Ornn, but that's it. Otherwise, we're just going for upgrades, trying to focus on these Thieves' Gloves rolls. Will he be able to get another fight win? Good Shroud onto the Aoshin.
Aoshin's going to be a little bit more delayed. Here comes the first Wind Blast. Does end up missing the Aoshin. The Yasuo is trying to tank for as long as possible. Yasuo is down. Here comes the Lightning Rain finally with 2 charges. Not able to be enough, and Casper doesn't need a first place. He landed it and is now back in the running, potentially make it to the final day of the mid-set finale.
Oh, and we're going to get some bonus coverage here. Casper needed the dub, gets the dub, swapping over to a player who definitely does not need a dub, but will happily take the style points is Omde, someone who has been popping off throughout the day. Really, since his first 2 games of yesterday, he has just been scoring high after high. I'm not sure he has any bot 4s, actually. It's been so impressive to watch, and he is in another outstanding position with some upgraded legendaries, and this is not a high-end shopping situation. This is not a level-up situation. He got to 9. He was able to get his board capped out with this Aoshin 2, with this Yasuo 2, going up against Dish Soap, who has mightily struggled today, down at 1 HP. Dish Soap is mathematically eliminated, but he's playing for some pride, some extra points here, a little bit of extra prize money, potentially, going up with this Corki in the back line. The Aoshin is going to be getting its cast off. The Thrill proc on the Corki keeps it alive, though. Corki is going to be able to stay alive for at least a little bit longer to get some DPS. The Zoe shields are coming out, and here comes the second Make It Rain. I think it's going to be too much for Dish Soap.
Yeah, Dish Soap out in 4th place. Burtosaurus needing a huge finish. Gets the win over DQA. And so now it's the Shyvana capped board versus the Aoshin capped board. Best in slot, Zoe coming up. Bruiser emblem plus Last Whisper. Common joke within the high elo community is Last Whisper is BIS on Zoe, just because it feels like you get it all the time when you're playing the AP composition. So a dead item for Amda, and a Chalice of Power for Burtosaurus.
Wow.
How could that be fair?
Yeah, this is not fair. One of these things are not like the other. And you see, he saw Amde actually scout and just shake his head. There's nothing that he can do here. He just has to play with what the game gives him, and what the game is giving him right now is not it. But, you know, it is what it is. Let's see if he can get the positioning down correctly for this matchup. A big thing about the Shyvana boards is that she jumps into the highest clump. So if you can get your Aoshin, like basically all of your board on one side, and get your Aoshin away from the rest of your board, then you can protect that Aoshin so that you can guarantee that cast off. And you know, the amount of healing on this Aoshin is pretty limited in the Hand of Justice, so he might need to do that in order to keep it alive. We'll see what he chooses to opt for.
Opts out of Soraka, gonna move the front line. Oh no! Messes up on how he's gonna reposition the Aoshin. Try twice. And at first you don't succeed, try again. And if you don't succeed after that, you're out of time. We're going to Shyvana. Here comes the Dragon's Descent. Aims at the Yasuo, away from the Aoshin. Perhaps a blessing in disguise that I'm the miss on that. Oh, that Make It Rain was nowhere near enough. And the second wave of bad breath is going to deliver the bad news potentially here.
He's healing. Oh, it's not enough damage.
But I don't think it's just enough damage, and that should clean it up. Burtosaur's gonna wrap it up with another clutch first place, putting the standings on its head. Who's gonna be in? Who's gonna be out? Who's on the bubble? You're about to find out.
Burt in the final hour every time, just pulling out these big wins, bringing it all the way back. DQA was another player that was kind of like searching for it, finds a top 3, and he's always been that bubble player, once again doing it. So it's like these standings, I'm so excited to see when we finally get those like updated to see what's going on. But while we wait for those, there's an augment that's been a little strange that keeps popping up and having good performances. There were 2 4th places with this one in this round, and we've seen a couple firsts come out of it, and that's Recombobulator. And Frodan, I wanted to ask you about Recombobulator. Like, what are the spots where it feels okay to take that? Because it seems like such a high risk to just reroll your board.
Are you asking as a competitive player or as a content creator?
As a content creator, you always pick it.
The spot is always, as a competitive player, it really depends on the state of the game for the first part, right? So if it depends on how healthy you are and what kind of risk that you want to take on. The second could be just the state of your board. So you play like Astro Reroll, like you saw yesterday. Clear is going to go for a 3-star Alawi, 3-star Varus. That puts them in a really good spot where it's almost impossible to get a really bad outcome. There are a couple of instances where I've seen people like roll into a 3-star Sona, and then the 3-star Sona you have like Rage Blade, Death Blade, and Ruinous Hurricane. That's a little bit awkward, and I haven't really seen people succeed too much with that. But if you do have that correct setup, and it could just be as simple as you have a dragon, and you recombobulate that 4-cost dragon into a 10-cost like Shyvana, and then play around that because you have some AP items, I think that's also a fine spot. So it's case by case. A lot of the most common answer you'll ever hear in TFT is it depends. And so to your question, it depends, Casanova.
Tournaments add another layer to this as well, right? Because for Soju, he was really behind on points. He really needed to play a first-rate style, so I completely agree with his decision to take Recombobulator. If you were someone like a Pokygom at 22 points and you're just trying to kind of protect, score a few points, and be able to advance to the next day, all of a sudden putting that much variance into your game doesn't feel as good.
Yeah, no, that makes total sense. And, you know, speaking of those points and being in a decent spot for points, let's take a look at the standings. Let's see where everything has kind of shaken out. We got to see kind of the end of both games, so we kind of saw these already, right? Burt and Amde in Lobby A, Casper and Kurum in Lobby B, getting those high placements. So let's kind of move along to the compositions in a moment here. But first, we got to take a look at the bottom of this as well. It's Solus, Emily Wang, and Robin and Pokygom. It's been a tough day for Dish Soap, and even though they were mathematically eliminated, this is one of their better performances. It's more about the rest that we're going to be looking at. So let's take a look at those lobby winners. Let's look at the compositions that were played. We saw both of these, right? Shyvana for Bert and 5 Rebel Deja for Casper. But what we all want to see, right, is going to be these overall scores going into Game 6. And Bryce, are there any big surprises that you've seen out of today overall?
Well, the big surprise is I felt like we were getting ready for a pretty weak finish here because it felt like there was a meaningful gap starting to emerge in the bubble and there were going to be very few players competitive. But what happened in that last lobby was wild, where basically all of the bubble players who were on the good side had weak finishes. All the bubble players who were on the bad side had good finishes, and all of a sudden you have a crazy tight middle of the pack here where Bert, Milk, Pocky are all absolutely in striking distance. Casper is as well. He needs to go top 1, top 2 here. And then you have Chalky, DQA, Kurum, and maybe even potentially Solus in the danger zone. So, yeah, we're going to have a really, really fun 6 lobby. It's one of those times where I'm actually almost a little excited not to be casting because I get to sit back, watch both lobbies simultaneously, and just enjoy the ride.
Just pay attention to the bubble the entire time, right? I mean, Frodan, I kind of want your takes as well on these standings. Some of the players that you feel like maybe underperformed or you think overperformed your expectations on the day.
I mean, Amda has gotten a lot of praise. I want to set some praise for Clear. I see all the time in forums and chats and Discord servers, just kind of dropping the Clear hot take. It's almost patent at this point, where he would say something about TFT, the current state of the game, or certain things about compositions, and a lot of high elo players just roll their eyes and just say, "Oh, another Clear hot take." And so it's really fun to see him succeed. I think that he approaches TFT tournaments differently than other players, and it's exciting. He seems to understand niche comps a lot more in depth than the other players, and by playing a strategy that's oriented around looking for various angles and trying to find ways he can play even reroll is a really, really interesting spot in particular. So I think Clarity deserves a little bit more credit. I'm not sure why we haven't been able to see more of Clear. For example, in Jacob, didn't seem like he was able to participate, but I think moving forward, people will start to pay more attention to whether or not Clear has something more to offer than meets the eye.
All right, well, you two have been fantastic on the day and throughout the tournament. I'm going to send you all away and bring back Admirable and Kien for the final game, but before I do, I want to get your final thoughts on today. So, Bryce, you first. Any final takes, thoughts on the day as a whole?
I mean, as a fan of TFT, it has been a lot of fun to watch. I'm excited for game number 6. We've got a bunch of bubble players, and a bunch of the bubble players are the pre-tournament favorites, right? Like the 3 players on the outside right now, Milk, Pokygom, and Birdosaurus. All of them are really, really scary players. All of them belong on a final day of any tournament in which they compete. Not all of them are going to get there, though, so let's see how it shakes out.
Yep, and Frodan, you as well. What kind of your final takes on the day before I send you off?
Bryce has been shaken all day. His fantasy draft picks have not been going well. He is sweating bullets. If you can, please, Mortdog, one time, just pull the lever down on Bryce's RNG just for like one more game, please, or actually 7 more games going into tomorrow.
All right, well, we'll see if Bryce can bounce back. And a reminder that Ball Street and Fantasy TFT are back, and they're giving away more rare Little Legends eggs than ever before. Win the real-time fantasy game or earn eggs via reading and sharing TFT news. Check out our partners over at Ball Street. But thank you, Bryce. Thank you, Frodan. I'll see y'all tomorrow, and I'll see the rest of you after this short break as Dragonlands mid-set finale will return right after this. Welcome back to the Dragonlands mid-set finale. I'm Casanova, joined by Admirable and Mean Mr. Kien, going into this final game of day 2. This is to get you to that day 3 to get an opportunity to qualify for regionals, to qualify for worlds. Admirable, what are you looking for in this final game?
One of the things I'm looking for here is the absolute big cutoff that we have coming from 7th place to 8th place right now. So that's not technically where the cutoff is. However, Chalky's sitting at 21 points and DQA is behind in 8th place at 18 points. So we're seeing that first day bonus be such a big difference already coming into this day 2 lobby right here. If Chalky did not have this incredibly strong performance that he had on day number 1, this would be so much closer. But because of that big jump, what we're going to be seeing in this last lobby, I think, is so many players having to take risks to have big finishes in this final game.
Yeah, you got to look for those big finishes to make sure that you can make it. There's also those extra points on the line for day 3, so even the players near the top still have to look for those very high placements. Keen, this is going to be the lobby we're going into. Below us, who are you really watching out for on that bubble to make it all the way into that day 3?
I'll be watching see Milk. He's been forcing a lot of Deja today, and I'll be curious to see if that continues. I'm actually hoping for a kind of a bad Deja augment lobby, either get us Pirate Screed or get us something like Electric Overload. Just kind of force players off this Deja route a little bit, because I think in Game 6 what's going to happen is players are going to lean towards comfort, and Deja has been comfort for a lot of the players in this lobby today. Siphon has been comfort for a lot of the players in the lobby today, and I want to see people kind of branch out a little bit. Even something like a Prismatic start might throw a wrench into things here, but Game 6, it's a lot of pressure on the line. A lot of players are going to be quite nervous here.
Yeah, a lot on the line, a lot indeed. People trying to spice it up a little bit. Keen hoping that no Deja in this one, but we're going into the final game of day 2. So Admirable and Keen, take it away.
Yeah, we're going to lead things off here with a very quick pause as we come back to myself and Keen here. Admirable and Keen on the final day here. I'm sorry, the final game here for day 2 of the Dragonlands mid-set finale. And I like how you're kind of calling this one out to have an absolutely high-stakes scenario here. We're like, Prismatic Augment, we want Pirate's Greed, Mirage on this one. Screw these Dejas, I want to see some TFT.
I just want to see people be put into an uncomfortable position. You know, I want to see it get real scrappy. I want to see Pirates Greed is also interesting because it's a situation where if you do hit Deja early, a lot of people can build a lot of gold, which leads to some pretty crazy endgame boards, and that would be really exciting to see. So I'll definitely keep track on the Mirage bug here. If you get something like Duelist, again, you get something like Spell Sword, you get something like Dawnbringers, you could be expecting half this lobby to go for towards that Deja route again.
Well, we're going to find out Mirage here very shortly and see if that's going to be the case. We've had a lot of nice Keen taking place as we see that it's Warlords that kicks off. So this does, I think, limit the Deja aspect by quite a bit, because one of the biggest peaks you're going to have is when you find the Deja early, or just when you find Mirage early in general. But I really like seeing this mean Keen come up, because it's been a lot of nice Keen giving off some like, oh, here's what you do in this situation, some little tiny advice parables. And the discomfort, the gladiators in our arena, that's what I want to see.
I'm happy to be nice to the viewers. I'm happy to teach you guys and help you guys out. But for the players in the lobby today, I'm happy to roast them if the situation comes up. This is a lot of pressure's on. It's very easy to make mistakes. I would know. I've been in a spot where I made massive mistakes in the final game of the day, and it's always easier to kind of criticize other people. It'll make me feel better about myself if I watch other people mess up as well. You know.
Chalky having a pair of timers here. The Guardian and the Bruiser aspect has Sunfire Cape readily available. It feels like there's a lot of stuff here adding up for Chalky to have a pretty decent start. Another chain as well. I know that Chalky really enjoys the chains because Jade is definitely a big aspect that he likes to go after. Well, a lot of this is just knowing, because I talked to Chalky a lot about strategy in this game.
This is a great start for Chalky. These are 3 great augments. You'd be happy with any of these at this point in the game. He's got the Sunfire. He's got Tom Kench too, as you pointed out. This is... if you're looking for something that needs to just go, okay, I'm looking for a 4th, I'm looking for a 3rd, this is a great spot to be.
Yeah, Chalky, again, sitting at 21 points here in 7th. Tied for, or it says 6th place up there, 25 points, excuse me. My point total is incorrect here. I lied.
Well, I would expect to see him sell and get the Senna in, get the Jinx in. And just have some backline damage here.
Level, Bruiser, and then Cannoneer and Cannoneer.
And I would expect to see Sunfire on Kench, drop the armor on the Skarner probably, just to spread the augments around. And the reason he's doing this is just because he's looking at his spot and he's like, okay, I got a lot of defensive items, which means I'm going to be lacking in damage. And so that's why he leaned towards the Cybernetic here, which gives a bit of extra AD to his front line, which will just increase the damage that little bit.
Tom Kench already punched pretty hard here.
Darth Noob getting
spooky.
The Jade Crest is, I think that's one of my favorite augments right now. Certainly a spot he'd be very happy with. It's already slammed as you see the Edge of Night. Clearly a Shioyu route. He'll be looking to kind of snowball up there. And also having the early Aatrox there will be helpful. Oh.
Whoa. Whoa.
So, I mean, at that point, I think you're playing Heimer, you're playing Lulu, and you start stacking. You got the Starfire. I mean, it's a decent amount of damage with the Namzi coming in behind it, and you got Shimmer Scale here on Pokigam. Here is somebody who needs a strong finish to be able to climb to the top here, and he's able to start with Shimmer Scale. Unfortunately, it is Moggle's Mail, which I think is one of the less desirable options at the beginning because it caps how much gold you're able to make. One of the strengths of an early Shimmer Scale is a lot of the items let you snowball the gold. However, Moggle's Mail is only going to give you 2 gold a turn, and that's only if everything, that's even if it procs. So you got to watch for that to stack up to 40.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is like the unit that does it very often.
Aatrox is quite good, yeah, but he's not even going to be able to get a 40 here. Moggle's Mail, I think, is quite rough, but he's still able to push levels aggressively here. The board doesn't look bad.
I feel like the early Shimmer Scale is pretty decent just because of Aatrox being a pretty reasonable unit.
Aatrox is
honestly
quite good, yes, and you're seeing it having quite a bit of success here. Ooh, it almost got another stab off. That would have definitely killed the set.
Pokigam here has definitely leaned a lot towards Shimmer Scale, and we have seen Pocky have some absolutely banger finishes when he's able to continue on the Shimmer Scale route. I feel like that he was the first player to truly show like one of the highest spikes of Shimmer Scale that you can have in Jade Cup, where he quickly got to the 9 Shimmer Scale spot and molded the lineup really well to manipulate it to have that Crown of Champions just be performing and just flaming everything on board. It was like I've tried it so many times, I've seen it happen so many times, but he felt like he just pieced it together so well.
If he's not going to sell that Aatrox, I'm surprised he didn't put the bow Aatrox, and I think that's a tiny mistake here. It's not obviously something that is a huge deal, but we'll see if it ends up making the difference. I think moving the Moggle's Mail over was correct though, so this is a tough spot for Pocky. I think Pocky is sitting here. If he had drawn Draven's Axe, if he had drawn I don't know, like getting Diamond Hands early, any of those things would have really contributed to a clear route to a top 4. With Moggle's Mail, it's going to be a little bit scuffed. You're going to see it not proc once again.
Yeah, it's just the early game. Like, if it's not isolated, it's not getting procced. He's a 3-win streak, though.
You are definitely happy with a 3-win streak, but certainly not a ideal start in terms of, oh, this is going to be a clear path to first. Looking at the augments on the left there, we got strong augments coming out. Milk with 2 trues. Or true 2s. I always say it backwards.
It's kind of the same thing. Like, the 2 trues actually would technically be a stronger variant of it, I think.
You do. People know what I mean. Yeah, but a lot of strong augments coming out here. We got Real, we got Gadget, we got, what is that? Better Together.
A lot of it's very like stark differences in the augments. It feels like too. It's like everyone feels like they have something that's really improving their board aspect right away.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot of strong gold augments right now, so it gives a lot of options. So Milk looks like he was able to get Heimerdinger and Shen off of the True 2s, which is quite good units to be getting here. And so I would expect to see Milk lean towards the Siphon, but I'm also told that Milk is maybe not as comfortable on this patch, so I'll be curious if this is something that he's even practiced very much, or if it's been a little too much Deja.
Kind of looking at this, and there are definitely some different things that could happen here. I feel like that Milk is evaluating these spots constantly, and it's being like, do I need to do X, Y, or Z in like an immediate spot? It's like, should I be chasing this win streak? Is it possible to slam in an item to update these win streaks? I feel like every single time I watch Milk on a stream perspective, he's constantly talking through all the different options, and that's just the ones he's verbally putting out there, because I've seen him do some pretty wacky stuff in the middle of fights at times.
Yeah, Milk's a very intelligent player, one of the best on the North American server for sure, and he's another one of these guys that's right on the bubble. Does need quite a strong finish here, and had a strong start for it, but he runs into a brick wall with this current comp here. Just way too tanky early on with the Better Together, and you got Cavs, you got Guardians. It's just a little too much to cut through. That is not a bad unit to find early for Pocky here.
That is, I'm pretty sure that this is illegal.
So Pocky's sitting on an early Shimmer with an early Dragon. So the ideal spot here, if you are him, is you're hoping to get a Dragon Augment. That would be awesome if you are Pocky. That would really help you get a couple different units in. That would create a clear win condition to be similar to the comp we saw Amd play earlier in the day, where he was able to hit quite a few dragons and really snowball it.
Oh my gosh, how do you beat this early?
Well,
the back line lined up for the Kien here as well. I think just piercing through that little bit of extra damage.
sometimes the answer is you just don't. You just don't beat something.
Oh, jeez.
Millsport is quite strong too. He's able to do a bit of damage here, but it's looking like it still might be a 4-unit loss, which is brutal considering how close a few of those units are to dying. But taking a 4-unit loss, Bilk at least will streak a 2-loss into neutral, so it's not one of those win-loss situations. You see Soju, unfortunately, down there at 58. He is somebody that is likely on the outside looking in, depending on how things shake up.
Yeah, Soju absolutely has to have a first place finish to justify
even have a
strike
shot. Yes, even have a shot.
I'm sorry, day 3, excuse me. So this is very much like the Soju angle here. It's like focus purely on economy, get the biggest spike possible, and snowball it to a first place finish. For Soju here, if this is not a first place, it is effectively literally an 8th afterwards, even if it was a second place finish.
Yeah, but he's sitting on combat training and he's leaning towards Varus here. Like I said, he's going to need a really good augment on 3-2 to be able to justify a first place here. We did see Varus take first earlier, but it's going to be a lot of people playing for strong boards here. I'm curious to see if this is going to be enough. Combat training is not a bad augment for Varus, but I do wonder if it's enough.
I'm kind of curious myself because I've been thinking about that a lot. I do feel like it depends on how early you find the Varus and how strong getting that spike.
Basically, he needs to roll in 2-star Varus, 2-star Alawi on this next turn. He needs to have a good augment, and then he needs to start winning. He needs to win out the rest of the stage so that Varus can start building stacks. He needs to win most of stage 4. And if he's able to do that, then yeah, there is a world in which he is going to be able to win. But if you start seeing him lose, like even one fight here, one fight there, that breaks up the streak, and he's already at 58. That's going to drop him down to 50. He's going to drop down to 40. And he's in a spot at that point where he'd be donkey rolling at 6, donkey rolling at 7, and it's not great. So a lot's going to ride on what this next augment is for Soju. His game's basically coming down to the level and the quality of the augment that's about to be presented to him.
I love what's at stake, but goodness. I'm glad it's at least a situation where it's literally a 1st or 8th kind of scenario. Darthup with the Jade, meanwhile. Yeah. I feel like the Golden Jade Heart is so powerful because it allows you to actually aggressively go to 7 and have that major Jade spike take place. Yeah,
you also see him with perfect items already. Like usually the last item is going to be the Giant Slayer, depending on the lobby. You see a lot of Siphons, you see a lot of other people playing Dragons. Giant Slayer is the best in slot 3rd item. If you're seeing a bit more front-to-back fights, then you might be leaning towards something like the Titans instead. So it just kind of varies depending on the lobby. And so, but he's got the 3rd sword already. And Soju is Tiny Titans is not the augment you need here. If you're playing Varus, I think you need triple augments that are going to be strong. Unfortunately, he's staying on just combat training, which I don't believe will be enough for the Varus here.
How does this need to get pieced out now as well?
He's got 6 Astrals in, which will up his econ. It's pretty greedy, but with Tiny Titans, he's able to perhaps greed a bit more. He might be thinking a lose streak to 7 and send it then.
Yeah, this is definitely very possible. I mean, you are going to need to roll some of this frontline aspect as well. Like, the extra health total you get in this spot, it buys you just those couple of extra rounds to really get something rolling here. Like, you found a Varus. How greedy can you get to amplify the ability to, again, kind of have that giant spike take place and put together a win streak for the rest of the game?
Yeah, it's... But I don't know. I think no matter what happens at this point, the augments just aren't going to be good enough. You're not going to get double trouble at this point on the last roll. Maybe a Triforce could come in. Maybe Press the Attack could come in. But even at that point, it's probably going to be a little bit too little too late. You're going to see Soju bleed out for the rest of the stage and basically nullify the Tiny Titans that he just got. I would not be surprised to see him sub 40 health going into Wolves. And then you're sub 40 and you're rolling for a Varus comp, which is certainly not an ideal spot to be in.
I definitely think that what you just described is the most likely, but what option does he have?
Yeah, I think the options he has is to...
First or bust.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I think it's 4th or bust at this point, but...
Oh, jeez. Definitely is feeling a little bit brutal. Darthup taking the featherweights here. on this silver augment, this looks more like it's dedicated to the tempo aspect.
Certainly a
because
tempo aspect.
These items are certainly Shioyu on the Aatrox.
It's Shioyu 100% from this spot, but if you look at his board, he's sitting on 5 units that are 1 or 2 star, or 1 or 2 cost, and a couple of them are 2-starred already. So those 3 2-star, those 3 2-cost 2 stars. God, that is such a. So I confuse that all the time. And you see Milk. Instant pivot. Milk had a great start for Siphon and sees one Deja and says, "I'm out of here." But
how does he do it?
Hey, if you hit the Deja early in Warlord, then it's a great play. And he's got a Nico's help already too, so it's not a bad spot for Milk. You'll see him go 7 and roll for another Deja. And he's holding the rod there. With Warlords, you're definitely looking, because it's Warlords, you're going to have a little bit extra health, you're going to have a little bit of extra time, which means you do want the Archangel so that you can ramp up that AP to really get good ults off when he sweeps on, especially the second cast. That needs to be a wipe.
The augments again across, and I saw the Siphon on Soju's board there, and I'm still having that shred of hope. You know, I'm always cheering for like the player who has to have the miracle take place in order for it to happen. And right now, I'm gonna just put it out there just from my perspective. I feel like Milk is kind of like the antagonist in this situation. Like, you already hit the Deja on the Warlord aspect, and you have the champion duplicator on the bench. Like, this is the 3-5 spot where if he hits this, it's bad news for the rest of the lobby.
He should go up to 7, and you see him roll down to about 10 gold here. He's really hoping for one more Deja. If he's able to hit the Deja, the rest of the lobby should just ping it, and somebody can get very upset here. But there's also a situation in which Milk just gets stuck here for a little bit. Finding the Nunu is going to be nice here. An early Shyvana, but I don't see him pivoting to Shyvana from this spot. I would be surprised if Milk felt comfortable doing that. He's been playing Deja all day. He has Deja already. It's certainly stronger right now, but I would be I just don't think he's comfortable making that play. He certainly has the items to do it. If you are sitting on Titans, you're sitting on Archangels. Switching over to Shyvana is a strong option. But Milk, of course, just sticking with comfort, which is what I was talking about ahead of the game, is people are going to lean towards what they are familiar with. And sometimes that's better, to be honest. Like, if you don't know how to play something, or you're not comfortable playing something, there's no reason to force it.
There's a reason you're comfortable with it.
Yeah, exactly.
Because it's winning your games. I'm not comfortable with stuff because it's losing at games.
Yeah, you see Soju actually seem to have rolled a little bit there to try and stabilize. He's going to be at 42. Like I said, he's going to be sub 40 going into Wolves, which is tough.
Hockey is cranking right now as well. The Whisper Heart with the Shiver scale.
Not bad. Not bad.
Still at 100.
Got the early Siphon.
And again, how aggressively does Milk really hunt this down? Is it more rolling right now? Indeed it is.
I think, yeah, because he really wants this win streak here to be able to go into the next... to go into Wolves. He can get the 2 win streak. And like I said, he's at this point, he's just one Deja away from being able to Nico it. And then he's stable.
Got a 4 Mirage with the big Cavalier and the...
Yeah, as long as he's able to stay at 10. This is one of these things, no matter how desperate you are, you pretty much should never roll beyond 10. As soon as you roll past 10 and you're going down to 0 every turn, your game is extremely scuffed at that point. Very, very bad to be that way. Rolling down to 10 still gives you some options. Building up to 10 always takes a couple turns.
Akigam here under a bit of pressure. This Deja is picking up to a lot of damage. Yeah, Siphon looks like it's going to close it out, but this is still pretty close.
Depends on where this bite goes, and it does not bite. And so Deja should be able to wrap this up here. Yep.
Snap on the win streak.
That's pretty big. Milk's able to snap Pokegon's streak, and he's also able to build up a 2 streak for himself going into neutrals. Yeah, you see Soju taking another loss. That's not a bad loss, though. At this point, you do want to be losing. You might as well keep the loss streak. And Soju is basically going to send it here. He needs to hit Varus 3, he needs to hit Alawi 3, and then he needs to pray for a really powerful augment as the last option.
Brum sitting just chilling at 750 gold for win streak. Pretty strong backline. Kurum doesn't really have, I'd say, like a defined direction right now. It just feels like a lot of generically good stuff at the moment.
This feels like a Deja angle to me as well. Yeah,
it's open, though, is the thing. Like, Deja's kind of like the default, I feel like.
Yeah, he's also somebody that has leaned towards Deja quite a bit. Getting another sword here is a little awkward. You could definitely play like a Siphon from this spot. Well, he doesn't have anything to support the Siphon. I would be surprised if it's anything but Deja. I don't really see anybody pivoting to Xayah on game 6 in a do-or-die situation. Yeah, he just rolls past the Xayah. I'm expecting that he's rolling for 1 Deja here. But this board's strong enough where you can probably sit.
Karim definitely is a bit more aggressive than usual.
I think at this point, this feels like a bit of a tilt roll where you are like, oh, I just need one Deja and I can move on with life. But it's also fair where he might need the Deja. Because it is Warlord, you do want to be building those stacks up early. You see Milk there does manage to hit Deja 2 and start stacking the Warlord stacks.
It's largely the champion duplicator in that aspect as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's already at 3 Deja stacks, and he's likely to farm a 4th here. And at this point, just one more fight, it'll be full stacks on the Deja, which is exactly where you want it to be. Milk's in a great position. Unfortunately, his items are a little scuffed at the moment.
He also just launched a beam into a dead corner.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Does this thing actually beat? No.
Oh my
that
goodness.
Was much closer. Yeah, I do think that Kurum overrolled. I don't think he needed to roll as much. He 2-starred most of his board already. Rolling for a single Deja feels really bad. At that point, you might need to start thinking about what other options are available. This is a pretty low roll lobby in terms of augment. It's double silvers, silver on the 3rd option. The boards just aren't going to be as capped as they could be. But these are all strong options for silvers. Weak spot, meditation, not bad. Little hunt 1, not bad.
I still feel like I disagree with the weak spot when you have a Sunfire.
I think the Sunfire only applies to a couple units, and so especially towards the end of the fight, a lot of times your Sunfire unit is dead, and you're stuck in like a 1v1 situation with Dragon versus Dragon, and I think in that situation, the weak spot feels particularly good.
It just feels wrong. I don't think it is. It just feels like it is. It's hard for me to break that chain from my head. Pokegam here, though, on 8. Shimmer Scale plus Whisper. And it feels like it's going to be a pretty heavy lean towards the Whisper aspect on this one.
Yeah, this is... I'm surprised to see him even holding the Itis. So I guess there's a world in which you can get Itis and maybe play around Pike and just play a couple Whispers. But with those items, I feel like you're probably committed.
Chalky here still with the double Cybernetic and Thrill. My goodness, Chalky's board's pretty lit right now.
Yeah, Chalky got some really nice augments, and you'll see him stabilize. Unfortunately, Chalky's HP is in a bit of a rough situation. He doesn't have a clear endgame carry yet, so we'll see what happens as we approach stage 5 for Chalky. He's not going to have very much gold, and he'll be needing to roll for a Corki, for a Siphon 2, and he's got none of those yet. And you might see a full pivot here. Yep.
Oh, boy.
So at this point, that is
yeah,
out.
This is always going to change that.
And we'll see what dragons he's able to hit, or what Shimmer he's able to hit here. Okay, some pretty good items, honestly. Here's some backline. Moggle's Mail is going to be good. Moggle Mail is good at this point in the game because it's very tanky. Finding the Corki is going to be pretty big. It's a little late to get the Draven's Axe, unfortunately, but...
I just love seeing Corgi basically equipped with Shimmer Scale.
Yeah, that Corki is unfortunately going to die to a lot of things randomly, though, so... We'll see as other boards come up online, but it's a very fragile Corki.
It does feel pretty well surrounded, though. Goodness, this Itis, it feels invincible at the moment.
Yeah, especially against Darthnose Bird. I expect that he's going fast 8. I would not be surprised if he's sitting on close to level 50 already. He'll be able to roll it down at level 8, 50, and look for that Shioyu and pivot off of Featherweight's Augment, which seems to have saved him a good amount of health, but at this point he does need to move those items over to a Shioyu. And it does seem like, at the very least, I don't remember anybody else playing Jade in this lobby, so maybe an uncontested Shioyu for him, and hopefully he's able to hit it to stabilize.
Okay, so Pokegam is sitting on 7 Shimmer Scale with an 8th Shimmer Scale in. Okay, I was about to mention this this spatula here. If Pocky can get a hold of that, 9 Shimmer Scale is on the menu.
Yeah.
Very heavily peeled away at this point. But basically, when you're looking at this bottom 4 right now, Robin is sitting in a strong spot right now at 28 points. Casper is sitting in a must-win situation at 19 points. Milk is sitting in a need-to-finish strong situation at 23 in 10th place on Milk Guy's side, and Soju absolutely has to have a win at 18 points. So the bottom 4 right now, the reason that they feel like they're sitting in these situations is largely because they're having to take big risks focused on their economy to have a giant inflection point.
Wow. So this might be... You can definitely just play Siphon with 3 Shade as pretty strong comp. You just play... Oh, there's the Shioyu. I'm curious to see if he... Yeah, this is an awkward situation where you don't have a 2-star on any of these dragons, but... he also doesn't have the board around to really push towards 9. Looks like he wasn't able to find a lot of those Jade units, but he is able to sneak in 9 with a bunch of 1-stars here. I'm curious to see if that's going to be enough. Yeah, you see Soju here does manage to hit the 3-star Varus, hits the 3-star Alawi, but He's finishing off the Varus with a QSS instead of a damage item. I think he's saying, okay, I have combat training, that should be enough AD. I think that's true if you're able to win streak early, but Soji was losing a lot of fights early. I don't think it'll be enough in the long haul here. He looks like he's able to beat this Chiou 1 at least, but Soji's spot looks quite doomed, if I have to be honest.
Ooh.
You see Milk actually take a loss down there despite having Deja too.
Wow. Chalky on a win streak here as well. This is 9 Jade that we just saw on and then Milk's board looks pretty strong. What's going on here?
Oh, nice. It's the little form of Cav spat. So, I mean, it's just an item gap. He doesn't have any items on. Well, when I say any, he only has 1 full item on Deja. And if this is a situation where you'd almost rather have Deja 1 with 3 items than having Deja 2 with just 1 item, it's just unfortunate he wasn't able to cobble together anything to slam on that Deja. And so he's going to need quite a bit of luck on the Treasure Dragon here to be able to finish off some items for this Deja.
I mean, he's like out of gold for the Treasure Dragon as well.
Yeah, so it's that's why it's going to be quite a bit of luck is going to come into play here. But fortunately, he does draw the Chiou and it's still 1 star, so perhaps still able to take this fight. But the Sunfire is okay. The Sunfire is coming back. You do need Sunfire against 9 Jade. If you don't have Sunfire against 9 Jade, it is a BG.
Does have a weak spot.
Oh, he does have weak spots. That does help. Weak spot, Deja. Oh.
Uh-oh.
There's...
That's what I meant. By was the giant sweep that's taking place on Deja's side.
Yeah,
that's a hit.
Yeah, that's gonna be an overtime gap. This is probably not, because it'd be Hodge Gunblade. Probably not good enough. You need at least 1 more true damage item.
I mean, you have 8 gold to work with here.
I think he could get better. He just takes it.
I'm kind of interested in this one. I mean, this is giving you an option for Thieves' Gloves plus something. It's giving you an option for the Frozen Art idea. It's giving you an option for QSS. Like,
yeah, I don't know. In this spot, he has an extra glove as well. You just pop it off, and I think at this point you just slam Hodge, and if you can get a good item off the carousel, you can just pop it off, one of the healing items. But
like Thieves' Gloves Chalice option here, like.
Oh, I didn't realize he had Pandora's. I am trolling.
Oh my gosh.
I am trolling. Yeah, so that was a great take then. My brain is not functioning properly, and now he's got Zeke's Herald as well. This is fantastic for Milk.
Okay, I wasn't seeing that either. That is like just totally a big miss. This is like the very end of day 2 of a giant tournament vibe from the caster perspective.
I am glad that he knows what augments he has, because we were not looking at that.
That is my bad. And this is like a pretty big gap from first place on the way down. But as soon as you get to the Chalky Kurum aspect, it's a pretty reasonable cascade to the bottom right now. Everyone's board's feeling like they're starting to get packed out here, and it feels like a lot of this is going to be matchups and positions that are taking the precedent here.
I will just say the only issue with Milk's board now is there's no real way to get stronger outside of finding Yasuo's, and even if you find the Yasuo's, you don't really have items for them. I guess you could pop that Cav Spat off of the Ornn. So it is a strong board, but he is starting to get capped here, and I'll be curious to see what happens when he does run into boards that are stronger than him, because Milk has about 2 lives left. 3 lives.
Gets the win streak snapped.
Yeah, Soji was always going to start losing on this stage. As I said earlier, his augments aren't good. His items aren't particularly great. It's a tough spot to be in. Jackie's riding his augment still sitting on the Corky 1. And I am, at this point, I have to look at this board and be like, where is the damage coming from? I don't know if those augments are enough. He doesn't have much damage. His front line is the Tom Kench too at this point. It's just not.
I mean, the damage is all cyber, right?
It's all in the cyber value, but I don't know if it's enough.
Trying to figure out what else could it be. Like, it feels like, cutting. As much as I'd hate to say this, I feel like cutting the Jinx for like a Zoe is actually like a negative aspect at this point. It feels like the Revel and the cyber is like that's your entire team right now.
You see this damage is just not quite there. Took way too long.
Out in 8th. But again, if it wasn't first, it was effectively an 8th from that perspective.
Yeah, I mean, he had to play for first, and then but I don't know. Like I said, Soju's spot was pretty bad, just basically from the get-go.
For For Chalky here, this is feeling like it's a playing to not lose kind of aspect, where if he can manage a slow bleed out here, it feels like that players are going to be taking big hits in the matchups that they're facing. So maybe it's strong enough to get something done, but Chalky's spot did not look very good.
I don't like Chalky's spot either. I will also say that Darthnub, however, I love his spot. This is a 9 Jade spot with perfect items in Xiaoyu. You've got Morello on the Nico, which is something I see people shy away for some reason. Like, they'll put it on the Nivea. I think it's much better on the Nico if you're able to 2-star it early, especially with these items. You got a Shroud here that hits this Aoshin. This should be a pretty simple win against the Ghost. But we've seen the Ghost boards do a lot of damage today.
Yeah, Game 5, the Ghosts were just popping in that one. Though there were some pretty powerful teams in that aspect as well. But yeah, this is like a pretty wonderful matchup for Darknub to see, I think, in this spot. And I'm keeping a look at this sidebar right now to see what's happening with the cell totals. Kerm picking up a loss to 15.
Yeah, Kerm's taking a loss. Milk's the one to really watch for. I think he was in a precarious situation. You see him does chain the win streak together, though. And so it's Casper, it's Chalky, and it's Casper. Those guys sitting literally neck and neck on points, neck and neck in health in this game. It is really going to come down to the wire. Pakigam sitting comfortable first, also needing to finish strong, but I think a lot of times that shimmer angle can be very difficult to close out on.
Chalky gets the Bard with the Shiv. Felt like a close one. Everyone here just feels like they're jumping back to their board and assessing this about as closely as possible. No one has like beeline for a single item yet. Everyone's like kind of taking a moment and looked back at their board.
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of boards have probably really come close to finishing what other items they need. This board, yeah, you're gonna see him able to go 9 here at the very least.
Whew! That's a coast to 9 with 60 gold. Now, granted, gold a big aspect of the Shimmer scale team. It's like, gold is part of your damage here.
And you probably want Yasuo in at this point as your last item. I'm a little surprised. Okay, I guess he's just going to play whatever unit he hits first. I have found Xayah to be quite underwhelming as the carry in this comp, but he does have Rage Wing in, and it's got really strong items, so... And it's certainly at 2-star going to be quite good, but this is a very bad position. This Shiryu is going to walk directly onto this back line. If it goes from here to Thresh, and then from Thresh to Xayah, then that is a wrap. But if he's fortunate, maybe it walks over to the Itis instead.
I mean, the Thresh is in the way here. That's still the Guardian aspect that you're getting from that. This Xayah has had plenty of time.
Wow, I did not expect that the Aatrox would not die to a Shiryu. That is very surprising to watch. I mean, but I guess that's Soraka 2. That's Soraka 2. That is Zoe 2. Zoe, in my opinion, one of the best units to ever be in any set of TFT. This Zoe unit is very good.
Chalky taking a big hit down in 7th place at the moment. Chalky needs to have a reasonable finish here in order to find themselves in the top 8 for tomorrow. Casper at 12, Darthnub at 13, Kurum at 15. Kurum's board's strong, but they're just completely out of gold to upgrade this, and it feels like the upgrades are getting desperate from Kurum's side. The Pike 2 is the centerpiece.
Yeah, Kurum has basically his front line looking quite troubling here, and he's about to face this board.
I think this is the toughest matchup right now. Like, Pocky did, I think, a great job at solidifying what this 7 Shimmer scale was looking like.
Yeah, it was really really well played by Pocky. I think it's a very difficult spot to navigate, and he's been navigating it quite well. We do see the rain come down. I don't think it's enough, though. Oh, it does get the Xayah on that, but we do see this God Aatrox still alive. Xiaoyu couldn't kill it. This might be enough, though. Yeah, I don't know if there's any damage left. Yep. No damage left. So Kurum's board is kind of quite good into this. This is one of the things when you see an Itis board, the Aoshin can really circumvent that front line and get to the back line.
Darthnub down to 2. Chalky gets a win. Casper gets a win. Kurum gets a win. None of the players in the bottom angle took a big hit in this spot. Darthnub shifted down with them. A 3-item creep round at the end of stage 5. This game is going nuts.
It's 7 people alive going into this stage. This is one of these games where you are praying for the right matchup. You're praying to get the ghost here. It could really go any direction at this point.
7 players to stage 6? This is nuts.
Anybody's game. It's almost bad for Kurum because the rest of his units are so bad. You don't even want items on them. You just really want the extra gold so you can roll for that Aoshin, but unfortunately he does not get the gold. And we're taking a look at Chalky's situation here. Like I said, it was I was worried about how it would scale into the end game. There's no real damage. He's unable to hit the Corki 2. That's pretty unfortunate for him. This is somebody that really needs a strong finish here, and to be stuck in a spot at the end of the day where you're unable to hit a Corki 2 in a lobby where I don't think anybody else is even playing Corki. It just feels very bad.
Where do you reforge this? Do you place this?
This is about as good as it's going to get, and he's got to pray for some good RNG in the matchup. He is at least on the correct side here with the sonar, correct side for the Corki. Maybe get some nice Jinx ults onto this Xiaoyu.
Oh boy.
But so the damage just isn't coming in.
Xiaoyu. The Gnar almost taking out the Corki at the bottom.
It's not enough damage.
Under focus.
Even with Corki 2, this could have been difficult for him, but with Corki 1, it is not even close. Chaki going down in 7th is not what he needed here. That is an unfortunate end for him in what was otherwise a really strong opening to this tournament. Casper also going down there is not going to be good enough.
Darthnub just clinging on with 2 health. Casper in a 6th place spot here. That is pretty much going to sail them out of contention for day number 3. And Milk.
You also see Milk. The win streak got snapped. This is what I was worried about, was that he had no real way to get stronger. You do see him popping. Yeah, I think this is going to be a little bit stronger. But if he goes to the wrong person here, this could be it for Milk. And he does draw Robin, who is able to have a Yasuo. I think a lot of times Yasuo is the big difference. He also gets shrouded here. This is... Or Zephyr, sorry. This is a rough spot to be in. Great items on this Yasuo as well. And you might see Milk's set 7 run come to an end here. Yep. Yeah, and that's all it takes is 2 losses. Milk was unable to find the Yasuo, which was the one way his board was going to get stronger. And he's unfortunately going to take a 5th. There's Darthnub only takes 10 on that loss. 5th, it's gonna be real close coming down to the wire here, Admirable.
This is getting ridiculously close. So for Milk here, the 5th place finish, I think might pull them out of range for the top 8 for tomorrow. Chalky here, the 7th place finish,
Yasuo
pulling them out
too.
of top 8.
I'm not a math guy, but I do know 5th is not good in this spot.
No, it's not. Now for Darthnub, on the other hand, Darthnub came into this round at 27 points in 4th place. So a top 4 finish here, likely a 5th pump.
Oh my! That is a Soraka 3. What?
Pocky hits a Soraka 3!
Hey, well, Pocky sitting there is like, oh, I'm set. I'm going to the final lobby.
A blue buff, no less. It takes the world to stop this from casting and putting him at 100 HP.
Goodbye to the board. Holy smokes. He's at 100 health. Is that legal?
I just don't know how you defeat it at this point. You're going to win this game against the board, but that's because the heal wasn't
Kurum actually
life total.
Kurum even hit Yaoshin 2 here, but and he does win the fight, but Kurum was already in a spot where he was fine. I don't think he's going to be able to win this game. I can't believe Soraka 3 just lost, so Mardog might want to fix the game there. Soraka 3 should not be losing.
Woo! Well, it lost this round. It's not going to keep losing rounds.
You say that, but
No,
surely it wins out eventually, right?
Yes, the next round. I did a lot of research on this one after the Jade Cup thing because it was a very, very stark contrast on how the round ended. My understanding of it in talking with people about this is that if your life total exceeds 100 when you heal with when the Soraka 3 pops, that is when it starts spiking and really creating that damage. When you heal to 100 for some reason, it didn't have a trigger. I can't remember exactly what all the explanation was, but it was a very long, detailed thing where it was, long story short, if you're not getting knocked out the round you have Soraka 3 and Soraka 3 casts, you pretty much win the lobby at that point.
Oh, let's see what I mean, it definitely will cast here. He should be able to beat Robinsport. I don't expect 2 people to be able to beat Soraka 3. You see it being frontlined here as well. The cast should go off. And there's the board.
Yeah, and that's the exceeding 100 HP at that point, and that's why it evaporates the board in that fashion. Wow. Just what an unbelievably strong unit. But how rare is it to find that? I don't even know anymore because this is 2 tournaments in a row now that we have seen the final game of a day be a Soraka 3.
Hey, well, Soraka 3, once it comes online, you're actually able to exceed the healing. That will be the gap. It's a great board from Kurum as well, but yeah, you're going to see Kurum's happy with his performance. He's able to ride a strong game into day 3 here, and Pakiyama will be joining him on the heels of a great Shimmer Scale game. He was always going to have a strong finish, regardless of what happened.
Center front line Soraka. He's like, no, just give me the mana right away. Let's get this over with.
If anybody's hungry for some bananas, here they come. Oh,
and there you go.
Well, that was That was an ending to a fine second day of gameplay from all our competitors.
It has just been the day of 3-star 5 costs. We got the Pike earlier. Now we get a Soraka. They're just running all over the place. And Admirable, what a finish to day 2 as we wait for the scores. I mean, this was just a phenomenal day of gameplay.
The last 2 games here demonstrated so much of how volatile the game stakes can be in these situations too. It's not just like you have a strong start to a day. It's not just you have a weak start to a day. It's how your overall finishes end up working out in this one. Chalky came into this round at 25 points in 6th place. 7th place finish likely pulls them out of distance despite the bonus points here. For Milk, a 5th place finish, not enough. They're sitting in the bottom 8 coming into this final game. For Darth Nub, that top 4, that's a big fist pump at that point. They're sitting in 4th place. But every single aspect you look at this, you shape one game differently, and it changes the way the entire field looks.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, there's so many opportunities for this to be so close as well, because we were coming in with a bubble being a little bit higher than we're used to. So usually we're thinking, oh, 27 is safe. Yesterday, the bubble was a little bit low, and 28 is what you needed to get in. Now the bubble's high. It's possible it could be even higher than 28. It's possible it could have dropped down. There's a lot of things that can happen here. It's hard to know who is absolutely going to be safe unless you knock it out of the park with a Shimmer skill game like Pokygum there getting that first. We know Pokygum's in, and Pokygum's been playing amazing, Kien. I know there was some really big moments for him throughout the day, but how did you feel about his play overall, since Bryce has constantly harped about how a lot of players kind of underrate Pocky?
Yeah, Pocky's one of these players that's been very high rated on the ladder for a very long time now and hasn't quite made any breakthrough performances, hasn't quite broken through as, either as a streamer or as a competitive player. Neither of these things have really gone his way, but he's always been consistently at the top of the ladder. Anybody that has played TFT for the last, couple years is going to recognize that name, and I'm glad to see maybe this could be the set where he's able to finally pop off and really come into his own. But it was really well played final game. I think Shimmer Skill is one of those comps that can get really dizzy and really confusing as you push down the line there, and Pocky was able to navigate it towards the win. It's a very aggressive one to take. Going into, it's the last game. You have to play well, and taking Shimmer Scale is kind of a do-or-die type of augment, and he was able to transition a really strong early game to a really strong end game, despite, getting a Muggle's Mail. It wasn't like an easy, hey, I got Draven's Axe. It was an easy clear path first. He got Muggle's Mail and was able to play aggressively and make it work, and I think it's very impressive that he was able to close out the day with such a strong win.
All right, and we've got the scores from the other lobby as well in, so let's take a look what happened over there. We were watching Lobby B and Lobby A. Burt, Dish Soap, and DQA at the top, but Clear with an 8th and Solus near the bottom. I heard a big reaction there from Admirable. What are you immediately seeing here?
Bertosaurus needed back-to-back first-place finishes to have the right style of outcome here. He's had back-to-back first-place finishes now.
The question becomes was it enough? Did it do enough to get him there? And we should take a look at the overall. Let's see. Was Burt able to do it with the back-to-back first?
Oh my god. It was
he sneaked it, and the
gosh!
bubble is 29.
Holy
we talked about how 27 is usually the number. But it's not 28 even. It's 29, and Solus missing out with 28 points. Clear and Burt sneaking in. And Kien, I mean, look at this. This is our top 8 for the final day.
That is heartbreaking. Solus really just needed a decent game. He was unable to pull it off and ended up just missing the ball. 28, like you said, good enough to get in a lot of situations. Milk was sitting there with a pretty early Deja 2, was in a spot that looked quite good, was unable to find a Yasuo at the end of the game. That is brutal. Chalky was somebody that was sitting in such a strong spot through the first few games of the day. We were talking about it, it's such a strong day 1, starts a strong opening to day 2, and was unable at the end of the day to really pull it through. It's just tough. A lot of different hits or misses. Emily Wang is somebody that literally just misclicked an item earlier, which cost several placements. That might have been the difference. Looking at it now, just a lot of tough breaks for players, but Bertosaurus, you really got to hand it to him. Showing up when the pressure mattered. He is a fantastic player, and I'm excited to see him in the final lobby tomorrow.
Look, and we mentioned with Burt initially that it could have been like a first and a second, but no. It had to be these back-to-back firsts to get in there, get that 29 points, make sure that he can ensure his spot in there on the standings. And I mean, these are those 8 players that are going to be fighting for those top 4 spots to make it to regionals, that first place spot to make it to the World Championship. Omde, Robin, and Darth Nub grabbing some extra bonus points going into day 3. And that's so impactful, Admirable, when you're looking at how this day went, how close, how few points are a difference between all of these players.
Yeah, and for Chalky on this one, really those +3 points were what was spelling this out, because he had a pretty decent start to the day, but he did have a couple of bad finishes as well with that one. So in these final couple of games, he really just needs to not have like a 7th, 6th kind of finish to the end of it. Those 3 points, almost enough to even crop up that kind of score and really push it forward. Now, heading into tomorrow, we're looking at the first place finish being just a direct invite at that point, and the top 4 being a huge invite to the regionals at this point. These extra bonus points are meaning the world, because we are cutting this down to 8 players tomorrow. That +3, +2, +1, it feels like an astronomical start.
It's so huge to get those points. It is so huge for these players, and I cannot wait for tomorrow. We've still got an interview ahead of us, but before then, we've got a couple words from our partners at Ball Street. They'd like to let us all know how you'd like to see Fantasy TFT help grow the scene. They've been working with us for over a year and have some big plans to build the TFT scene together. There's new features, new games, and a central home for news and TFT drama. Help support the scene and support Fantasy TFT. We've got an interview with Omde on the way. We're going to go to a short break with that interview for the Dragonlands mid-set finale day 2. Will happen just after this. Welcome back to day 2 of the Dragonlands mid-set finale. I'm Casanova, joined by Admirable, mean Mr. Kien, and we've got AMD here, who I've been saying their name wrong all day, but we've got it right this time. And you've got to be stoked going into day 3 with the 3-point bubble. I mean, how are you feeling? What are your initial takes as you walk away with that 36-point day today?
Oh, it feels really good, and I don't know. I feel like after the start I got off to today, I feel like, you know, it looked pretty bad. I went 6th. Didn't feel like there was too much I could do. I felt like, you know, maybe this is just gonna be the way it is all day. I'm just gonna get out of here and go to dinner with my girlfriend tomorrow. Have a nice night. But yeah, she's gonna let me play one more day, and I'm really happy for it.
Kien, you want to jump in?
Yeah, so I, you know, first of all, congratulations on the day. It was really phenomenal. You're somebody that's kind of been popping off in ladder, especially. And so I just want to talk a little bit about, you know, maybe not a lot of people quite know as much about you. So I just want to give you an opportunity to, you know, talk about, you know, how long you've been playing TFT for, and you know what really is drawing you. Like, something about this set is there? Excuse me. Is there something about this set that is particularly good to you? Like, what's the AMD story?
Yeah, so I guess I started playing TFT. I was playing League, and I was like pretty much just addicted, but like hard stuck diamond. And I went to do like an internship at a company, but they put us in a hotel, and the Wi-Fi in the hotel was awful. So playing like solo queue and League was like, you know, I got way too mad. So I just decided to queue up for TFT one day. I think it was toward the end of set 5. Yeah. But yeah, toward the end of set 5. So like, it's like a year and 3 months now, but I started playing, and like I just became like, the Wi-Fi was still bad, like I was still like unable to like drag units sometimes, but it was a lot of fun, and like you know, you don't have to worry about junglers and things like that, and so it's pretty good.
That's been, I think a lot of people can relate to the League of Legends solo queue was making me a little too mad, so I tried something else and found it out. But Admirable, go ahead and get in there with your questions.
Well, kind of your expectations coming into this tournament so far. You know, again, you haven't been playing TFT for as long as some of the top players that we've been seeing, but honestly, your performances have looked very clean to me. They look very decisive. It looks like you really understand and have a pretty clean vision of what you're doing. What were your expectations coming into this tournament, and did you really see yourself sitting at this top spot in day 2?
I didn't have many expectations coming into this tournament. I felt like the pool, like the players are so good. Like everyone in this like pool, I thought was so good, and I thought like there's no way I'm even in the top half. Like I mean, to be honest, like I don't think I'm like awful, but like, you know, I mean maybe some of the people in my Twitch chat today will say otherwise. Had some issues with the APM and brain APM, but like, I mean, I high rolled a lot today. Obviously, you have to high roll a lot to score a lot of points, but I had very few expectations. You know, I had lunch plans scheduled for today that I canceled, and now dinner plans scheduled for tomorrow canceled. So you know, shows you how much I expected of myself. But obviously, I was gonna come in and do whatever I could, and like it worked out okay.
Hey, so you didn't even plan to be here, and you still were able to climb over a bunch of people. Yeah, something I'm kind of curious about then is what kind of prep did you do in the weeks leading up to this, especially on this patch? It's kind of an awkward patch.
Oh yeah, I guess a little bit before. I mean, I obviously played solo queue. I played double up in gold elo also. That helped a lot, I think. But
gold elo double. Why did that help?
You know, they come up with some very interesting ideas that are good for stage 2 boards, but you know, they tend to take it all the way into like stage 7. Like Skarner and Tom Kent's reroll and things like that.
Looking for the gold.
But it really shows you how good Skarner can be sometimes, I guess.
You need the gold level creativity sometimes. Sometimes that is the important way to go. Do you have some more, Admirable?
Yeah, I feel like I was just going to lose like 300 elo after listening to this explanation from Amy's side. I was going to ask, do you plan on making meal plans for Monday, so that way you can cancel those after you continue to do well because you're scheduling meal plans for the day afterwards? No, I'm kidding about that one. Going into day 3...
Yeah. You want to go to lunch?
It's like I'm curious about like who you're worried about in day 3. Like, are there any players that you see and you go, oh, this is certainly someone I don't want to be facing against? Are there players you would have loved to see alongside you coming into day number 3 here? Like, what's your take on some of your inspirational players in the field, or those that perhaps you don't want to face?
Oh, I mean, I don't want to face anyone. I feel like everyone who made it is scary good. Today, I don't know. I feel like, I just need to have more caffeine and brain APM because these people are so good, and like, you know, they're so much faster, and that like, I mean, I don't know. It's always scary going up against the top. Like, I mean, I like got better by watching a lot of the, you know, like these players, and now I'm like playing with them. So it's really cool, but it's gonna be kind of intimidating. I guess players that I'd like to see alongside me that didn't make it. Kai Ivix, I know you guys really like him. He won last year's mid-set finale. He's a good friend of mine. He missed the mid-set by 1 point. I feel like if he made the mid-set, he would be like, you know, I got 30, 36. He'd probably be at like, what, 45? Yeah, or something like
Match
that.
points? Yeah.
Yeah, because he knows what's going on, and he always shows up for these like big tournaments. But so I'm pretty glad he didn't make it in that regard. Might have taken a spot away from me on one of these days, but I don't know. Other than that, I mean, I don't know. It's like top 8 in the tournament where like I would say like pretty much everyone who got in here like had a chance to make it. Like, I mean, you have to high roll a lot obviously, but like, and if you miss, you're just out of the tournament. But that's me so far. Hopefully we can get some more high rolls tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, you were saying that you think a lot of these other players might be better than you, but you can't be too far behind if you finish the day in first place on day 2. Now, before I send you off, I want to give you the floor to be able to shout out anyone, or just if you have any words to the TF community before we send you off to day 3.
Yeah, of course. So I'd like to shout out my girlfriend for putting up with me. We had some plans for this weekend. It was my first week on the job actually. So like, you know, it was kind of tough. Like, I was getting back home, was tired, so like didn't have too much time. So now I have news that I'm playing in a League of Legends tournament or TFT tournament at the end of the day. So didn't go over too well, but now, you know, I'm really grateful that she's supportive. I'd also like to shout out the company I started working for this week, SIG, for letting me out of work early to come here and play at 4 o'clock on Friday. That was really nice of them. They're very gaming friendly. And yeah, it's awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you so much, AMD. Thank you for the interview, and congratulations on getting those 3 extra bonus points going into day number 3.
Thank you so much.
All right, so that's it for AMD. AMD, I mean, it was really fun to talk to a player that, you know, I had never actually gotten any interview content with. I'd never been able to speak to them before, so it's always really cool to meet these new players. But that's kind of it for the day here for us. I want to get kind of some of final thoughts before we head into day 3 from each of you. So starting with Admirable, what are some of your final thoughts as we wrap up day 2?
I think something really strong to emphasize here is AMD not being able to clarify like who's the best basically coming into this final day here. Really getting to this point of the tournament, that's the stamp on your resume. A lot of players look at the wins, it's like, oh, you got 8th place. It's like, yeah, but they're on day 3. You know, that's technically top 8 in the region at that point from a performance standpoint. That's one of the reasons that, you know, these qualifications head out the way they do. There's a lot of reasons we have a lot of different ways to get to that regional spot, and it's because there is a lot of volatility in these spots. It's players who constantly find themselves with this opportunity. These are the ones that are really highlighting themselves. It's not just that first place finish sort of thing. It's very much got the TFT vibe to it. Top 4, that's usually a big thumbs up.
Oh yeah, absolutely crazy. And Kien, I want to get your final thoughts as well before I close this out.
Yeah, no, that was a really good interview. It's always nice for me to meet TFT players who, you know, are otherwise normal people. He's got a job, he's got a girlfriend, his apartment looked particularly, you know, seemed like a regular apartment. You know, some of the TFT players in the community, they don't know how to do laundry, they don't wash their hands, just basic stuff can really fly over their heads. And so it's always nice to meet a guy who really seems like he's got his, you know, stuff together. And so shout out to AMD for being a seemingly normal human being. There's tons of us out there who play TFT that are perfectly normal people. And likewise with Admirable, I'm excited for the day tomorrow. There's a lot of fantastic TFT players left, and we're going to see, hopefully, a few more really fun games to watch. I think one thing we missed today was some prismatic level lobbies, and maybe tomorrow, Mortdog can go press a button for us. We'll get a few prismatic lobbies that'll shape up things quite a bit differently.
I'm kind of excited too, because that just means Kien's going to have to put up with another day of someone who's not normal sitting right next to him shouting about TFT stuff. I'm on board with that one.
Well, there's hope for TFT players after all, it seems, Kien. There's hope. I hope everyone will join us tomorrow at 1 p.m. PDT for the final day of the Dragonlands mid-set finale, where we will lock in 4 slots to regionals and 1 slot to worlds. That's it for me, Admirable, Kien, Frodan, Bryce, and the rest of the crew here. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see y'all tomorrow.